right. We always come back. Fuck. Alan, your video. Oh, Jesus Christ! It's a jump scare! It's a jump scare, chat! No! Look at that shit. What a costume. Okay. So we've got everybody. I don't know what made the stream crash last time. Hopefully we won't have that happen again. But we're back.
One of the problems.
Yeah, we just got rid of the thing that was making it so you couldn't see Alan. So we should be good there. Yeah, members hit some helps in chat with that. That was a jump scare. But yeah, so we should be all set. Hopefully we won't have any more crashing issues. I will keep an eye on that. But yeah, that's what we're doing tonight. Silver Eyes is the first of the Five Nights at Freddy's novels. If you guys missed it, we played Sister Location like a week ago, not too much longer ago than that. But we yeah. So during that stream, Alan had an idea.
I didn't. I was really dumb and kind of drunk, and I said, "Oh yeah, I'll read a Five Nights." I thought they were like 100 pages. This book is 400 pages long.
Yep, it's a whole ass novel. I don't know what he was thinking.
I thought it was like a Captain Underpants book.
So yeah, Alan was like, "Yeah, I'll dress up as Freddy Fazbear and read a book," and then we got that goal, and we were like, well, we'll add another goal for Ben to join him. And we did a poll. You guys picked that I should dress as Purple Guy. So now I'm Purple Guy.
This is kind of difficult.
Yeah, that's probably, you're probably going to be pulling up the mask to drink, I think. Which is sad, because nobody cared who you were till you put on the mask. But yeah, so that's kind of the deal. We're going to be reading this ideally from start to finish. We don't know how long exactly it's gonna take, but we should probably get started. So unless there's one more thing, you can see on the layout, $50, whether that's through $50 worth of super chats or 10 memberships, which is $4 a membership, so it does save you guys a little bit of money. We will be doing a shot. And this is going to go for a long time, so you might get some belligerence later on in this stream.
Oh, yeah. No, this is probably going to be like a 10-hour stream. So,
yep. So
this mask
we're already
is not
late
gonna
starting.
Stay on the whole time.
Yeah, no way. No. There's no way.
We'll also read out loud the super chats, whoever's not reading the book.
Yep.
So,
try to wait for like breaks in paragraphs at least. Yeah. But yeah, so thank you guys for coming out. We should probably get started with this.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and start.
You want to read first?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start. I think I started this with my thing.
It was your idea, yeah.
Jesus Christ, I don't give a fuck about any of this. Okay. Hold on. Am I on? Yeah, okay. The Silver Eyes, a Five Nights book, an AFK book, more specifically. Five Nights at Freddy's number, like, I would assume it was a Five Nights, but it's an a Five Nights, so I don't know if that's probably
Nights
not right.
Doesn't start with K.
It does. What it does?
I mean, this version of Nights, yeah.
All right. He sees me. Charlie dropped to her hands and knees. She was wedged behind a row of arcade games, cramped in the crawl space between the consoles and the wall. Tangled electrical cords and useless plugs strewn beneath her. She was cornered. The only way out was past the thing, and she wasn't fast enough to make it. She could see him stalking back and forth, catching flickers of movement through the gaps between the games. There was scarcely enough room to move, but she tried to crawl backward. Her foot caught on a cord. She stopped, contorting herself to carefully dodge it. Dislodge it. Sorry, this mask is fucking rough.
Yeah.
She heard the clash of metal on metal, and the farthest console rocketed back against the wall. He hit it again, shattering the display. Then attacked the next, crashing against them almost rhythmically, tearing through the machinery, coming closer. I have to get out. I have to. The panic thought was of no help. There was no way
No
out.
way.
Her arm ached, and she wanted to sob aloud. Blood soaked through the tattered bandage, and it seemed as though she could feel it draining out of her. The console a few feet away crashed against the wall, and Charlie flinched. He was getting closer. She could hear the grinding of gears and the clicking of servos even louder. Eyes closed. She could still see the way he looked at her. See the matted fur and the exposed metal beneath the synthetic flesh. Suddenly, the console in front of her was wrenched away. It toppled over, thrown down like a toy. The power cords beneath her hands and knees were... Oh,
Yanked away, I think.
yanked away? Okay.
Yeah.
And Charlie slipped, almost falling. She caught herself and looked up just in time to see the downward swing of a hook. Ugh. Okay. I can keep going if we want, or I don't know.
Do you want to
What is the
do
thing?
one chapter at a time? Like,
Yeah,
take
maybe
turns on chapters?
Okay.
They
Yeah.
are
Hold on.
relatively
I'm
long.
gonna do it.
You're looking at 30 real book pages for this first chapter. So we could do quicker popcorns than that if you want.
We'll see how it goes. We'll start off the way we are.
Yeah, keep it rolling.
Okay. Can everybody hear me fine? I mean, as fine as can be expected. I'm
You sound
talking
good
through
to
a
me,
map.
and that's where the audio is coming from, so you should be good.
All right, cool.
Is this the Bible?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah!
Welcome to Hurricane, Utah. Charlie smiled wryly at the sign and kept driving. Oh, so she's older than I thought she was. Okay. The world
Hi,
didn't
Jared.
look any different from one side of the sign to the other, but she felt a nervous anticipation as she passed it. She didn't recognize anything. Then again, she hadn't really expected to. Not this far at the edge of town, where it was all highway and empty space. She wondered what the others would look like, who they were now. 10 years ago, they'd been best friends, and then it happened. And everything ended, at least for Charlie. She hadn't seen any of them since she was 7 years old. They had written all the time as kids, especially Marla, who wrote like she talked, fast and incoherent. But as they got older, they had grown apart. The letters had grown fewer and further between, and the conversations leading up to this trip had been perfunctory and full of awkward pauses. Charlie repeated their names as though to reassure herself that she still remembered them. Marla, Jessica, Lamar, Carlton, John, and Michael.
We got Marla
Michael
and
was the reason
Lamar.
for this trip.
We got Marla and Lamar.
I'm not going to remember these names. I will remember Marla and Lamar, though.
Yeah.
Michael was the reason for this trip, after all. It was 10 years since he died. Oh, Jesus.
Oh,
Okay,
we got dead people.
we got dead people. 10 years since it happened, and now his parents wanted them all together for the dedication ceremony. Wait, hold on. They wanted them all together for the dedication ceremony 10 years later? Okay, whatever. They wanted all his old friends there when they announced the okay. I should just read a little bit more. When they announced the scholarship they were creating in his name. Charlie knew it was a good thing to do, but the gathering felt slightly macabre. Right? She shivered and turned down the air conditioning, even though she knew it was not the cold. As she drove into the town center, Charlie began to recognize things. A few stores and a movie theater, which was now advertising the summer's blockbuster hit. She felt a brief moment of surprise, then smiled at herself. What did you expect? That the whole place would be unchanged? A monument to the moment of your departure? Frozen forever in July 1985? Well, that was exactly what she had expected. She looked at her watch. Still a few hours to kill before they all met up. She thought about going to the movie, but she knew what she really wanted to do. Charlie made a left turn and headed out of the town. 10 minutes later, she pulled to a stop and got out. Sorry. Oh, you pulled my mouse away.
Yep.
The house loomed up before her. The house loomed up before her. It's a dark outline. Oh my god, this fucking mask. Its dark outline, a wound in the bright blue sky. Charlie leaned back against the car, slightly dizzy. She took a moment to steady herself with deep breaths. She had known it would be here. An illicit look through her aunt's bank books a few years before had told her that the mortgage was paid off, and that Aunt Jen was still paying property taxes. It had only been 10 years. There was no reason it should have changed at all. Charlie climbed the steps slowly, taking in the peeling paint. The third stair still had a loose board, and the rose bushes had taken over one side of the porch, their thorns biting hungrily into the wood. The door was locked, but Charlie still had her key. She had never actually used it. As she took it from around her neck and slid it into the lock, she remembered her father putting its chains around her neck. In case you ever need it. Well, she needed it now. The door opened easily, and Charlie looked around. She didn't remember much about the first couple of years here. She had been only 3 years old, and the memories had faded together in the blur of a child's grief and loss, of not understanding why her mother had to go away, clinging to her father every moment, not trusting the world around her unless he was there, unless she was holding tightly to him, burying herself in his flannel shirts and the smell of grease and hot metal and him. The stairs stretched straight up in front of her, but she did not move directly to them. Instead, she went into the living room, where all the furniture was still in place. She had not really noticed it as a child, but the house was a little too large for the furniture they had. Things were spread out too widely in order to fill the space. The coffee table was too far from the couch to reach. The easy chair too far across the room to carry on a conversation. There was a dark stain in the wooden floorboards near the center of the room. Charlie stepped around it quickly and went to the kitchen, where the cupboards held only a few pots, pans, and dishes. Charlie had never felt a lack of anything as a child, but it seemed now that the unnecessary enormity of the house was sort of an apology. Or was a sort of an apology. Whatever. The attempt of a man who had lost so much to give his daughter what he could. He'd always had a way of overdoing what he did. Whatever he did. The last time she was here, the house had been dark and everything felt wrong. She was carried up the stairs to her bedroom, although she was 7 years old and could have gone quicker on her own 2 feet. But Aunt Jen had stopped on the front porch, picked her up, and carried her, shielding her face as though she were a baby in the glaring sun. Jesus Christ. This is gonna take fucking forever, guys. Ugh. Fuck. In her room, Aunt Jen set Charlie down and closed the bedroom door behind them. She told her to pack her suitcase, and Charlie had cried because all her things could never fit in that small case. We can come back here for the rest later, Aunt Jen said, her impatience leaking through as though Charlie hovered indecisively at her dresser. I probably botched that line. Trying to decide what t-shirts to bring along. They had never come back for the rest. Charlie mounted the stairs, heading to her old bedroom. The door was partially cracked as she opened it. She had a giddy feeling of displacement, as though her younger self might be sitting here among her toys, might look up and ask, "Charlie, who are you?" Charlie went in. Like the rest of her house, her bedroom was untouched. The walls were pale pink, and the ceiling, which sloped dramatically on one side to follow the line of the roof, was painted to match. Her old bed still stood against the wall beneath a large window. The mattress was still intact, though the sheets were gone. The window was cracked slightly open, and rotting lace curtains wavered in the gentle breeze from outside. There was a dark water stain in the paint beneath the window where the weather had gotten in over the years, betraying the house's neglect. Jesus Christ, my glasses are fogging up. The whole fucking thing. Charlie climbed onto the bed and forced the window shut. It obeyed with a screech, and Charlie stepped back and turned her attention to the rest of the room, to her father's creations. Their first night in the house, Charlie had been afraid to sleep alone. She did not remember the night, but her father had told her about it often enough that the story had taken to the quality of her memory. She sat up and wailed until her father came to find her, until he scooped her up and held her and promised her he would make sure she was never alone again. The next morning, he took her by the hand and led her to the garage, where he set to work keeping that promise. The first of his inventions was a purple rabbit. Hold on. Now gray with age from years of sitting in the sunlight. Her father had named him Theodore. Oh, never mind, it's a completely different character.
Different purple rabbit.
He was the size of a 3-year-old child, her size at the time, and he had plush fur, shining eyes, and a dapper red bow tie. He didn't do much, only waved a hand, tilted his head to the side, and said in her father's voice, "I love you, Charlie." But it was enough to give her a night watcher, someone to keep her company when she could not sleep. Right now, Theodore sat in a white wicker chair in the far corner of the room. Charlie waved at him, but, not activated, he did not wave back. After Theodore, the toys got more complex. Some worked and some did not. Some seemed to have permanent glitches, while others simply did not appeal to Charlie's childish imagination. She knew her father took those back to his workshop and recycled them for parts, though she did not like to watch them be dismantled. But the ones that were kept, those she loved. They were here now, looking at her expectantly, smiling. Charlie pushed a button oh, no, never mind. She was smiling. Smiling, Charlie pushed a button beside her bed. It gave way stiffly, but nothing happened. She pushed it again, holding it down longer, and this time, across the room, and with the weary creak of metal on metal, the unicorn began to move.
The unicorn began to move?
Oh, I thought you were taking over. Okay,
nope.
Never mind. Nope.
Nope.
The unicorn, Charlie had named Stanley for some reason. She could no longer remember, sorry. Was made of metal and had been painted glossy white. He trundled around the room on a circular track, bobbing his head stiffly up and down. The track squealed as Stanley rounded the corner and came to a stop beside the bed. Charlie knelt beside him and on the floor and patted his flank. Ooh, his flank? His glossy paint was chipped and peeling, and his face had given over to rust. His eyes were lively, gazing out of the decay. "You need a new coat of paint, Stanley," Charlie said. The unicorn stared ahead, unresponsive. At the foot of the bed there was a wheel, made of patched-together metal. It had always reminded her of something she might find on a submarine. Charlie turned it. It stuck for a moment, then gave way, rotating as it always did, and across the room the smallest closet door swung open. Out sailed Ella on her track, a child-sized doll bearing a teacup and saucer in her tiny hands like an offering. Ella's plaid dress was still crisp, and her patent leather shoes still shone. Perhaps the closet had protected her from the damage of the damp. Charlie had an identical outfit back when she and Ella were the same height. "Hi, Ella," she said softly, as the wheel unwound. Ella retreated to the closet again, and the door closing behind her. Charlie followed her. The closets had been built to align with the slant of the ceiling, and there were 3 of them. Ella lived in the short one, which was about 3.5 feet tall. Next to it was 1 foot or so taller, and a third, closest to the bedroom door, was the same height as the rest of the room. She smiled, remembering. "Why do you have 3 closets?" John demanded the first time he came over. She looked at him blankly, confused by the question. "'Cause that's how many there are," she said finally. She pointed defensively to the littlest one. "That one's Ella's anyway," she added. John nodded, satisfied. Charlie shook her head and opened the door to the middle closet, or tried to. The knob stopped with a jolt. It was locked. She rattled it a few times, but gave up without much conviction. She stayed crouched low to the floor and glanced up at the tallest closet. Her big girl closet that she would someday grow into. "You won't need it until you're bigger," her father would say. But that day never came. The door now hung open slightly, but Charlie didn't disturb it. It hadn't opened for her. It had only given way to time. As she moved to stand, she noticed something shiny, half hidden under the rim of the locked middle door. She leaned forward to pick it up. It looked like a broken-off piece of circuit board. She smiled slightly. Nuts. Nuts? Bolts, scraps, and parts had turned up all over the place. Once upon a time, her father always had stray parts in his pockets. He would carry around something he was working on, set it down, and forget where it was. Or worse, put something aside for safekeeping, never to be seen again. There was also a strand of her hair clinging to it. She unwound it carefully from the tiny lip of the metal it was stuck on. Finally, as though she'd been putting it off, Charlie crossed the room and picked up Theodore. His back had not faded in the sun like the front of his body, and it was the same rich dark purple she remembered. She pressed the button on the back of his neck, but he remained lifeless. His fur was threadbare, one ear hanging loose by a single rotting thread, and through the hole she could see the green plastic of his circuit board. Charlie held her breath, listening fearfully for something. I-o-lie, maybe, the rabbit said.
It's a cut-off version of I love you, Charlie, which is what it says.
I-o-lie. That makes sense.
Yeah.
The rabbit said with a barely audible halting noise, and Charlie sat him down with her face not hot and her chest pinched tight. She had not really expected to hear her father's voice again. I love you too. Charlie looked around the room. When she was a child, it had been her own magical world, and she was possessive of it. Only a few chosen friends were ever even allowed inside. She went to her bed and set Stanley moving on the track again. She left, closing the door behind her before the little unicorn came to a halt. She went out the back door to the driveway and stopped in front of the garage that had been her father's workshop. Half buried in the gravel a few feet away was a piece of metal, and Charlie went to pick it up. It was jointed in the middle, and she had it in her hands, smiling a little as she bent it back and forth. An elbow joint, she thought. I wonder who that was going to belong to. She had stood in the exact spot many times before. She closed her eyes, and her memory overwhelmed her. She was a little girl again, sitting on the floor of her father's workshop, playing with scraps of wood and metal as though they were toy blocks, trying to build a tower with the uneven pieces. The shop was hot, and she was sweaty, grime sticking to her legs as she sat in her shorts and sneakers. Oops. She could almost smell the sharp metallic odor of the soldering iron. Her father was nearby, never out of sight, working on Stanley the unicorn. Stanley's face was still unfinished, one side white and shining and friendly with gleaming brown eye that seemed almost to see. Oh, got you. The other half of the toy's face was all exposed circuit boards and metal parts. Charlie's father looked at her and smiled, and she smiled back, beloved. In a darkened corner behind her father, barely visible, hung a jumble of metal limbs, a twisted skeleton with burning silver eyes. Every once in a while, it gave an uncanny twitch.
Silver eyes.
Charlie tried never to look at it, as her father worked, as she played with her makeshift toys, her eye was drawn back to it again and again. The limbs contorted, seeming almost mocking. The thing, a ghastly gesture, and yet there was something about it that suggested enormous pain. Daddy? Charlie said, and her father did not look up from his work. Daddy? She said again, more urgently, and this time he turned to her slowly, as though not fully present in the world. What do you need, sweetie? She pointed at the metal skeleton. Does it hurt? She wanted to ask the question, but when she looked into her father's eyes, she found she could not. She shook her head. Nothing. He nodded at her with an absent smile and went back to his work. Behind him, the creature gave another awful twitch, and its eyes still burned. Charlie shivered and drew herself back to the present. She glanced behind her, feeling exposed. She looked down, and her gaze fixed on something, 3 widely spaced grooves in the ground. She knelt, thoughtful, and ran her finger over one of them. The gravel was scattered away. The marks worn heavily into the dirt. A camera tripod of some sort. It was the first unfamiliar thing she'd seen. The door to the workshop was cracked open slightly, inviting, but she felt no desire to go inside. Quickly, she headed back to her car, but she stopped as soon as she settled into the driver's seat. Her keys were gone, having probably fallen out of her pocket somewhere inside the house.
Thank
She
you,
retraced her
S5
steps.
for the $2. Appreciate you.
What?
Ben, I'm
Oh, yes.
thanking a super chat. They said, Ben out here trying to steal Matt Lillard's role. True. Call me.
I'm trying to steal whoever's playing Freddy's role. I don't know who's playing Freddy.
Just so you know, you are currently only on page 13 of the book. So if you want to do double of what you've just done, then we'll want to do then we're good to keep doing the first chapter. If not, we can transition.
How many chapters?
The last chapter is
There's a table of contents usually.
the 13th, chapter 13.
Oh, okay, so that's not too bad.
Yeah.
We're 1/26th of the way there. That's not... Is that right?
Yeah, that's about right.
Alright.
So do you want me to take over, or do you want to do the whole chapter?
You can take over. I'm gonna
Want me
take this
to take
mask
over?
up, get some drinks
So
in my
we'll
face.
we'll transition in between, like halfway through each chapter.
How's it going, chat?
All right.
What are we at? We're at. I'm gonna take this glove off so I can
Yeah.
scroll easier. What are we at? We're at 23 to a shot.
Sure.
Well, that was $2.
Yeah, I was. Oh, yes. Okay. So probably 48 to a shot. 'Cause we're doing 50.
Oh, is it
bucks.
50?
Yeah, 50 a shot.
Oh, my bad. That
So-
makes sense because we're gonna be
yeah.
doing this for
So
12 hours.
add up. It's not like you don't have to donate $50 all at once. So whatever you
But if you do
are
donate
willing to
50
help,
bucks at once,
yeah, whatever you are willing to do puts us that much closer to the $50, and we appreciate you.
Ben, you're reading the physical book.
Yes, I have the book here.
Okay,
I'm
so
gonna
I
be in
gotta keep track.
storytelling mode here. Yeah, if you're willing to just kind of do this the scrolling for me, since you're gonna be reading from it anyway.
Yes.
All right. She retraced her steps, merely glancing into the living room and kitchen before heading up to her bedroom. The keys were on the wicker chair beside Theodore the rabbit. She picked them up and jangled them for a moment, not quite ready to leave the room behind. She sat down on the bed. Stanley the unicorn had stopped beside the bed as he always did, and as she sat, she patted him absently on the head. It had grown dark while she was outside, and the room was now cast in shadows. Somehow, without the bright sunlight, the toy's flaws and deteriorations were thrown into sharp relief. Theodore's eyes no longer shone, and his thin fur and hanging ear made him look like a sickly vagabond. When she looked down at Stanley, the rust around his eyes made them look like hollow sockets, and his bared teeth, which she had always thought of as a smile, became the awful, knowing grin of a skull. Charlie stood up, careful not to touch him, and hurried toward the door, but her foot caught on the wheel beside the bed. She tripped on the tracks and fell sprawling to the floor. There was a whir of spinning metal, and as she raised her head, a small pair of feet appeared under her nose, clad in shining patent leather. She looked up. There above
Okay,
her
Ben,
was...
pause. We got a $50 donation, so we got to go ahead and take that shot.
Oh shit, shot time.
I was waiting until you finish that. We will do the shots when we see him. I just wanted him to finish the paragraph first.
Word. Alrighty.
Thank you so much. Let me read the name. Ordained Euro or Gyro for the 50. I don't know the currency, but thank you. And they said, please clap.
Please clap.
Ah.
Fuck. Alright. We're one in.
Okay.
Okay. Where was I? There above her was Ella, staring down at her, silent and uninvited, her glassy eyes almost appearing to see. The teacup and saucer were held out before her with a military stiffness. Charlie got up cautiously, taking care not to disturb the doll. She left the room, stepping carefully to avoid accidentally activating any other toys. As Charlie went, Ella retreated to her closet, almost matching her pace. Charlie hurried down the stairs, seized by an urgency to get away. In the car, she fumbled the key 3 times before sliding it into place. She backed too fast down the driveway, running recklessly over the grass of the front yard, and sped away. After about a mile, Charlie pulled over on the shoulder and turned the car off, staring straight ahead through the windshield, her eyes focused on nothing. She forced herself to breathe slowly. She reached up and adjusted the rearview mirror so she could see herself.
All right, 1 second, Ben. Thank you, Real Sim Sadie, for the $2, saying, what are we drinking? I have a Corona, and then I'm drinking tequila, as always. But I am starting to get kind of low on this tequila, so...
Oh.
That's something.
I am drinking... I've got Bud Light seltzer soda things, and then I'm having vodka for my shots.
Let's go. All right. Sorry, Ben. Go ahead.
Okay. She always
Thank you
expected
for the donation.
to see pain, anger, and sorrow written on her face, but they never were. Her cheeks were pink, and her round face looked almost cheerful, like always. Her first weeks living with Aunt Jen, she heard the same things over and over when Aunt Jen introduced her. What a pretty child. What a happy-looking child she is. Charlie always looked like she was about to smile, her brown eyes wide and sparkling, her thin mouth ready to curve up even when she wanted to sob. The incongruity was a mild betrayal. She ran her fingers through her light brown hair as though that would magically fix its slight frizziness and put the mirror back into position. She turned the car back on and searched for a radio station, hoping music might bring her fully back to reality. She flipped from station to station, not really hearing what any of them were playing, and finally settled on an AM broadcast with a host who seemed to be yelling condescendingly at his audience. Is it Alex Jones? She had no idea what he was talking about, but the brash and annoying sound was enough to jar her back into the present. The clock in the car was always wrong, so she checked her watch. It was almost time to meet her friends at the diner they had chosen near the center of town. Charlie pulled back onto the road and drove, letting the sound of the angry talk host radio soothe her mind. When she reached the restaurant, Charlie pulled into the lot and stopped, but did not park. The front of the diner had a long picture window all across it, and she could see right inside. Though she had not seen them for years, it took her only a moment to spot her friends through the glass. Jessica was easiest to pick out from the crowd. She always enclosed pictures with her letters. And right now, she looked exactly like her last photo. Even seated, she was clearly taller than either of the boys and very thin. Though Charlie could not see her whole outfit, she was wearing a loose white shirt with an embroidered vest, and she had a brimmed hat perched on her glossy, shoulder-length brown hair, with an enormous flower threatening to tip it off her head. She was gesturing excitedly about something as she spoke. The two boys were sitting next to each other, facing her. Carlton looked like an older version of his red-headed childhood self. He still had a bit of a baby face, but his features had refined. His hair was carefully tousled and held in place by some alchemical hair product. He was almost pretty for a boy, and he wore a black workout shirt, though she doubted he'd ever worked out a day in his life. Damn. He slouched forward on the table, resting his chin in his hands. Beside him, John sat closest to the window. John had been the kind of child who got dirty before he even went outside. There would be paint on his shirt before the teacher handed out the watercolors, grass stains on his knees before they came near a playground, and dirt under his fingernails just after he washed his hands. Charlie knew it was him because it had to be, but he looked completely different. The grubbiness of his childhood had been replaced by something crisp and clean. He was wearing a neatly pressed light green button-down shirt, the sleeves rolled up and the collar open, preventing him from looking too uptight. He was leaning back confidently in the booth, nodding enthusiastically, apparently absorbed in whatever Jessica was saying. The only concession to his former self was his hair sticking up all over his head, and he had a 5 o'clock shadow, a smug adult version of the dirt he was always covered in as a kid. Charlie smiled to herself. John had been something like her childhood crush, before either of them had really understood what that meant. He gave her cookies from his Transformers lunchbox, and once in kindergarten he took the blame when she broke the glass jar that held colored beads for arts and crafts. She remembered the moments
That ain't love.
Yeah. She remembered when it slipped from her hands and she watched it fall. She could not have moved fast enough to catch it, but she would not have tried. She wanted to see it break. The glass hit the wood floor and shattered into 1,000 pieces, and the beads scattered, many-colored, among the shards. She thought it was beautiful, and then she started to cry. John had a note sent home to his parents, and when she told him thank you, he had winked at her with an irony beyond his years and simply said, "For what?" After that, John was allowed to come to her room. She let him...
Hold on, I got completely screwed up.
Oop.
After that, John, okay, I like scrolled like 6 pages ahead for some reason.
Oops. After that, John
Okay.
was allowed to come to her room. She let him play with Stanley and Theodore, watching anxiously the first time he learned to press the buttons and make them move. She would be crushed if he didn't like them, knowing instinctively that it would make her think less of him. They were her family, but John was fascinated as soon as he saw them. He loved her mechanical toys, and so she loved him. 2 years later, behind a tree beside her father's workshop, she almost let him kiss her, and then it happened, and everything ended, at least for Charlie.
Wait, is John the one who died?
No, Michael died.
Oh, okay. You know what? Actually, I don't care.
I just, that's not even lore, I just remember that from earlier in the book. Yeah, speaking of that, for someone who doesn't care about the lore, you're gonna know a lot more about FNAF lore than most people.
Yeah, I know. I didn't really think this one through.
Charlie shook herself, forcing her mind back to the present. Looking again at Jessica's polished appearance, she glanced down at herself. Purple t-shirt, denim jacket, black
Whoa.
jeans, and combat boots. It had felt like a good choice this morning, but now she wished she had chosen something else. This is all you ever wear, she reminded herself. She parked and locked the car behind her, even though people in Hurricane did not usually lock their cars. Then she went into the diner to meet her friends for the first time in 10 years. The warmth, noise, and light of the restaurant hit her in a wave as she entered. For a moment she was overwhelmed, but Jessica saw her pause in the doorway, and shouted her name. Charlie smiled and went over.
Okay, wait 1 second. Thank you to Brad Dad for the $11. I have to read them first usually. Just found out about y'all a week ago and I'm already hooked. Hands down the funniest creators on this platform. Thank you so much. That's super, super kind. And thank you. This is a weird thing if you just found out about us to join this, but this is pretty on par for us.
Yeah, this is pretty on brand. If you don't like this, then you should leave.
Don't leave, please.
we need you.
But thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right.
Let's see.
Wait, that puts us at, it was 48, 46. Now it's 35. $35.
Hey, they evened
to the
it back
next shot.
out to a $5 increment. Thank you.
Thank you. That was huge.
We're
We're counting foreign currencies as the same because I don't know the conversions. So
take too much time. So the warmth, noise, and light of the restaurant hit her in a wave as she entered. For a moment she was... Or nope, I've already read that. Hi, she said awkwardly, flicking her eyes at each of them, but not fully making contact. Jessica scooted over on the red vinyl bench and patted the seat beside her. Here, sit, she said. I was just telling John and Carlton about my glamorous life. She rolled her eyes as she said it. Oh, about my glamorous life. She rolled her eyes as she said it, managing to convey both self-deprecation and the sense that her life was truly something exciting. Did you know Jessica lives in New York? Carlton said. There was something careful about the way he spoke, like he was thinking about his words before he formed them. John was silent, but he smiled at Charlie anxiously. Jessica rolled her eyes again, and with a flash of déjà vu, Charlie suddenly recalled that this had been a habit even when they were children. 8 million people live in New York, Carlton. It's not exactly an achievement, Jessica said. Carlton shrugged. I've never been anywhere, he said. I didn't know you still lived in town, Charlie said. Where else am I going to live? My family has been here since 1896, he added, deepening his voice to mimic his father. Is that even true? Charlie said. I don't know, Carlton said in his own register. Could be. Dad ran for mayor 2 years ago. I mean, he lost, but still, who runs for mayor? He made a face. I swear, the day I turn 18, I am out of here. Where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna go? John asked, looking seriously at Carlton. Carlton met his eyes just as serious for a moment. Abruptly, he broke away and pointed out the window, closing one eye as if to get his aim true. John raised an eyebrow as he looked out the window, trying to follow the line Carlton was pointing to. Charlie looked too. Carlton wasn't pointing at anything. John opened his mouth to say something, but Carlton interrupted. Or, he said as he smoothly pointed in the opposite direction. Okay. John scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. Anywhere, right? He added with a laugh. I'm confused. That was weird. Where's everyone else? Charlie asked, peering out the window and searching the parking lot for new arrivals. Tomorrow, John said. They're coming tomorrow morning, Jessica jumped in to clarify. Marla's bringing her little brother. Can you believe it? Jason? Charlie smiled. She remembered Jason as a little bundle of blankets with a tiny red face peeking out. I mean, who wants a baby around? Jessica adjusted her hat primly. I'm pretty sure he's not a baby anymore, Charlie said, stifling a laugh. Practically a baby, Jessica said. Anyway, I booked us a room at the motel down the highway. It was all I could find. The boys are staying with Carlton. Okay.
All right,
Charlie
Jessica
said.
Sucks.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to point that out. Jessica sucks.
Yeah. Ugh.
But again, I don't care.
Yeah, you don't care. Let's see, where was I?
Can't stress enough.
Okay, Charlie said. She was vaguely impressed by Jessica's organization, but she wasn't happy about the plan. She was loath to share a room with Jessica, who now seemed like a stranger. Jessica had become the kind of girl who intimidated her. Polished and immaculate, speaking as though she had everything in life figured out. Yeah, she hates Jessica too.
Okay, cool. We're all in the same boat.
For a moment, Charlie considered going back to her old house for the night, but as soon as she thought it, the idea repelled her. That house at night was no longer the province of the living. Don't be dramatic, she scolded herself. But now John was speaking. He had a way of commanding attention with his voice, probably because he spoke less often than everyone else. He spent most of his time listening, but not out of reticence. He was gathering information, speaking only when he had wisdom or sarcasm to dispense. Often it was both, at once. Does anyone know what's happening tomorrow? They were all silent for a moment, and the waitress took the opportunity to come over for their order. Charlie flipped quickly through the menu, her eyes not really focusing on the words. Her turn to order came much faster than she was expecting, and she froze. Eggs, she said at last. The woman's hard expression was still fixed on her, and she realized she had not finished. Scrambled, wheat toast, she added, and the woman went away. Charlie looked back down at the menu. She hated this about herself. When she was caught off guard, she seemed to lose her all ability to act or process what was going on around her. People were incomprehensible, their demands alien. Ordering dinner shouldn't be hard, she thought. She was right. The others had begun their conversation again. She turned her attention to them, feeling like she had fallen behind. What do we even say to his parents? Jessica was saying. Carlton, do you ever see them? Charlie asked. Not really, he said. Around, I guess. Sometimes. I'm surprised they stayed in Hurricane, Jessica said with a note of worldly disapproval in her voice. Charlie said nothing, but she thought, how could they not? His body had never been found. How could they not have secretly hoped he might come home, no matter how impossible they knew it was? How could they leave the only home Michael knew? It would mean really, finally giving up on him. Maybe that was what this scholarship was, an admission that he was never coming home. Charlie was acutely aware that they were in a public place where talking about Michael felt inappropriate. They were, in a sense, both insiders and outsiders. They had been closer to Michael probably more than anyone in this restaurant, but with the exception of Carlton, they were no longer from Hurricane. They did not belong. She saw the tears falling on her paper placemat before she felt them, and she hurriedly wiped her eyes, looking down and hoping no one had noticed. When she looked up, John appeared to be studying his silverware, but she knew he had seen. She was grateful to him for not trying to offer comfort. John, do you still write? Charlie asked. John had declared himself an author when they were about 6, having learned to read and write when he was 4, a year ahead of the rest of them. At the age of 7, he completed his first novel and pressed his poorly spelled, inscrutably illustrated creation on his friends and family, demanding reviews. Charlie remembered that she had given him only 2 stars. John laughed at the question. I actually do my E's the right way these days, he said. I can't believe you remember that, but I do actually, yeah. He stopped, clearly wanting to say more. What do you write? Carlton obliged. And John looked down at his placemat, speaking mostly to the table. Short stories, mostly. I actually had one published last year. I mean, it was just in a magazine, nothing big. They all made suitable noises of being impressed, and he looked up again, embarrassed but pleased. What was the story about? Charlie asked. John hesitated, but before he could speak or decide not to, the waitress returned with their food. They had all ordered from the breakfast menu, coffee, eggs, and bacon, blueberry pancakes for Carlton. The brightly colored food looked hopeful, like a fresh start to the day. Charlie took a bite of her toast, and they all sat silently for a moment. Hey, Carlton, John said suddenly. Whatever happened to Freddy's, anyway? Uh-oh.
Wait, hold on. This guy?
That guy! His place. Freddy's.
Assumedly.
There was a brief hush. Carlton looked nervously at Charlie, then Jessica stared up at the ceiling. John flushed red, and Charlie spoke hastily. It's okay, Carlton. I'd like to know too. Carlton shrugged, stabbing at his pancakes nervously with his fork. They built over it, he said. What did they build? Jessica asked. Is there something else there now? Was it built over or just torn down? John asked. Carlton shrugged again, quick like a nervous tick. Like I said, I don't know. It's too far back from the road to see, and I haven't exactly investigated. It might have been leased to someone, but I don't know what they did. It's all been blocked off for years, under construction. You can't even tell if the building is still there. So it could still be there? Jessica asked, with a spark of excitement breaking through.
Jessica sucks.
Jessica sucks. Like I said, I don't know, Carlton answered. Charlie felt the diner's fluorescent lights glaring down on her face, suddenly too bright. She felt exposed. She had barely eaten, but she found herself rising from the booth, pulling a few crumpled bills from her pocket and dropping them on the table. I'm gonna go outside for a minute. Smoke break, she added hastily. You don't smoke. She chided herself for the clumsy lie as she made her way to the door, jostling past a family of 4 without saying excuse me, and stepped out into the cool evening. She walked to her car and sat on the hood, the metal denting slightly under her weight. She took in breaths of the cool air as if it were water, and closed her eyes. You knew it would come up. You knew you would have to talk about it. She reminded herself. She had practiced on the drive here, and forced herself to think back to happy memories, to smile and say, remember when? She thought she was prepared for this, but of course she had been wrong. Why else would she have run out of the restaurant like a child? Charlie? She opened her eyes and saw John standing next to the car, holding her jacket out in front of him like an offering. You forgot your jacket, he said, and she made herself smile at him. Thanks, she said. She took it and draped it over her shoulders, then slid over on the car's hood for him to sit. Sorry about that, she said. In the dim lights of the parking lot, she could still see him blush to the ears. He joined her on the car's hood, leaving a deliberate space between them. I hadn't learned to think before I talk. I'm sorry. John watched the sky as a plane passed overhead. Charlie smiled, this time unforced. It's okay. I knew it was gonna come up. It had to. It sounds stupid, but I never think about it. I don't let myself. No one knows what happened except my aunt, and we never talk about it. Then I come here and suddenly it's everywhere. I was just surprised, that's all. Uh-oh, John pointed, and Charlie saw Jessica and Carlton hesitating in the doorway of the diner. She waved them over and they came. They came?
Oh no.
Oh no. Remember that time at Freddy's when the merry-go-round got stuck and Marla and that mean kid Billy had to keep riding it until their parents plucked them off, Charlie said. John laughed and the sound made her smile. Their faces were bright red, crying like babies. She covered her face, guilty that it was so funny to her. There was a brief, surprised silence, then Carlton started laughing. Then Marla puked all over him. Sweet justice, Charlie said. Actually, I think it was nachos, John added. Jessica wrinkled her nose. So gross. I never wrote it again. Not after that. Oh, come on, Jessica. They cleaned it, said Carlton. I'm pretty sure kids puked all over that place. Those wet floor signs weren't there for nothing, right, Charlie? Don't look at me. I never puked. We used to spend so much time there. Privileges of knowing the owner's daughter, Jessica said, looking at Charlie with mock accusation. I couldn't help who my dad was, Charlie said, laughing. Jessica looked thoughtful for a moment before she continued. I mean, how could you have a better childhood than spending all day at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza? I don't know, said Carlton. I think that music got to me over the years. He hummed a few bars of the familiar song. Charlie dipped her head to it, recalling the tune. I loved those animals so much, Jessica said suddenly. What's the proper term for them? Animals? Robots? Mascots? I think those are all accurate. Charlie leaned back. Well, anyway, I used to go and talk to the bunny. What was his name? Bonnie, Charlie said. Yeah, said Jessica. I used to complain to him about my parents. I always thought he had an understanding look about him. Carlton laughed. Animatronic therapy, recommended by 6 out of 7 crazy people. Shut up, Jessica retorted. I knew he wasn't real, I just liked talking to him. Charlie smiled a little. I remember that, she said. Jessica in her prim little dresses, her brown hair in 2 tight braids like a little kid out of an old book. Walking up to the stage when the show was over, whispering earnestly to the life-sized animatronic rabbit. If anyone came up beside her, she instantly went silent and still, waiting for them to go away so she could resume her one-sided conversations. Charlie had never talked to the animals at her father's restaurant or felt close to them like some kids seemed to. Although she liked them, they belonged to the public. She had her own toys, mechanical friends waiting for her at home that belonged only to her. I liked Freddy, said John. I'm in a call with Freddy. John liked him.
You
Yo,
liked me, John?
let's go. He always seemed the most relatable. I agree. You know, there are a lot of things about my childhood that I can't remember at all, but I swear I can close my eyes and see every last detail of that place. Even the gum I used to stick under the table. Gum? Yeah, right, those were boogers. Jessica took a tiny step away from Carlton. He grinned. I was 7, what do you want? You all picked on me back then. Remember when Marla wrote Carlton smells like feet on the wall outside? You did smell like feet. Jessica laughed with a sudden outburst. Jessica sucks.
Jessica sucks.
Jessica sucks. Carlton shrugged,
Fuck.
unperturbed. I used to try to hide when it was time to go home. I wanted to be stuck in there overnight so I could have the whole place to myself. Yeah, you always kept everyone waiting, and you always hid under the same table. Charlie spoke slowly, and when she did, everyone turned to her as though they had been waiting. Sometimes I feel like I remember every inch of it, like Carlton, but sometimes it's like I hardly remember it at all. It's all in pieces. Like I remember the carousel and that time it got stuck. I remember drawing on the placemats. I remember little things, eating that greasy pizza, hugging Freddy in the summer and his yellow fur getting stuck all over my clothes. But a lot of it is like pictures, like it happened to someone else. They were all looking at her oddly. Freddy was brown, right? Jessica
that's what I
looked
was
to the
thinking.
others for confirmation. I guess you really don't remember it that well after all. Carlton teased Charlie and she remembered, and she laughed briefly. Right, I meant brown, she said. Oh, right, I meant brown, she said. Brown. Freddy was brown. Of course he was. She could see him in her mind now. But somewhere in the depths of her recall there was a flash of something else. Carlton launched into another story, and Charlie tried to turn her attention to him, but there was something disturbing, worrisome about that lapse in memory. It was 10 years ago. It's not like you've got dementia at 17, she told herself. But it was such a basic detail to have misremembered. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught John looking at her, a pensive expression on his face, as though she had said something important. You really don't know what happened to it? She asked Carlton with more urgency in her voice than she intended. He stopped talking, surprised. Sorry, she said. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. It's okay, he said. But yeah, or no, I don't really know what happened. How can you not know? You live here. Charlie, come on, said John. It's not like I hang around that part of town. Things are different. The town has grown. Carlton said mildly, seeming unruffled by her outburst. And I honestly don't look for reasons to go around there, you know? Why would I? There isn't any reason. Not anymore. We could go there, John said suddenly, and Charlie's heart skipped. Carlton looked nervously at Charlie. What? Seriously, it's a mess. I don't even know if you can even get to it. Charlie found herself nodding. She felt as though she had spent the whole day weighed down by memory, seeing everything through a filter of years, and now she felt suddenly alert, her mind fully present. She wanted to go. Yeah, let's do it, she said. Even if there's nothing there, I want to see. They were all silent. Suddenly, John smiled, with a reckless confidence. Yeah, let's do it. And that's
Let's
chapter
do it.
1. Oh my god.
1/13 of the way there.
How the fuck long have we been doing this? It's been like 45 minutes. It's actually making decent time, I think.
I think so. Ben, I think I'm taking over, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Ooh,
Let's go.
that was a lot of reading.
Yeah, you want to let me know when I... Keep an eye on chat. There's $35 towards the next shot. Stop me at the end of a paragraph or something if we get there.
Alrighty. How we doing, chat?
Chapter 2. Charlie pulled to a stop. This mask is not going to stay on for the entirety of this reading, I don't think.
Yeah, in fact, I think it makes more sense to have it off when you're reading and on when you're not.
It's actually more of a pain in the neck when I'm not, because I have to read that and read chat.
Yeah.
So it's I have to turn my whole head to see
Yeah.
because there's very small eye holes. All right. Charlie pulled to a stop, feeling the soft give of dirt under her tires, and turned off the car. She got out and surveyed their surroundings. The sky was rich, dark blue, the last trails of the sunset streaking off to the west. The parking lot was unpaved, and before them lay a sprawling monster of a building, a rising acre of glass and concrete. There were lamps in the parking lot, that had never been used, and no lights shone out onto the lot. The building itself looked like an abandoned sanctuary, entombed in the black trees amid the distant roar of civilization. She looked at Jessica in the passenger seat, who was craning her neck out the window. "Is this the right place?" Jessica asked. Charlie shook her head slowly, not quite certain what she was seeing. "I don't know," she whispered. Charlie got out of the car and stood in silence as John and Carlton pulled up beside her. What is this?" John stepped out of the car cautiously and stared blankly at the monument. "Does anyone have a flashlight?" He looked at each of them. Carlton held up his keychain and waved around the feeble glow of a pen light for a minute. "Great," John muttered, walking away with the resignation. "Hold on a sec," Charlie said, and went around to her trunk. "My aunt makes me carry around a bunch of stuff for emergencies." Aunt Jen, loving but severe, had taught Charlie self-reliance above almost anything else before she let Charlie have her old blue Honda. I didn't realize that was a sentence break. Before she let Charlie have her old blue Honda, she had insisted that Charlie know how to change a tire, check the oil, and know the basic parts of the engine. In the trunk, in a black box tucked in next to the jack, spare tire, and a small crowbar, she had a blanket. A heavy police-issue flashlight, bottled water, granola bars, matches, and emergency flares. Charlie grabbed the flashlight. Carlton grabbed a granola bar. Almost by silent agreement, they began to walk the building's perimeter. Charlie, holding up the light in a steady beam in front of them. What?
Huh?
Oh, never mind. There was a comma there and I got confused. That didn't seem like the... Okay, sorry. The building itself looked mostly finished, but the ground was all dirt and rock, uneven and soft. Charlie shone the light on the ground, where grass had grown patchy in the dirt, inches long. "No one has been digging for a while," Charlie said. The place was massive, and it took a long time to circumnavigate. It wasn't long before the rich blue of the evening was overtaken by a blanket of scattered silver clouds and stars. The surfaces of the building were all the same smooth beige concrete, with windows too high up on the walls to see inside. "Did they really build this whole thing and then just leave?" Jessica sucks. Carlton, said John. "You really don't know anything about what happened." Carlton shrugged expansively. "I told you, I knew there was construction, but I don't know anything else." "Why would they do this?" John seemed almost paranoid, scouting the trees as though eyes might be looking back at him. "It just goes on and on." He squinted, gazing along the outside wall of the building, which seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance. He glanced back to the trees as if making sure that they hadn't missed a building somehow. "No, it was here." He placed his hand on the drab concrete facing. "It's gone." After a moment, he gestured to the others to begin to walk back the way they came. Reluctantly, Charlie turned back, following the group. They kept going until they could see their cars again up ahead in the darkness. "Sorry, guys. I hope there would at least be something familiar," Carlton said exhaustedly. "Yeah," Charlie said. She had known it would be, but seeing the... Wait, what? "Yeah," Charlie said. She had known it would be, but seeing that Freddy's had been razed to the ground was still a shock. It was so paramount, sometimes, in her mind, that she wanted to get rid of it, wanted to scrub the memories, good and bad, from her head, as if they had never been. Now, someone had scrubbed it from the landscape, and it felt like a violation. It should have been up to her, right? She thought. Because you had the money to buy it and preserve it, like Aunt Jen did with the house. Jessica wrinkled her nose. "Your aunt really wasn't kidding around, huh? Ever used it?" "Not yet." Charlie winked and made a half-threatening glance at John, who returned an uncertain half-smile, unsure how to react. The wide entrances were sealed with hammered metal doors, no doubt intended to be temporary. What?
I think you skipped a bit. Could be wrong. You might have skipped a page. Charlie, yes, this is where we're supposed to be.
Oh my god, I didn't even notice. Shows how much I care. "Charlie," John was saying her name, and it sounded like he was repeating it. "Sorry," she said. "What were you saying?" "Do you want to go inside?" Jessica asked. Wait, where were we right before this? Okay. "Charlie," John was saying her name, and it sounded like he was repeating it. "Sorry," she said. "What were you saying?" "Do you want to go inside?" Jessica sucks. Charlie was surprised that they were only now considering this, but then again, none of them was usually prone to criminal activity. The thought was a release, and she took a deep breath, speaking on her exhale. Why not, she said, almost laughing. She hefted the flashlight. Her arms were getting tired. Anyone else want to turn? She waved it back and forth like a pendulum. Carlton grabbed it and took a moment to appreciate its weight. Why is this so heavy, he said, passing it off to John. Here you go. It's a police flashlight, Charlie said absently. You can hit people with it. Jessica wrinkled her nose. Your aunt really wasn't kidding around, huh? Ever used it? Ah, now I see. Okay, that makes more sense now. Not yet. Charlie winked and made a half-threatening glance at John, who returned an uncertain half-smile, unsure how to react. The wide entrances were sealed with hammered metal doors, no doubt intended to be temporary until construction was finished. Still, it wasn't difficult to find a way in, since many large mounds of gravel and sand scaled the walls, leading right to the edges of the large gaping windows. Not trying hard to keep people out, John said. What's anyone going to steal? Charlie said, staring at the blank, towering walls. They climbed the hills slowly, the gravel shifted and sliding beneath their feet as they went. Carlton reached the window first and peered through. Jessica looked over his shoulder. Can we drop down? John asked. Yes, said Carlton. No, Jessica sucks, at precisely the same time. I'll go, Charlie said. She felt reckless. Without looking through to see how far the fall was, she put her feet through the opening and let herself drop. She landed, knees bent. The impact rocked her, but it did not hurt. She looked up at her friend staring down. Oh, hang on, Charlie called, pulling a short stepladder from a wall nearby and setting it under the window. Okay, she said, come on. They dropped down.
We got $33 from Ordained Euro. I think that's probably another shot, right?
I think we're technically $2 away from another shot, but I don't mind calling it on that.
Okay. Thank you again.
What did they say, or did they say anything?
Nothing. Just 33 euros and a funny picture of 33. Or 33 pounds and a funny picture of Link. For this shot. All right. Thank you again. Cheers, chat. God, that sucks. Okay.
Yeah, it really does.
Okay.
Okay. 1 second while I get my bearings right again. Fuck. Okay. Okay, we said, where were we at? Jessica sucked. Come on, okay.
She said, come on.
Okay. They dropped down one by one and looked around them. Inside was an atrium, or maybe it would have been a food court with metal benches and plastic tables scattered around, some bolted to the floor. The ceiling rose up. Wait, hold on. I went the wrong way, maybe? Yep, I accidentally scrolled the wrong way. The ceiling rose up high above them with a glass roof where they could see the stars peering down at them. Very post-apocalyptic, Charlie joked, her voice echoing in the open space. Jessica sang a brief, wordless scale suddenly, startling them all into silence. Her voice rang out pure and clear, something beautiful in the emptiness. Very nice, but let's not call too much attention to ourselves, John said. Right, Jessica sucks, still very happy with herself, as they walked on.
That?
I don't know, that was really weird. She's a weird person and she sucks.
Yeah, we hate her.
Carlton swept up and took her arm. Your voice is amazing, he said. It's just good acoustics, Jessica sucks, attempting humility but not meaning a word of it. They walked the empty halls, peering into each of the massive cavities where a department store may have been. Some parts of the mall had been almost finished, while others were in shambles. Some hallways were littered with piles of dusty concrete bricks and stacks of wood. Others were lined with glass-paneled storefronts, lights hanging in perfect rows above their heads. It's like a lost city, John said. Like Pompeii, said Jessica, just without the volcano. No, Charlie said, there's nothing here. The whole place has a sterile feel to it. It was not abandoned. It had never... Oh, I didn't realize she wasn't still talking. It was not abandoned. It had never sustained life at all. She looked in a store window across from her, one of the few with glass, wondering what would have been displayed. She imagined mannequins dressed in bright clothing, but when she tried to picture them, all she could see was blank faces concealing something. She suddenly felt out of place, unwelcomed by the building itself. Charlie began to feel restless. some of the luster wearing off the adventure. They had come, Freddy was gone, and so was the shrine she had kept in her thoughts, where she could still find Michael playing where she last saw him. John stopped suddenly, turning off the flashlight as carefully as he would. He put a finger to his lips, motioning for silence. He gestured back the way they had come. In the distance, they saw a small light bobbing in the darkness like a ship in the fog. Someone else is here, he hissed. A night guard, maybe? Carlton whispered. Why would an abandoned building need a night guard? Charlie wondered.
Why would an abandoned building need a night guard?
Why would an abandoned building need a night guard? Charlie wondered. Kids probably come here to party, Carlton said, then grinned. I would have come here to party too if I'd known about it, or if I partied. That was sad. Okay, well, let's backtrack slowly, John said. Jessica, he started, then made a zip it motion across his lips. I thought he was going to do like Jessica Smash, like Hulk Smash. They continued down the hallway, this time with only the dimmer lights of Carlton's keychain. Wait, Jessica stopped with a whisper, looking intently at the walls surrounding them. Something's not right. Yeah, no giant pretzels, I know. Carlton seemed sincere. Jessica waved a hand at him impatiently. No, something isn't right about the architecture. She took several steps back, trying to see the whole of it. Something is definitely not right, she repeated. It's bigger on the outside. Bigger on the outside, Charlie repeated, sounding puzzled. I mean, there's a big difference between where the inside wall is and where the outside wall is. Look. Jessica ran along a length of wall between her, where two stores would have been. There would have been a store here, and a store there. John pointed to the obvious, not understanding the problem. But there's something in the middle, Jessica explained, beating her hands against an empty portion of the wall. This part juts out into the parking lot, like the stores on each side, but there's no way into it. You're right, Charlie you're right. Charlie started walking toward Jessica, studying the walls. There should be another entrance here. And, Jessica dropped her voice so that only Charlie could hear her, about the same size as Freddy's, don't you think? Charlie's eyes widened, and she took a quick step back from Jessica. What are you two whispering about? Carlton stepped closer. We're talking about you, Jessica said sharply. Jessica sucks. And they walked into one of the vacant department stores that seemed to sandwich the sealed space. Come on, she said. Let's take a look. They started combing the wall as a group clustered around the tiny light. Charlie was not sure what to hope for. Aunt Jen had warned her about coming back. She didn't encourage Charlie to skip the memorial, not directly. But she wasn't pleased that Charlie was returning to Hurricane. Just be careful, Aunt Jen had said. Some memories are best left undisturbed. Is that why you kept Dad's house, Charlie thought now? Is that why you kept paying for it, leaving it untouched like some kind of shrine but never visiting? Hey! John was gesturing wildly, running inside to catch up to the rest of them. Hide! The light was out in the hall again, bobbing up and down, and it was coming closer. Charlie glanced around. They were already too deep inside the massive store to get out in time, and there seemed to be nowhere to hide. Here, Jessica whispered. Why is there an exclamation point if she whispered? That's because Jessica sucks. There was a break in the wall beside a rig of scaffolding, and they hurried into it, squeezing past stacks of open boxes and sheets of plastic hanging from the ceiling. They made their way down what appeared to be makeshift hallway just on the other side of the department store wall. It was really more like an alley. It was incongruous with the rest of the mall. I probably screwed that word up. Not shiny and new, but dank and musty. Dank, let's go. One wall was made out of the same concrete as the outside of the building, though it was rough and unfinished, and the other was exposed brick, leaving parts faded smoothly with age. Others with the mortar crumbling, leaving chinks and holes. Heavy wooden shelves of cleaning equipment stood against the wall, listening to the side, their boards sinking under the weight of old paint cans and mysterious buckets. Something was dripping from uncovered pipes overhead, leaving puddles that they all stepped carefully around. A mouse scuttled by, almost running over Carlton's foot. Carlton made a strangled sound, hand over his mouth. They crouched down behind one of the wooden shelving units, pressing up against the wall. Charlie doused the light and waited. She took shallow breaths, perfectly still, watching and wishing she had picked a better position to freeze into. After a few minutes, her legs started to feel numb under her, and Carlton was so close that she could smell the light. The light, pleasant scent. I thought she meant like the light bulb that they had. The light, pleasant scent of his shampoo. "That's nice," she whispered. "Thanks," Carlton said, knowing immediately what she was referring to. "It comes in Ocean Breeze and Tropical Paradise. I prefer Ocean Breeze, but it dries the scalp." "Hush," John hissed. Charlie wasn't sure why she was so worried. It was just a night guard, and at the worst, they would have been asked to leave, maybe yelled at a little. She had an overblown aversion to getting in trouble. The bobbing light came closer. Charlie was acutely aware of her body, holding every muscle motionless. Suddenly, she could make out a thin figure leaning in from the great room outside. He shone his light in a long beam down the hallway, sweeping it up and down the walls. "He's got us," Charlie thought, but inexplicably, he turned and went, apparently satisfied. We did get a super chat.
Oh, yes.
Color. I don't know if we got any other ones or just that one.
That's
I think it's
just the
just
one.
that one.
Yeah, two pounds from Ordained Gyro, Big Preach, saying cyberpunk music, please. I don't really have a way to change the music. We're kind of just rocking with it. Hope you guys are digging it.
Enjoy the music. Where the fuck is my mouse?
So that puts us 48 away from the
Turn
next
and
show.
apparently, but inexplicably, turn and went. Apparently satisfied. They waited. Wait, how much do we need? 48 to another shot?
Yeah. So that was
Alright.
the first one since our last shot.
Yeah. They waited another few minutes, but there was nothing. He was gone. They all moved slowly out of their crouched positions, stretched limbs that had gone to sleep. Carlton shook one foot vigorously until he could stand on it. Charlie looked down at Jessica, who was still hunched over and still sucked, as if frozen in time. "Jessica, are you okay?" she whispered. Jessica looked up, smiling. "You won't believe this." She was pointing at the wall, and Charlie leaned over to see. There, etched in the worn brick, were clumsy letters, almost illegible in a child's handiwork. "Carlton smells like feet."
It all comes
You
back
have to be-
around.
Yeah, it's all about the feet. "You have to be kidding me," John whispered in awe, turning to face the wall and placing both hands against it. "I recognize these bricks," he laughed. "These are the same bricks."
Same
His smile
brisks?
faded. Brisks, they were drinking brisk. His smile faded. "They didn't tear it down? They built around it?" "It's still here," Jessica unsuccessfully tried to keep her voice down. "Because she sucks. There has to be a way in," she added, her eyes wide with almost childish excitement. Charlie shone the flashlight up and down the hallway, playing the light off each wall. But there was no break, no door. "There was a back door to Freddy's," John said. "Marla wrote that right next to the back door, right?" "Why didn't they just knock it down?" Charlie pondered. "Does this hallway just lead nowhere?" Jessica said, puzzled. "It's the story of my life," Carlton said lightly. "Wait." Charlie ran her fingers along the edge of a shelf, peering through the odds and ends crammed onto it. The wall behind it looked different. It was metal, not brick. "Right here." She stepped back and looked at the others. "Help me move it." John and Jessica pressed against one side in unified effort, and she and Carlton pulled on the other. It was immensely heavy, laden with cleaning supplies and large buckets of nails and tools, but it slid farther down the hall almost easily without incident. Jessica stepped back, breathing hard. "John, give me the big light again." He handed it over, and she turned it back on, aiming it where the shelf had stood. "This is it," she said. It was metal, rusting, spattered with paint, a stark contrast to the walls around it. There was only a hole where the handle had been. Someone must have removed it so the shelf could lie flush against the door. Silently, Charlie handed the flashlight back to John, and he held it above her head so that she could see. She slipped around the others and tried to squeeze her fingers into the hole where the doorknob once was, trying to pull it open to no avail. "It's not going to open," she said. John was behind her, peering over her shoulder. "Just a second." He squeezed himself into the space behind her and knelt carefully. "I don't think it's locked or anything," he said. "I think it's just rusty. Look at it." The door extended all the way to the floor, its bottom ragged and unfinished. The hinges were on the other side, and the edges were caked in rust. It looked as though it had not been opened in years. John and Charlie pulled on it together and moved it a fraction of an inch. Yay! Jessica exclaimed, almost shouting, then covered her mouth. Sorry,
Sick.
she said in a whisper, containing my excitement. Yeah, she sucks.
Sucks.
They took turns pulling on it, leaning over one another, the metal scraping their fingers. The door held for a long moment, and then it came loose under their weight, swinging open slowly with an unearthly screech. That's my unearthly screech.
It was pretty unearthly.
Thank you. I take cash. Tips. Charlie looked nervously over her shoulder, but the guard did not appear. The door opened only about a foot wide, and they were one by one until all four were through. Inside, the air changed, and they all stopped short. Ahead of them was a dark hallway, familiar to them all. Is this? Jessica whispered, not taking her eyes from the dark expanse. It's here, Charlie thought. She held out her hand for the flashlight, and John handed it to her wordlessly. She shone the light ahead of them, sweeping the walls. They were covered in children's drawings, crayon on yellowing, curling paper. She started forward, and the others followed, feet shuffling on old tile. It seemed to take forever to traverse the hall, or perhaps it was just that they were moving slowly, with methodical, deliberate steps. Eventually, the hallway opened up into a larger expanse, the dining room. Hold on, I screwed up. It was just as they remembered it, completely preserved. The flashlight beam bounced off 1,000 little things, reflective, glittered, or topped with foil ribbon. The tables were still in place, covered in their silver and white checked cloths. The chairs were pulled up to them haphazardly, some tables with too many and others with too few. It looked as though the room had been abandoned in the middle of the lunch hour. Everyone had gotten up expecting to return, but never did. They walked in cautiously, breathing cold, stale air that had been trapped inside for a decade. The whole restaurant gave off a sense of abandonment. No one was coming back. There was a small merry-go-round barely visible in the distant corner, with 4 child-sized ponies still at rest from their last song. In an instant, Charlie froze in place, as did the others. There they were. Eyes stared back from the dark, large and lifeless. An illogical panic pulsed through her. Time held still. No one spoke. No one breathed, as though a predatory animal was stalking them. But as the moments passed, the fear waned, until she was back again, as a child and with old friends, separated from one another for far too long. Charlie walked toward the eyes in a straight line. Behind her, the others were motionless. Hers were the only footsteps. As Charlie walked, she touched the cold back of an old party chair without looking at it. Guiding it out of her path, she took one final step, and the eyes in the dark became clear. It was them. Charlie smiled. "Hi," she whispered. Too soft for the others to hear. Before her stood 3 animatronic animals, a bear, a rabbit, and a chicken, all standing as tall as adults, maybe taller. Their bodies were segmented like artists' models, each limb made of distinct, squarish pieces, separate at the... Wait, uh-oh. I got screwed up. Joints. We didn't have a super chat or anything, right? Ow.
No, nothing.
Okay.
You're about 1 page away from being able to switch over to me.
Okay. They belonged to the restaurant, or maybe the restaurant belonged to them. And there had been a time when everyone knew them by name. There was Bonnie, the rabbit. His fur was bright blue. His squared-off muzzle held a permanent smile, and his wide and chipped pink eyes were thick-lidded, giving him a perpetually worn-out expression. His ears stuck up straight, crinkling over at the top, and his large feet splayed out for balance. He held a red bass guitar, blue paws poised to play, and around his neck was a bow tie that matched the instrument's fiery color. Chica the chicken was more bulky and had an apprehensive look. Thick black eyebrows arching over her purple eyes and her beak slightly open, revealing teeth. As she held out a cupcake on a platter, the cupcake itself was something somewhat disturbing, with eyes set into its pink frosting and teeth hanging out over the cake, a single candle sticking out the top. I always expected the cupcake to jump off the plate. Carlton gave a half laugh and cautiously stepped up to Charlie's side. They seem taller than I remember, he added in a whisper. That's because you never got this close as a kid, Charlie smiled, at ease, and stepped closer. You were busy hiding under the tables, Jessica sucks from behind them, still some distance away. Chica wore a bib around her neck with the words "Let's Eat" set out in purple and yellow against a confetti-covered background. A tuft of feathers stuck up in the middle of her head. Standing between Bonnie and Chica was Freddy Fazbear himself, namesake of the restaurant. He was the most genial-looking of the three, seeming at ease where he was. A robust, if lean, brown bear. Lean? Let's go.
Let's go.
He smiled down at the audience, holding a microphone in one paw. I don't have a microphone. I have this.
Yeah.
I dropped my magnet.
Oop.
Sporting a black bow tie and top hat. The only incongruity in his features was the color of his eyes. A bright blue. Doesn't really feel like they're.
Yours are just kind of white with holes.
Blue that surely no bear had ever had before him. His mouth hung open, and his eyes were partially closed, as though he had been frozen in song. Carlton drew closer to the stage until his knees pressed against the rim of it. "Hey, Freddy," he whispered. "Long time no see." He reached out and grabbed at the microphone, wiggling to see if he could get it loose. "Don't!" Charlie blurted, looking up into Freddy's fixed gaze as though making sure he hadn't noticed. Carlton pulled his hand back like he had touched something hot. "Sorry." "Come on," John said, cracking a smile. "Don't you want to see the rest of the place?" They spread out across the room, peering into corners and carefully trying doors, acting as though everything might be breakable to the touch. John went over to the small carousel and Carlton disappeared into the dark arcade of the main room. "I remember it being a lot brighter and noisier in here," Carlton smiled, as though at home again, running his hands over the aging knobs and flat plastic buttons. "I wonder if my high scores are still here," he muttered to himself.
I can take it
To the
over
left
now
of the
if
stage.
you're ready
Oh,
for
okay.
that.
Yeah, hold on.
All right, guys, what do we have? 48 to another shot?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything since.
All right, let's go.
Okay. Oh. Hold on. Just double check that the stream is good. A couple of chats
It better
confused
be.
me. Yeah, it should be. It looks good on my end. Chat, everything look good still?
Let us know, chat.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, it seems like
Wait,
Seems
is
like
everything good?
it seems like everything is good.
I'll pull it up on my phone just to make sure.
Everything is good for yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should be good. Okay, cool. Chat was acting a fool and I got confused.
All right, guys.
Um,
$48 towards another shot.
Hell yeah. Okay. Ah! Whoa!
Or what, 10 memberships?
Yeah. Yeah, we're still at 10 memberships. I remember it being, or no, to the left of the stage was a small hallway. Half hoping no one would notice where she had gone, Charlie started down it silently as the others occupied themselves with their own curiosities. At the end of the short plain corridor was her father's office. It had been Charlie's favorite place in the whole restaurant. She liked to play with her friends in the main area, but she loved the singular privilege of coming back here when her father was doing paperwork. She paused outside the closed door, her hand poised over the knob, remembering. Most of the room was filled with his desk, his filing cabinets and small boxes of uninteresting parts. In one corner was a smaller filing cabinet painted a salmon color that Charlie had always insisted was pink. That had been Charlie's. The bottom drawer held toys and crayons, and the top had what she liked to call my paperwork. It was mostly coloring books and drawings, but occasionally she would go over to her father's desk and try to copy down whatever he was writing in a childish, crayoned hand. Charlie tried the door, but it was locked. Better this way, she thought. The office was personal, but she did not really want it opened tonight.
1 second, Ben. Thank you, Jax Ash, for the $6.99 Canadian with the little fun sticker guy saying keep it up and doing this. So, we will keep it up. Jesus Christ, we will keep it up.
Oh my god, we're gonna keep it up for a fucking while. Okay. She headed back into the main dining room and found John looking pensively at the merry-go-round. He eyed her with curiosity, but did not ask where she had gone. I used to love this thing, Charlie smiled, approaching warmly. Yet now the painted figures seemed odd and lifeless to her. John made a face, as though he knew what she was thinking. Not the same, he said. He rubbed his hand over the top of a polished pony as though to scratch it behind the ear. Just not the same, he repeated, removing his hand and gazing elsewhere. Charlie glanced over to see where the others were. In the arcade, she could see Jessica and Carlton wandering among the games. The consoles stood still and unlit like massive tombstones, their screens blank. I never liked playing the games, Jessica said, smiling. They moved too fast, and just when I'd start to figure out what to do, I'd die, and it would be someone else's turn. She wiggled a joystick that squeaked from neglect. They were rigged
All right, Ben,
anyway.
stop for a second. Thank you to the Real Slim Sadie for the $4.99. More dollars because I had a bad week and a bad day at work, and you guys are making it better. Well, thank you so much
Appreciate
for
ya.
the $5. Let's see,
Thanks
we
for
had
coming through.
so that's 7 off of the 48, so that became 41, and then the 5 down from the 41 is 36. $36 to the next shot. Thank you guys so much, and thank you so much to both of the last donations for the support. Super duper awesome. You guys are the best.
Love you guys, appreciate it. Okay, where the hell was I? They were rigged anyway, Carlton said with a wink. When's the last time you played one of these? Jessica asked, peering closely into one of the screens to see what image was burned into it from too many years of use. Carlton was busy rocking a pinball machine back and forth, trying to get a ball to come loose. There's a pizza place I visit sometimes. He set the table back on 4 legs, carefully, and glanced at Jessica. But it's no Freddy's, he added.
Something's off about Carlton.
Yeah.
We gotta acknowledge that there's something off about Carlton.
Yeah, he doesn't suck, but he's a little bit. He's a
There's
little bit
something
sus.
off.
He might be sus.
Yeah.
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 But it's no Freddy's, he added. John was roaming through the dining room again, amid the tables, flicking the stars and spirals hanging overhead. He plucked a red party hat from the table, stretched the rubber band hanging loosely from its base, and snapped it around his head, red and white tassels hanging down over his face. Oh, let's check out the kitchen, he said. Charlie followed as he bounded off toward it. Although the kitchen had been off limits to her friends, she'd spent a lot of time there, so much that the chefs chased her out by name, or at least by the name they heard her father call her, Charlotte. John overheard someone calling her Charlotte one day when they were in kindergarten, and persisted in teasing her with it constantly. He could always get a rise out of her with that. It wasn't that Charlie didn't like her full name, but Charlie was who she was to the world. Her father called her Charlotte, and it was like a secret between them, something no one else was allowed to share. The day she left Hurricane for good, the day she said goodbye. Wait, what? The day she left Hurricane.
The day she left Hurricane for good. The day she said goodbye.
John had hesitated. Bye, Charlie, he said. In their cards, letters, and phone calls, he had never called her Charlotte again. She never asked why, and he never told her. The kitchen was still fully stocked with pots and pans, but it held little interest for Charlie in the midst of her memories. She headed back out into the open space of the dining room, and John followed. At the same time, Jessica and Carlton stumbled out of the arcade, tripping into each other as they crossed the thresholds between the rooms in the dark. Anything interesting?
All right, and 1 second.
Yep.
Thank you, Bryn Hannah, for the 220 Canadian. They said balls.
Balls.
So that'll take us down to 34.
Alrighty.
$34 to the next shot.
Anything interesting? John asked. A gum wrapper, 30 cents, and Jessica. So no, not really. Carlton said. Jessica playfully gave him a punch in the shoulder. Oh, have we all forgotten? Jessica gave an evil smile, pointing to another hallway on the opposite side of the dining room. She headed toward it swiftly before anyone could answer, and they followed her. The hallway was long and narrow, and the further they went, the less the flashlight seemed to illuminate. At last, the passage opened out into a small room for private parties, set up with its own tables and chairs. As they entered, there was a collective hush. There in front of them was a small stage, the curtain drawn. A sign was strung across the front. Out of order, it read in neat handwritten letters. They stood still for a minute. Then Jessica went up to it and poked the sign. Pirate's Cove, she said. 10 years later, and it's still out of order. Don't touch it, Charlie thought. I had one birthday back here, John said. It was out of order then, too. He took hold of the edge of the curtain and rubbed the glittered fabric between his fingers. No, Charlie wanted to say again, but stopped. You're being silly, she chided herself. You think he's still back there? Jessica said playfully, threatening to make the reveal with one giant swing on the curtain. I'm sure he is. John gave a false smile, seeming uncomfortable for the first time. Yes, he's still there, Charlie thought. She stepped back cautiously, suddenly becoming aware of the drawings and posters surrounding them like spiders on the wall. Charlie's flashlight carefully inched from picture to picture, all depicting different variations of the same character. A large and energetic pirate fox with a patch over one eye and a hook for a hand, usually swinging in to deliver a pizza to hungry children. This is the room where you were the one hiding under the tables, Jessica said to Charlie, trying to laugh. But you're a big girl now, right? Jessica sucks. Jessica climbed up on the stage unsteadily, almost losing her footing. John reached out a hand to steady herself as she righted herself. She giggled nervously, looking down at the others as though for guidance, then grabbed hold of the tasseled edge of the fabric. She waved her other hand in front of her face as dust fell from the cloth. Maybe this isn't a good idea? She laughed, but there was an edge to her voice, like she really meant it. And she looked down at the stage for a moment, as though poised to climb back down. Still, she didn't move, taking the edge of the curtain again. Wait, John said. Can you hear that? We got a couple of...
Yeah, I was about to stop you. Thank you, Jax Ash, for the $6.99 saying Wungus Chungus. I had to read that out loud. Thank you, S5, for the $5. Saying, me, Mom, can we have Scooby-Doo? Mom, we have Scooby-Doo at home. Scooby-Doo at home, this book.
True.
But not us. We're not Scooby-Doo at home. We're like the better. We're like if you had Scooby-Doo at home and it was awesome.
I'm Shaggy at home.
You are?
Yeah, I'm Matthew Lillard.
So wait, okay, so that we were at 34. So 34 minus 7 is 27. 27 minus 5 is 22. $22 to the next shot. Sorry, right. Ben, for the rude interruption. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you guys so much.
Interrupt me more. They were all dead.
It will only make this stream last longer.
Yeah. And in the silence, Charlie could hear them all breathing. John's breaths were deliberate and calm, Jessica's quick and nervous. As she thought about it, her own breathing began to feel odd, like she had forgotten how to do it. I don't hear anything, she said. Me neither, Jessica echoed. What is it? Music. It's coming from... He gestured back the way they came. From the stage? Charlie cocked her head to the side. I don't hear it. It's like a music box, he said. Charlie and Jessica listened carefully, but their blank expressions didn't change. It stopped, I guess. John returned his gaze forward. Maybe it was an ice cream truck? Jessica sucked. Hey, that wouldn't be so bad right now. John appreciated the levity. Jessica turned her attention back to the curtain, but John began to hum a tune to himself. It reminded me of something, he mumbled. Okay, here I go, Jessica announced. She did not move. Charlie found her eyes drawn to Jessica's hand on the curtain, her pink manicured nails pale against the dark glittery fabric. It was almost like the hushed moment in a theater crowd when the lights went dark but the curtain had not yet risen. They were all still, all anticipating, but they were not watching a play, no longer playing a game. All the mirth had gone out of Jessica's face. Her cheekbones stood out stark in the shadows, and her eyes looked grim, as though the simple thing she was about to do might be of terrible consequence. As Jessica hesitated, Charlie realized her hand hurt. She was making a fist so tight her nails dug into her flesh, but she could not force her grip to loosen. A crash sounded from back the way they came, a cascading, clanging noise ringing out and filling the whole space. John and Charlie froze, meeting each other's eyes in sudden panic. Jessica dropped the curtain and leaped off the stage, bumping into Charlie and knocking the light out of her hands. "Where's the way out?" she exclaimed, and John came over to help. They hurriedly searched the walls, and Charlie chased the light beam spiraling across the floor. Just as they were all back to their feet, Carlton came trotting in. "I knocked over a bunch of pots in the kitchen," he exclaimed, an apology amid the panic. "I thought you were with us," Charlie said. "I wanted to see if there was any food left." Carlton said, not making it clear if he'd found anything or not.
I-
Seriously?
Carlton is sus.
Carlton is sus.
Super sus.
Yeah.
John, I'm still a little bit. My like Scream / Scooby-Doo things are just like making me go like, I'm not sure about John either.
Yeah. Let's see. Seriously? John laughed. That guard might have heard. Jessica said anxiously, we have to get out of here. They started for the door, and Jessica started running. The rest took off after her, picking up speed as they reached the hallway until they were racing as though something were behind them. Run! Run! John called out, and they all burst into giggles. The panic feigned, but the urgency real. They squeezed back through the door one by one and pushed it shut with the same painful squeal.
Ben, give your painful squeal. That's it.
Yeah. That's
Perfect.
the one. Yeah. Same painful squeal. Where was I? Where is it?
Carlton and John leaning on it until it sealed.
Until it sealed. They all took hold of the shelf, hefting it back into place and replacing the tools so that it appeared undisturbed. Looks good, Jessica said, and John tugged her arm, guiding her away. They made their way quickly but carefully back through the way they came, using only Carlton's pen light back through the empty hallways and the open atrium back to the parking lot. The guard's light did not appear again. Little anticlimactic, Carlton said, with disappointment, checking back one more time in hopes they were being chased. Are you kidding? Charlie said as she went to her car, already pulling the keys free from her pocket. She felt as though something locked deep inside her had been disturbed, and she was not sure if that was a good thing or not. That was fun, John exclaimed, and Jessica laughed. That was terrifying, she sucked. It can be both, Carlton said, grinning widely. Charlie began to laugh and John joined in.
1 second, Ben. Thank you for the $2 from S5. I love story time with Alan and Ben. Ooh. Thank you for the $2. What does that take us to? $20 to the next shot.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fuck, I looked away and now I don't know where I was. It can be both, grinning
Sorry.
widely. Charlie began to laugh and John joined in. What? Jessica said. Charlie shook her head, still laughing a little. It's just, we're all exactly the same as we were. I mean, we're totally different and older and everything, but we're the same. You and Carlton sound exactly like you did when we were 6. Right, Jessica said, rolling her eyes again. But John nodded. I know what you mean, he said. And so does Jessica, she just doesn't like to admit it. He glanced back at the mall. Is everybody sure that guard didn't see us? We can outrun him now, Carlton said reasonably, his hand resting on the car. I guess, John said, but he did not sound convinced. You haven't changed either, you know, Jessica said with a certain satisfaction. Stop looking for problems when there aren't any. Still, John said, glancing back.
I want to get the...
Yeah, we should get out of here. I don't want to push our luck.
Thank you, Bryn Hannah, for the $2 Canadian, saying Ricky Dicky Doodog Grimes. That was something that I had to read out loud.
Those are words.
Thank you for the support.
Thank you.
That takes us to $18 to the next shot.
All right. I don't want to push our luck. See you all tomorrow then, Jessica said as they parted ways. Carlton gave a little wave over his shoulder. Charlie's heart sank a little as Jessica settled herself into the passenger seat, tidily buckling herself in. She had not been looking forward to this. It wasn't that she didn't like Jessica. We don't. Just that being alone with her was uncomfortable.
Because she sucks.
Yeah, she sucks. Still wasn't much more than a stranger. Yet Charlie was still exhilarated from the night's adventure, and the lingering adrenaline gave her a new confidence. She smiled at Jessica. After tonight, they suddenly had something very much in common. Do you know which way the motel is? She asked, and Jessica nodded and reached for the purse down at her feet. It was small and black with a long strap, and on the drive out to the construction site, Charlie had already seen her remove a lip gloss, a mirror, a pack of breath mints, a sewing kit, and a tiny hairbrush. Now she pulled out a small notebook and pen. Charlie smiled. Sorry, how much stuff do you have in that thing? She asked, and Jessica looked at her with a grin. The secrets of the purse must not be disclosed, she sucked playfully, and they both asked. Jessica started reading Charlie the directions, and Charlie obeyed. turning left and right without paying much attention to her surroundings. Jessica had already checked in, so they went to their room, a small beige box of a room with 2 double beds covered in shiny brown spreads. Charlie set her bags on the bed closest to the door, and Jessica went to the window. "As you can see, I splurged on the room with the view," she said, and flung the curtains open dramatically to reveal 2 dumpsters and a dried-out hedge. "I want to have my wedding here." "Right,"
I thought
Charlie
it was kind
said.
of silly.
Yeah, that was kind of funny.
I-
She still sucks. Right,
Yeah.
Charlie said, amused. Jessica's prim demeanor and fashion model looks made it easy to forget that she was smart as well. As a child, she remembered being slightly intimidated every time they got together to play before realizing after the first few minutes after how much she liked Jessica. She wondered if it was hard for Jessica to make friends looking the way she did, but it wasn't the kind of thing you could really ask anyone. Jessica flopped down on the bed, lying across it to face Charlie. "So tell me about you," she said confidentially, mocking a talk show host or someone's nosy mother. Charlie shrugged awkwardly, put on the spot. "What does that mean?" she said. Jessica laughed. "I don't know. What an awful thing to ask, right? I mean, how do you answer that? How about school? Any cute boys?" Charlie lay down across the bed, mimicking Jessica's position. "Cute boys? What are we, 12? "Well," Jessica said impatiently. "I don't know," she said, not really. Her class was too small. She had known most of the people in it since she moved in with Aunt Jen, and dating anyone, liking them like that, seemed forced and altogether unappealing. She told Jessica as much. "Most of the girls, if they want to date, they date older guys," she said. "And you don't have an older guy?" Jessica teased. "Nah," Charlie said. "I figured I'd wait around for our batch to grow up." "Right," Jessica burst out laughing before quickly thinking of something to share. "Last year, there was this guy, Donnie," she said. "I was gaga for him, like really. He was so sweet to everyone. He wore all black all the time, and he had this black curly hair so thick all I could think about when I sat behind him was burying my face in it. I was so distracted I ended up with an A- in trig. He was super artistic, a poet, and he carried around one of those black leather notebooks, and he was always scribbling something in it, but he would never show anybody." She sighed dreamily. "I figured if I could get him to show me his poetry, I would really come to know his soul, you know?"
Okay, 1 second. Thank you for the 28 Canadian from Jack's Ash saying Carl Papa. Thank you again for the support, and that is a shot.
Yes,
We had $18 to a shot. That was 28, so now we have $40 to the next shot.
Okay.
Hmm.
Whew.
I don't really think I like tequila anymore.
too much of a good thing. Okay. Okay, where the hell was I? So did he ever? Charlie said. "Oh yeah," she said, nodding emphatically. "I asked him out finally, you know, because he was shy and he was never gonna ask me. And we went to the movies and made out a little, and then we went and hung out on the roof of his apartment building, and I told him all about how I want to study ancient civilizations and go on archaeological digs and stuff. And he showed me his poems." "And did you come to know his soul?" Charlie said, excited to be included in girl talk, something she felt like she'd never really gotten to participate in before. Charlie nodded eagerly, but not too eagerly. She calmed herself as Jessica scooted forward on the bed to whisper, "The poems were awful. I didn't know it was possible to be both melodramatic and boring at the same time. I mean, like, just reading them made me embarrassed for him. She sucks." She covered her face in her hands. Charlie laughed. "What did you do?" "What could I do? I told him it wasn't gonna work out and went home. Jesus fucking Christ." Wait, right after you read his poetry? I still had the notebook in my hand. "Oh no, Jessica, that's awful. You must have broken his heart." "I know, I felt so bad, but it was like the words just came out of my mouth. I couldn't stop myself." "Did he ever speak to you again?" "Oh yeah, he's perfectly nice, but now he takes statistics and economics and wears sweater vests."
She
broke him.
ruined his dream.
She killed him, yeah. Oh my god. "You broke him." Charlie threw a pillow at Jessica, who sat up and caught it. "I know. He'll probably be a millionaire stockbroker instead of a starving artist, and it's all my fault," she grinned. "Come on, he'll thank me someday." Charlie,
All right,
shook her
one
head.
second, Ben. Thank you for the $2 from Rewin. This is the only book that actually gives me chills. I'm gonna read it as me chills.
Mitchell's.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Bryn, for the 550 Canadian saying Big Papa Pickle. I have a feeling that they were just having fun making me say stuff.
Bryn's just typing words.
Yeah, so I cut off the money last time, so we'll round that one up to 6, but I'm not going to do that every time. So
Yeah.
550 plus $2 is, but we need that 6, so 2, so 8, $32 towards the next shot.
All right. Let's see. Charlie shook her head. Do you really want to be an archaeologist? Yeah, Jessica said. Huh, said Charlie. Sorry, I thought... She shook her head. Sorry, that is really cool. You thought I'd want to do something in fashion, Jessica said. Well, yeah. It's okay, Jessica said. I did, too. I mean, I do. I love fashion, but there's only so much to it, you know? I think it's amazing to think about how people lived 1,000 years ago, or 2,000, or 10 years ago? I don't think you have to think that hard. They were just like us, but so different. I like to imagine living in other times, other places, wonder who I could have been. Anyway, what about you? Charlie rolled over onto her back, looking up at the ceiling. The tiles were made of loose, stained styrofoam, and the one above her head was askew. I hope there aren't any bugs up in there, she thought.
Hold on, 1 second. Hold on. I accidentally scrolled to a different thing. Okay. Yep,
There we
sorry. Go.
I don't know, she said slowly. I think it's really cool that you know who you want to be. I have just never had that kind of a plan. Well, it's not like you have to figure it out now, Jessica said. Maybe, Charlie said. But I don't know, you know what you want to do. John's known since he could hold a pencil that he wanted to be a writer, and he's already getting published. Even Carlton, I don't know what he has planned, but you can just see that there's a scheme brewing behind
Okay.
Okay, we're supposed to feel the things we're feeling.
Okay, this isn't some crazy shit stuff. Finish that paragraph, I'll hit the super chat.
A scheme brewing behind all his kidding around, but I just don't have that kind of direction.
Okay, thank you, Midnight Moon, for the $2. New game soon called Pal World, Pokemon with Guns.
Yeah, I saw that
Just
that trailer yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I see us playing it, but seems cool. It's funny.
If it's popular.
It's Pokemon with guns. But yeah, thank you again. Where am I? It really doesn't matter, Jessica said. I don't think most people know at our age. Plus, I might change my mind or not get into college or something. You never know what's gonna happen. Hey, I'm gonna get changed. I want to get some sleep. She went into the bathroom, and Charlie stayed where she was, gazing at the sorry-looking ceiling. She supposed it was becoming a defect, her earnest refusal to consider the past or future. Live in the present moment, her Aunt Jen said often, and Charlie had taken it to heart. Don't dwell on the past. Don't worry about things that may never happen. In 8th grade, she had taken a shop class, vaguely hoping the mechanical work might spark something of her father's talent, might unleash some inherited passion lying latent within her, but it had not. She had made a clumsy-looking birdhouse for the backyard. She never took another shop class, and the birdhouse only attracted one squirrel, who promptly knocked it down. Jessica came out of the bathroom wearing pink-striped pajamas, and Charlie went in to get ready for bed, changing and brushing her teeth hurriedly. When she came out again, Jessica was already under the covers with the light by her bed turned off. Charlie turned hers off too, but the light from the parking lot still shone in from the window, somehow filtering past the dumpsters.
Thank you, Jax, for the $2.79 Canadian, saying Freddy Fazballs. That's me. So I don't know what you're just saying my name.
Yeah.
$2.79. We'll round that one up to 3, but I'm not gonna round every one of them. Next one will probably get rounded down. Freddy. Okay, so $2.79. That's $3. $3 from the 30. Was it 30 that we had earlier? Yeah, it was 30 before, so then it's 27. Yeah. $27 to the next shot.
All right. Charlie stared up at the ceiling again, her hands behind her head. Do you know what's gonna happen tomorrow? She asked. I don't really know. I know it's a ceremony at the school. Yeah, I know that, Charlie said. Are we gonna have to do anything? Like, do they want us to speak? I don't think so, Jessica said. Why, you want to say something? No, I was just wondering. You ever think about him? Jessica asked. Sometimes. I try not to, Charlie said, half-truthfully. She had sealed off the subject of Michael in her mind. locked him tight behind a mental wall she never touched. It wasn't an effort to avoid the subject. In fact, it was an effort to think of him now. What about you? She asked Jessica. Not really, she said. It's weird, right? Something happens, and it's the worst thing you can ever imagine, and it's just burned into you at the time, like it's going to go on forever. And then the years go by, and it's just another thing that happened. Not like it's not important or terrible, but it's in the past just as much as everything else, you know? I guess, Charlie said, but she did know. I just try not to think about those things. Me too. You know, I just went to a funeral last week. I'm sorry, Charlie said, sitting up. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, Jessica said. I barely even knew him. He was just an old relative who lived 3 states away. I think I met him once, but I hardly remember it. We mostly went for my mom's sake, but it was at an old-fashioned funeral parlor, like in the movies, with an open coffin. And we all walked by the coffin, and when it was my turn, and I looked at him, and he could have been sleeping, you know? Just calm and restful, like people always say dead people look. There was nothing I could have pointed out that made me think, dead, if you asked me. Every feature of his face looked the same as if he were alive. His skin was the same, his hair was the same as if he were alive, but he wasn't alive, and I just knew it. I would have known it immediately, even if he wasn't, you know, in a coffin. I know what you mean. There's something about them when they're... Charlie said softly.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Just want to hit these 2 super chats. Thank you for the $2 from Midnight Moon, saying I thought you were about to say scrotum XD. That probably happened based off of something we were saying, but thank you again for the support. Suka Simimi with the $2 said Pokemon or Digimon?
I've never
Pokemon.
done anything Digimon related, but I love Pokemon, so...
The theme song to Digimon goes hard. Probably not harder than the
Digital
Pokemon
Monsters,
theme, but
yeah.
theme song. Yeah. Okay, so that was -4, and then we've got another $10 in here, but I just want to do the math quick. We had 28
we had
to a shot.
We had 20 even, I think. We went from 22 to
Oh, we
20.
did have 20 to a shot. You're right. Right. So then that was -4, and then minus another 10, so that'll be $6 to the next shot after this one from Red Dust for the Canadian. $10 said, I can't donate too much, but I just wanted to interrupt. Insert evil laughter here. Joke's on you. You didn't interrupt too much because we already had to stop.
Yeah.
Perfect. Everyone's hitting their super chats right now, which is
great.
We're
just getting
thank you to the Real Sim Sadie for the $2. Favorite Pokemon game? Mine will always be Ruby. I don't think it'll ever change. But it's also just like a lot of people's favorite Pokemon game is the game that they played when they were like
same
at that age where it was the best thing.
Yeah, same for me, but mine's Pearl. Pearl was the
I don't think I ever played Pearl.
Ryan asked earlier where we are. We are about to be on chapter 3. We're just finishing up chapter 2 here.
Which will be 3/13 of the way. We're 17%, which you can always see the percentage down at the bottom.
Yep.
Maybe. Ben, did you cut off the percentage in your thing?
Chat can't see the percent. We're 17%.
Oh, you can't. Oh, chat can't see the percentage.
Yep.
Oh, wow. That really cuts right to the absolute bottom of this thing, but...
Yeah.
You're trying to make it fit. I feel that.
Yeah, it's not normally this low. This is probably the lowest it's been.
All right, we'll hit this one more super chat too because we just got this one in. We're just getting these right at the right time. Thank you to Rewin for the €2, euros.
I think those are pounds.
Yen. I don't want to fall
2
off
yen would be a little bit.
Thank you to Rewin for the £2, maybe. I don't want to fall off the board. Skeleton face. Skull even.
Skull even. All right. We should get back to it. All right. Charlie said softly. It sounds stupid when I say it, but when I looked at him, he looked so alive, and yet I just knew that he wasn't. It made my skin crawl. That's the worst thing, isn't it? Things that act alive but aren't. What? Jessica said. I mean things that look alive but aren't. Charlie said quickly.
I mean exactly what I said. You dense idiot.
We should get some sleep, she said. Did you set the alarm? Yes, Jessica said. Good night. Night. Charlie knew sleep was still a long way off. She knew what Jessica meant probably better than Jessica did. The artificial shine in eyes that followed you as you moved, just like a real person's would. The slight lurch of realistic animals who did not move the way a living thing should. The occasional programming glitch that made a robot appear to have done something new, creative. Her childhood had been filled with them. She had grown up in the strange gap between life and not life. It had been her world. It had been her father's world. Charlie closed her eyes. What did that world do to him? Alright, that's the end of chapter 2. I'm gonna go pee.
All right.
If you want to start
I'll hit
on
this
chapter
super
3,
chat and then yeah, I'm just gonna hit the super chat quick. Thank you everyone for the £2. It is pounds. I'm British in it, bruv. I don't know that one. Boo. Wow. I don't know. I will start reading chapter 3 here. I'm gonna sit down though. Freaking thing. I wanna get more comfortable. We're getting comfortable now, chat. We're getting comfortable now. A little bit early to be getting comfortable because we're only just starting chapter 3, but here we are. Now do we feel more comfortable? Do we all feel a little bit more comfortable? Yeah? Alright, I'm gonna get my glove on, get my hat on, and then we'll get started. Hopefully Ben's not gone too long because I've got to try to keep an eye on chat and things. And we only have $4 towards a shot, so. Ow, fuck. If I miss the shot, let Ben know when he comes back. But also keep in mind we can scroll, so we'll know. Chapter 3. Thud, thud, thud. Charlie startled out of sleep, disoriented. Something was banging on her door, trying to force its way in. Oh, for goodness sakes, Jessica said grumpily. Charlie blinked and sat up. Right, the motel. Hurricane. Something was knocking at the door. As Jessica went to answer it, Charlie got out of bed and looked at the clock. It was 10 a.m. She looked out the window at the bright new day. She had slept worse than usual. Not nightmares, but dark dreams she could not quite remember. Things that stuck with her just beyond the back of her mind. Images that she could not catch. Charlie! Someone was screaming. Charlie went to the door and found herself immediately enveloped in a hug. Alright, that's gonna be Marla's voice from now on. Marla's plump arms gripping her like a vice. Charlie hugged her back, tighter than she meant to. When Marla let go, sorry, I heard a beep. When Marla let go, she stepped back, grinning. Marla's moods had always been so intense that they were contagious, spreading out to whoever was in her path. And she was gloomy, a pall fell over all her friends. The sun had gone behind her cloud. When she was happy, like now, it was impossible to avoid the lift of her joy. She was always breathless, always slightly scattered, always giving the impression that she was running late, though she almost never was. Marla was wearing a loose dark red blouse, and it suited her well, setting off her fair skin and dark brown hair.
Shot time.
Charlie... Oh, shot time?
We
Jesus.
got 2.
You want to read those?
Yeah, we got 2 of them. 1 for 5,
God.
telling us to do it, us cowards. We certainly are. And then we got, so that was 5 pounds, so that puts us 1 past the shot. And then Rad Dad followed up with 4, saying, take that shot. So now we're 5 towards the next shot. And
So 45.
Yep. Here goes the next one. Fuck. Okay, we can stop now. We can stop doing shots now, chat.
Ugh.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Let me just get my fucking self.
Thank you again, everyone. We super appreciate you guys.
Alright. Back at it again.
Time to get back to it.
Alright. Hold on. I think there was a thing in front of the stream, but it's fine. Or it was on my end. Okay. Okay. Charlie had kept in better touch with Marla than the others. Marla was the type who made it easy to stay friends, even at a distance. Even as a little kid, she was always sending letters and postcards, undeterred if Charlie didn't respond to every one. She was oh my god, the alcohol's starting to kick in. Resolutely positive and assumed that everyone liked her unless they made it clear otherwise. Using the proper expletives, Charlie admired it about her. She herself, though not shy, was always calculating. Does that person like me? Are they just being polite? How do people tell the difference? Marla had come to visit her once when they were 12. She had charmed Charlie's aunt and made fast friends with her school friends, while still making it abundantly clear that she was Charlie's friend, and she was there only to see Charlie. Marla's gigantic smile turned serious as she studied Charlie, peering at her as if trying to spot the difference since they last met. You're as pale as ever. She took Charlie's hands in her own. And you're all clammy. Don't you ever get warm? She dropped Charlie's hands and proceeded to study the motel room skeptically, as though uncertain exactly what it was. It's the luxury suite, Jessica said without expression as she searched for something in her bag. Her hair was sticking up in all directions, and Charlie stifled a smile. It was nice to see something about Jessica in disarray for once. Jessica found her hairbrush and held it up triumphantly. Ha! Take that, Morning Frizz.
Real quick.
Jessica sucked.
Yeah, Jessica does suck. One last dono here. Rewin with 2 pounds. I'm a head out now. Y'all are warriors. Appreciate ya. We will.
All right, if you want to come back in a few hours, we'll probably still be here.
A few is an understatement.
Yes. Okay. Something about Jessica in disarray for one, blah, blah. Okay. Come on in, Charlie said, realizing that she and Marla were still in the doorway and the door wide open. Marla nodded. One sec. Jason! She shouted out the door. No one emerged. Jason! She sounds like Toad apparently now, I guess. Jason! A young boy came trotting. Jason! Jason's in another castle! The young boy came trotting up from the road. He was short and wiry, darker skinned than his half sister. His Batman t-shirt and black shorts were made for someone twice his size. These mittens are hard to fucking scroll with.
Yeah.
His hair was cut close to his head, and his arms and legs were streaked with dirt. Were you playing in the road? Marla demanded. No, he said. Yes, you were. Don't do that. If you get yourself killed, Mom's gonna blame me. Get inside. Marla shoved her little brother inside and shook her head. How old are you now? Charlie asked. 11, Jason said. He went to the TV and started fiddling with buttons. Jason, stop it, Marla said. Play with your action figures. I'm not a little kid, he said. Anyway, they're in the car. But he stepped away from the television and went to look out the window. Marla rubbed her eyes. We just got here, and he had to leave at 6 this morning. And someone, she said pointedly, glancing over her shoulder at Jason, wouldn't stop fiddling with the radio. I am so tired. She didn't seem tired, but then she never did. At their sleepovers as kids, Charlie remembered her bouncing around like a maniac while the rest of them were winding down for the night. Then falling asleep abruptly like a cartoon character who had been hit over the head with a rolling pin. We should get ready, Jessica sucks. We're supposed to meet the guy at the diner in an hour. Hurry, Marla said. We have to change too. I didn't want to get all gross while we were driving. Jason, you can watch TV, Charlie said. And he looked at Marla. She nodded and he grinned and turned it on, starting to flip through the channels. Please just pick a channel, Marla said. Charlie headed into the bedroom to get dressed while Jessica fussed with her hair. How much are we at to a shot, by the way? We just got that 2 there. We were already 5. So was it 43?
Yes. Yep. So
43 to the next shot. A little less than an hour later, they pulled into the diner parking lot. The others were already there in the same booth they'd been in the night before. When they got inside, Marla performed a second round of squeals and hugs, only slightly quieter now that they were in public. And then hugs, which are silent.
Yeah.
Theoretically. Overshadowed by her enthusiasm, Lamar stood and waved at Jessica and Charlie, waiting until Marla sat down. Hi, guys, he said at last. He was wearing a dark tie and a dark gray suit. He was tall and thin, black, with his hair shaved close to his head. His features were sharp and attractive, and he looked just a little older than the rest of them. It could have been the suit, but Charlie thought it was something about the way he stood, holding himself like he would be comfortable wherever he was. They had all dressed up for a little for the ceremony. Marla had changed at the motel, and she and Jessica were both wearing dresses. Jessica was knee-length and covered in pastel flowers, a light fabric that moved as she walked. Marla's was simple, white, with big sunflowers splashed over it. Charlie hadn't thought to bring a dress. and she hoped she didn't look too out of place in black pants and a white button-down shirt. John was wearing a light purple shirt today. Okay. I think this John guy, like I said, I think there's also something there.
Yeah, purple. That starts to push me in that
That's not a good
direction.
color.
Yeah. I would
Though he'd
know.
added a matching tie in a slightly darker color, and Carlton seemed to be wearing an identical outfit as before, still all in black. They all sat down. Okay, Carlton's still kind of sus. This is
Yeah.
kind of cursed watching me like try to maneuver in this outfit. They all sat down. Well, don't we all look nice? Marla said happily. Where's Jason? Jessica craned her head from side to side. Marla groaned. I'll be right back. She scooted out the booth and hurried out the door. Lamar, what have you been up to? Charlie asked. Lamar grinned. He's an Ivy League man, Carlton said, teasing. Lamar looked briefly down at the table, but he was smiling. Early acceptance was all he said. Which one? Jessica said. Cornell. Wait, how did you already apply to college? Charlie said. That's not till next year. I don't even know where I want to go. He skipped 6th grade, John said. There was a brief flicker of something across his face, and Charlie knew what it was. John liked being the clever one, the precocious one. Lamar had been kind of a goof-off when they were kids. And now he had leaped ahead. John forced a grin, and the moment passed. Congratulations, he said, with no hint that it was not entirely sincere. Marla came bursting in again, this time towing Jason behind her, holding onto his upper arm. At the hotel, she had made him change into a blazer and khakis as well, though he was still wearing his Nikes. I'm coming, stop it, he whined. Is that Jason? Carlton asked. Yeah, Jason said. Do you remember me? Carlton said. I don't remember any of you, Jason said unapologetically. Well, yeah, he was a fucking baby.
He was a baby. Idiot.
Sit there, Marla said, pointed to the next booth over. Okay, he grumbled. Marla, he can sit with us, Jessica said. Jason, come on over. I want to sit here, he said, and sat down behind them. He pulled a video game out of his pocket, and he was oblivious to the world. The waitress came over, and they ordered. Marla told her to put Jason's breakfast on their check. When their food came, Charlie checked her watch. We don't have a lot of time, she said. We'll get there, Carlton said. It's not far. A small piece of food fell out of his mouth as he gestured down the road. Have you been back to the school? Lamar asked, and Carlton shrugged. I pass it sometimes. I know this is a nostalgia trip for all of you, but I just live here. I don't exactly go around reminiscing about kindergarten all the time. They were all quiet for a second, the beeps and pings of Jason's video game filling the silence. Hey, did you know Lamar's going to Cornell next year? Jessica said to Marla. Really? Well, aren't you ahead of the pack, she said. Lamar looked down at his plate. When he looked up, he was a little flushed. All part of the 5-year plan, he said. They laughed, and his blush deepened. It's kind of weird to be back here, he said, hastily changing the subject. I think it's strange that I'm the only one who still lives here, Carlton said. Nobody ever leaves Hurricane. Is it strange, though, Jessica said thoughtfully? My parents, you remember? My mom from New York originally. My mom's from New York originally. She used to joke about going back. When I go back to New York... Is this still her? Yeah. When I go back to New York, but it might as well have been a when I win the lottery. She didn't mean it. And then right after she stopped joking about it. Then 3 months later, we were all on the plane to visit her sister in Queens. We never came back. My dad's father died when I was 9, and they came back to Hurricane for the funeral without me. They didn't want me coming back here, and honestly, I didn't want to go. I was kind of anxious the whole time while they were gone. Kept looking out the window, hoping they would come back early, like something bad was going to happen to them if they stayed. They looked at one another, considering. Charlie knew they had all moved. Charlie knew they had all moved, all but Carlton, but she had never thought about it. People moved all the time. Carlton was right, though. People didn't leave Hurricane. We moved because my dad got a new job the summer after 3rd grade, John said. That's not exactly mysterious, Lamar. You left in the middle of the semester that year. Oh, that's not exactly mysterious. Lamar, you left in the middle of the semester that year. Yeah, he said, but that's because when my parents split, I went with my mom to Indianapolis, he frowned. But my dad moved too. He's in Chicago now. My parents left because of Michael, Morrow said. They all turned to her. Afterward, my mom couldn't sleep. She said spirits were stirring in the town, unquiet. My dad told her she was being ridiculous, but we still left as fast as we could. Marla looked around at her friends. What? She said defensively. I don't believe in ghosts. I do, Charlie said. She felt like she was talking from a great distance. She was almost surprised they could hear her. I mean, not ghosts, but memories. I think they linger. Whether there's someone there or not, the house, her old house, was imbued with memory, with loss, with longing. It hung in the air like humidity. The walls were saturated, like the wood had soaked in it. It had been there before she came, and it was there now. It would be there forever. It had to be. There was too much, too great and vast a weight for Charlie to have brought it here with her. We haven't had a super chat, right?
No.
All right, just wanted to make sure. What are we at to thing? What is it, 42?
43.
43 to the next shot. Okay, sorry, just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
That doesn't make any sense, Jessica said. Memories in our brains, like literally stored in the brain. You can see it on a scan. It can't exist outside of someone's mind. I don't know, John said. Think of all the places that have atmosphere. Old houses, sometimes places where you walk in and you feel sad or nostalgic, even though you've never been there before. That's not other people's memories, though, Lamar said. That's subconscious cues. Stuff we don't realize we're noticing that tells us we should feel some way. Peeling paint, old-fashioned furniture, lace curtains, details that tell us to be nostalgic. Mostly things we pick up from movies, probably. I got lost at a carnival when I was 4. I never got scared in my life, but I don't think anybody's feeling suddenly desperate for their mom when they pass that Ferris wheel. Maybe they are, Marla said. I don't know. Sometimes I have little moments where it's like there's something I forgot, something I regret, or that I'm happy about, or something that makes me want to cry, but it's only there for a split second, then it's gone. Maybe we're all shedding our fear and regret and hope everywhere we go, and we're catching traces of people we've never met. Maybe it's everywhere. How's it different from believing in ghosts, Lamar asked. It's totally different, Marla said. It's not supernatural, and it's not like the souls of dead people. It's just people leaving their mark on the world. So it's the ghosts of living people, Lamar said? No. You're talking about people having some kind of essence that can hang around a specific place after the person's gone, Lamar said. That's a ghost. No, it's not. I'm not saying it right, Marla said. She closed her eyes for a minute, thinking. Okay, she said at last. Do you all remember my grandmother? I do, said Jason. She was my grandmother, too. She was my dad's mom, not yours, Marla said. Anyway, you were only a year old when she died. I do remember her, Jason said quietly. Okay, Marla said. So she collected dolls from the time she was a kid. She and my grandfather used to travel a lot after he retired, and she'd bring them back from all over the world. She had them from France, Egypt, Italy, Brazil, China, everywhere. She kept them in their own special room, and it was full of them. Shelves and shelves of dolls, some tiny and some almost as big as I was. I loved it. One of my earliest memories is playing in that room with the dolls. I remember my dad would always warn me to be careful. My grandmother would laugh and say, toys should be played with. I had a favorite, 21-inch red-haired doll in a short, shiny white dress like Shirley Temple. I called her Maggie. She was from the 1940s and I loved her. I told her everything, and when I was lonely, I would imagine myself in that room, playing with Maggie. My grandmother died when I was 6, and when my dad and I went to my grandfather after the funeral, he told me I should pick a doll to keep from the collection. I went to the room to get Maggie. As soon as I walked through the door, something was wrong. It was as though the light had changed, became darker, harsher than it used to be. I looked around, and the lively, playful poses of the dolls now seemed unnatural, disjointed. It was as though all of them were staring at me. I don't know what they wanted. Maggie was in the corner, and I took a step toward her, then stopped. I met her eyes, and instead of painted glass, I saw a stranger. I turned and ran. I raced down the hall as though something might be chasing me, not daring to look back until I reached my father's side. He asked if I had picked a doll, and I just shook my head. I never went back into that room. Everyone was silent. Charlie was transfixed, still seeing little Marla running for her life. What happened to the dolls? Carlton asked, only half breaking the spell. I don't know. I think my mom sold them to another collector when my grandfather died, Marla said. Sorry, Marla, Lamar said. It's still just tricks of the mind. You missed your grandmother, you were frightened to death, and the dolls are inherently freaky. Charlie broke in, wanting to head off the argument. Is everybody done eating? We have to go soon. We still have plenty of time, Carlton said, looking down at his watch. It's like 5 minutes away. Something else fell out of his mouth, landing next to the first dropped bit of food. John looked around at the table from person to person as though he were waiting for something. We have to tell him, he said, looking at Charlie. Oh yeah, we totally do, Jessica said. Tell us what? Jason piped up, peeking over the back of Marla's seat. Marla said half-heartedly. She was looking at John. Tell us what? John dropped his voice, forcing everyone to lean in closer. Charlie did it, too. No, I'm sorry, I thought he was speaking that. Charlie did it too, eager to hear, even though she knew exactly what he was going to say. We went to Freddy's last night, he said. Freddy's is still there? Marla exclaimed, too loud. Shh, Jessica said, making frantic hand movements. Sorry, Marla whispered, I just can't believe it's still there. It's not, Carlton said, raising his eyebrows and grinning enigmatically at Lamar. It's hidden, John explained. They were supposed to knock it down to build a mall, but they didn't. They just built around it. Entombed it, John corrected. And you got in, Lamar said? Charlie nodded confirmation. No way. What was it like, Marla asked. Exactly the same, John said. It was like everybody vanished, Charlie said softly. I want to go too. You have to take us, Marla said. Jessica cleared her throat hesitantly, and they all looked at her. I don't know, she said slowly. I mean, today? Should we? We have to see it, Lamar said. You can't tell us this and not let us see it. I want to see it, Jason chimed in. What's Freddy's? They ignored him. What's Freddy's? They ignored him. His eyes were wide and he was hanging on to every word. Maybe Jessica's right, John said with reluctance. Maybe it's disrespectful to go tonight. There was a moment's pause and Charlie knew that they were waiting for her to talk. She was the only one they were really afraid of offending. They needed her permission. I just want to make sure we haven't gotten a super chat or anything, right?
Nope, I'm keeping an eye on it.
I just didn't think my chat's moving, so I was confused. Oh, there it is. Good. Okay.
I think we should go.
Where's that? I think we should go, she said. I don't think it's disrespectful. It's almost a way of honoring what happened. She looked around the table. Jessica was nodding. Charlie wasn't sure it was much of an argument, but they didn't need to be convinced. They wanted an excuse. Marla twisted herself to look back at Jason's plate. Are you done eating? She asked. Yup, she said. Marla pointed to the game in his hand. You know you can't play with that during the ceremony, she said. Yup, I'm serious, Jason. I'm locking it in the car. Why don't you just lock me in the car? He muttered. I'd love to, Marla said under her breath, as she turned back to the group. Okay, we can go. They headed back to the school in a caravan and the boys in Carlton's car. Marla followed and Charlie bringing up the rear. We should have carpooled, Jessica said idly, staring out the window. It hadn't occurred to Charlie. I guess, she said. On the other hand, I'm not sure I want to ride with Marla and Jason, Jessica said plainly. They are kind of intense, Charlie agreed. When they arrived, the parking lot was already jammed full. Charlie parked on the side street in what she hoped was a legal spot, and they walked to the school along the familiar sidewalk. Jessica shivered. I've got goosebumps. It is weird to be here, Charlie said. The school looked unchanged from the outside, but the fence was new and slick. A black, plastic-coated chain link. The whole town was like this. A mix of old and new, familiar and not. The things that had changed seemed out of place, and the things that had remained the same made Charlie feel out of place. It must be so strange for Carlton to live here, she thought. I know this is a nostalgia trip for all of you, but I just live here, he had said. Somehow, Charlie was not sure she believed that. When they got to the playing field behind the school, the bleachers were already full. Rows of folding chairs had been laid out in front of them to add more seating, and Charlie spotted Marla and the boys at the front. Oh, great, she said. I don't want to sit in the front row. I don't mind, Jessica said. Charlie looked at her. Of course you don't, she wanted to say. You're you. Yeah, she said instead. No big deal. Half the town must be here. She observed as they made their way to the group where 2 seats had been saved. There was one open in the front row next to Carlton, and one right behind it beside Marla. Jessica winked at Charlie and sat down next to Carlton. She leaned toward him and they started whispering. Charlie repeated to herself, "There's a lot of people here." "Yeah," Marla said. "I mean, it's a small town, you know. Michael's... It was a big deal. Plus, his parents still live here. People remember." "People remember," Charlie echoed softly. There was a small raised stage set up in front of them with a podium and 4 chairs. Behind the chairs, a screen was suspended. Projected on it was larger-than-life pictures of Michael. It was a close-up, just his face. It was not the most flattering picture. His head was thrown back at an odd angle, his mouth open in laughter, but it was perfect. A joyful moment, snatched up and kept, not curated. He looked happy. "Darn it," Marla said softly. Charlie looked at her. She was dabbing her eyes with a tissue. Charlie put an arm around her. "I know," she said. The sound system came on suddenly with a whine that slowly faded. 4 people walked on stage, a heavy-set man in a suit who went straight to the microphone, an elderly woman, and a couple, a man and a woman. The man in the suit stepped up to the podium. The elderly woman sat down in one of the 4 chairs. The couple stayed back, but they did not sit. Charlie knew they must be Michael's parents, but she did not recognize them. When she was young, they'd just been parents, a species that was, for the most part, unremarkable. She realized suddenly that she didn't even know their names. Michael's parents had not gone out of their way to interact with their son's friends. Charlie had literally spoken to them as Michael's mom and Michael's dad as if they were appropriate forms of address. The man at the podium introduced himself as the school's principal. He said a few things about loss and community and the fleeting preciousness of youth. He talked briefly about Michael's kindness, his artistic talent, and the impression he made, even as a small child, on everyone he met. It was true, Charlie reflected. Michael had been an unusually charismatic child. He wasn't exactly a leader, but they all found themselves wanting to please him, to make him smile, so they often did the things they knew he wanted to do, just to make him happy. Principal finished and introduced Michael's parents, Joan and Donald Brooks. They stood at the podium awkwardly, each looking from face to face in the crowd as if they were not sure how they'd gotten here. Finally, Joan stepped forward. "It feels strange to be up here," was the first thing she said, in a murmur of something like agreement swept quietly through the crowd. "We are so grateful to all of you for coming, especially those of you who came from out of town." She looked directly at the front row, talking to Charlie and the others. "Some of Michael's friends have come from all over, and I think that's a testament to who he was that 10 years later, with your lives on new paths, moving on to a whole new stage of life." So close to the stage, Charlie could see she was about to cry, tears wavering in her eyes, but her voice was steady. "We're grateful that you're here. We wanted to give Michael a legacy with this scholarship, but it is clear that he already has left one, all on his own." Marla grabbed Charlie's hand and Charlie squeezed back.
I can take over.
"I want to say..." What?
I can take over now if you're ready. We're about halfway through the chapter.
Yeah, let's have you take over because I'm fucking dying in this mask. What are we? We're still at what? 43 to a shot.
43 to a shot. That's how many
43 to a
memberships?
shot.
That's what?
9
memberships.
Nine memberships.
9 memberships. If you join the membership, you will get early access to a commentary relatively soon. I don't think it's quite ready yet, but it's gonna be tonight or tomorrow. So you'll get early access to that. As well as
commentary coming out either tonight or tomorrow,
as well as emotes in chat and such, and it's
assuming we don't have to deal with like major copyright stuff, in which case then it might take a little bit longer.
But yeah, so all right, back to it. I want to say, as Joan continued, something about the families who are not here. As we all know, Michael was not the only child lost during those terrible few months. She read out 4 more names, 2 girls and 2 boys. Charlie glanced at Marla. They all knew there had been other children, but Michael's death had loomed so great in all their lives that they had never talked about the other victims. Now Charlie felt a pang of guilt. To someone, those little girls and boys had been as vital as Michael. To someone, their losses had meant the end of the world. She closed her eyes for a moment. "I can't mourn everyone," she thought. "No one can." Joan was still talking. Although their families have moved, Although
Moved on-
their
moved on to
families
other places.
have moved on to other places, those young boys and girls will always have a place in our hearts. Now, I would like to call to speak.
No, you're good. Sorry.
I would like to call to speak a young man who was particularly close to my son. Carlton, if you would. They all watched in surprise as Carlton stood and climbed up behind the podium. Joan hugged him tightly and stayed close behind him as he pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. He cleared his throat, looking over the heads of the crowd, then crumpled the paper up again and put it back in his pocket. I don't remember as much about Michael as I should, he said finally. Too much of those years is a blur. I know we met when we were still in diapers, but I don't remember that, thankfully. There was a soft titter through the crowd. I do know that as far back as I have memories, Michael is in them. I remember playing superheroes, drawing, which he was much better at than me. And as we got older, I remember, well, playing superheroes and drawing. What I really remember, though, is that my days were always more exciting when he was in them. He was smarter than me. He was the one always coming up with new ideas, new ways to get in trouble. Sorry about those lamps, by the way, Mrs. Brooks. If I had jumped the way Michael said, I would only have broken one. Donald laughed, a gulping, desperate sound. Charlie shifted uncomfortably and pulled her hand from Marla's with an apologetic half-smile. Their grief, naked, was too much to watch. It was raw, an open wound, and she could not stand to look. Carlton came back down to sit with them. Michael's grandmother spoke, and then his father, who had recovered enough to share a memory of taking his son to his first art class. He told the crowd about the scholarship for a graduating senior who has demonstrated both excellence and passion in the arts, and announced the winner of the first one. Anne Park, a slight Korean girl who came quickly up to the stage to accept her plaque and hugs from Michael's parents. It must have been strange for Anne, Charlie thought, her honor so overshadowed by its origins. But then, she realized Anne must have known Michael too, however much in passing. After the ceremony, they went to say hello to Michael's parents, hugging them and making sounds of condolence. What do you say to someone who has lost a child? Can it be any easier? Can 10 years make a difference, or do they wake up each morning as fresh with grief as the day he died? On a long cafeteria table by the stage, pictures and cards were collecting slowly. People had brought flowers, notes to Michael's parents or to him, things they remembered, things they wished they had said. Charlie went over and browsed through the notes. There were pictures of her and the others, as well as of Michael. It shouldn't have surprised her. They were all together constantly, as a group or in rotating groups of 2 and 3. She saw herself in the middle of a pose. Michael, John, and she, all covered in mud, with Jessica beside them, still perfectly clean, refusing to go near them. Charlie smiled. That looks about right. In another, 5-year-old Marla struggled to support the weight of her newborn little brother, with Lamar peering suspiciously at the tiny thing over her shoulder. Some of Michael's drawings were there too, crayon scribbles, professionally, incongruously framed. Charlie
Hi,
picked
Zach.
one up.
Text in chat. Sorry.
Yo, what up, Zach? Charlie picked one up, a drawing of what she supposed was a T-Rex stomping through a city. It was, actually, she realized now, almost amazing how talented he was. While she and the others were scribbling stick figures, Michael's drawings looked realistic, sort of. That's really good, John said over her shoulder. Charlie startled. You scared me, she said. Sorry. Charlie looked back at the drawing. Whatever it was better than she could draw now. Suddenly, her chest tightened, gripped with loss and rage. It wasn't just that Michael died young, it was what it truly meant. He had been stopped in his tracks, years, decades of life snatched and torn violently from him. She felt herself well up with youthful indignation as if she were a child again, wanting only to whine, "It's not fair!" Taking a deep breath, Charlie set the picture back down on the table and turned away. The gathering was continuing, but she needed to leave. She caught Marla's eye, and Marla, as scarily intuitive as always, nodded and caught Lamar's sleeve. From their various vantage points, they all headed for the parking lot.
Jeez, I was way off.
No one.
Sorry, I was way off on the pages.
Okay, are you back now?
We're good now.
Okay. From their various vantage points, they all headed for the parking lot. No one seemed to notice their departure, which made sense, except for Carlton. They were all strangers here. In the lot, they stopped by Marla's car. She had somehow called down a miracle and found a space right next to the school. Can I play my game now? Jason said immediately, and Marla found her keys in her purse and handed them over. Don't drive away, she warned. Suddenly, Marla grabbed her brother and pulled him close, hugging him to her for a long minute. Geez, I'm only going to the car, he muttered when she let him go. Yeah, maybe I should let you drive away, she said, giving him a little push. She cleared her throat. So, are we going to Freddy's? She said. They all looked at one another. Yeah, Charlie said. I think we should. Somehow, following this, going back to Freddy's seemed like more than a game. It felt right. Let's meet there at sunset, she said. Hey Jessica, can you catch a ride with the guys or something? I'm gonna go for a walk. You can come with us, Marla said. I promised Jason I'd take him to the movies. Charlie headed down the road. What?
Sorry, I hate to stop you. I just want to, because we now know, because I had said before about, you said before about if you become a member, you can watch our next video early. It's now officially announced. So everyone, We Get Drunk and Watch Transformers the movie 1986 is live now in early access for YouTube members and patrons for tiers 2 and 3. It will go private on 3 p.m. Sunday, June 11th, 2023, and premiere at 6 p.m. the same day. So you can now watch, if you are a new member, or if you are a current member, you can watch that video as early as today. If you are a member and you want to donate memberships, you can donate memberships. You just have to do it via computer, I believe. I don't think you can do it from your phone. But donating memberships, although they're only, $3.99, we count them as $5. For the drinking goal, which we are still 43 away from. So any donations that come in, thank you so much. But if you become a member, you not only get to donate, make more towards that goal, it also counts as more. And on top of that, there's a video. I've already seen it. It's very, very funny.
Oh my God, it's great.
Definitely check it out today when you get the chance, or tomorrow, because it's probably gonna be tomorrow by the time we finish this book. All right,
Yeah.
Sorry, didn't mean to stop you, Ben. I just wanted to make sure I announced that because the announcement's out for people that are here.
Guys,
it might not know.
This is how far we are into the book. There's some time left.
We're 23% in according to the thing, so
which looks about right to the book progress. So
I'm probably gonna make some popcorn at some point because that sounds incredible. Just really get myself settled in.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead, Ben. Sorry, I didn't mean to stop you.
Nope, you're good. Okay. Get comfortable. All right. Charlie headed down the road without waiting to hear the rest of the discussion. A dozen feet from the lot, she realized she was being followed. She turned around. John? Cages. There we go. Do you mind if I come? You're going to your old house, right? How did you know that? It's the only interesting thing out this way. Anyway, I went to see my old place too. It was painted blue and there was a garden in the yard. It was weird. I know it wasn't blue when I lived there, but I couldn't remember what color it was supposed to be. Everything's so different.
Okay, so there's something weird about John too.
Yeah.
You know, he's weird.
He's weird. Weird guy.
Yeah.
Charlie didn't say anything. She wasn't even sure she wanted John to come with her. Her house, her father's house, it was private. She thought of the first time John had seen the toys, his fascination, an interest that was all his, that had nothing to do with pleasing her. She relented. Okay, you can come. Is it... He hesitated. Is it different? It's really not, Charlie said. It wasn't quite true, but she wasn't sure how to explain the thing that had changed. They walked together for the better part of 3 miles away from town and down old roads, first paved, then gravel. As they neared the place, they left the roads, ascending the steep incline of a hill overrun with brush and trees that should have been trimmed or cut down ages ago. 3 rooftops peeked over the leaves, scattered widely over the hill, but no one had lived in these houses in a long time. At last, they walked up the driveway and John stopped short, staring up at the house. I thought it would be less intimidating, he said softly. Impatient, Charlie took his arm for a second and pulled him away, leading them around the side of the house. It was one thing for him to be here with her, but she was not quite ready to let someone else inside. She wasn't even sure she wanted to go inside again anyway. He followed her without protest, as if aware that they were in her territory and she would decide where they went. The property was large, more than a lawn. There were woods surrounding the wide space of the backyard, and as a child, Charlie often felt like she was in her own little realm, ruler of all that she surveyed. The grass had gone wild, weeds growing feral and up to their knees. They walked the perimeter. John peered into the woods, and Charlie was struck by her old childhood fear, like something out of a fairy tale. "Don't go into the woods alone, Charlotte," her father warned. It was not sinister, just a parent's warning. "Don't get lost," like telling her not to cross the street without holding someone's hand, or not to touch the stove when it was hot. But Charlie took it more seriously. She knew from her storybooks, as all children did, that the woods contained wolves and more dangerous things. She caught John's sleeve. "Don't," she said, and he pulled back from the woods, not asking why. Instead, he went to a tree in the middle of the yard and put a hand on it. "Remember that tree?" he asked, smiling, and something a little wicked in his voice. "Of course," Charlie said, walking over. "It's been here longer than I ever was." But he was looking at her, waiting for more, and suddenly she remembered. It had been a sunny day, springtime. They were 6 years old, maybe. John was visiting, and they were playing hide-and-seek, half supervised by Charlie's father, who was in his garage workshop, absorbed in his machines. The door was open so he would notice if someone screamed, but short of that, the outdoors was their own. John counted to 10, eyes covered, facing the tree that was home base. The yard was wide and open. There were not many places to hide, so Charlie, buoyed up by the excitement of the game, dared to hide beyond the forbidden edge of the woods, just barely past the tree line. John searched the other places first, behind her father's car, in the corner where one part of the garage jutted out, the space beneath the porch where a child could just barely crawl. He realized where she must be, and Charlie braced herself to run as he began to walk the edges of the yard, darting into the woods and out again, looking behind trees. When at last he found her, she took off, tearing across the lawn to the home base tree. He was just behind her, so close he could almost touch her, and she sped on, staying just out of reach. She hit the tree, almost slamming into it, and John was right behind her, bumping into her a second later, too fast to stop. They were both giggling hysterically, and then they stopped at the same moment, still gasping to catch their breath. "Hey, Charlotte," John said, stressing her name in the mocking tone he always said. "Don't call me that," Charlie said automatically. "You ever see grown-ups kiss?" He picked up a stick and started digging into the tree bark, like he was more interested in that than her answer. Charlie shrugged. "Yeah, I guess so. Want to try it?" He still wasn't looking at her. His face was streaked with dirt like it often was. And his hair was sticking out in all directions. A twig caught in it above his forehead. "Gross," Charlie said, wrinkling her nose. Then, after a moment, "Yeah, okay." John dropped the stick and leaned toward her, his hands behind his back. Charlie closed her eyes, waiting, still not entirely sure it was what she was supposed to do. "Charlotte!" It was her father. Charlie jumped back. John's face was so close to hers that she banged into him with her forehead. "Ow!" he yelled, clapping a hand to his nose. Charlie's father came around the side of the tree. "What are you up to, John?" He pried John's fingers away from his nose. "You're not bleeding. You'll be fine," he said. "Charlotte, come closer to the house, please." He then pointed his finger, directing them forward. "John, it looks like your mom is here anyway." He walked ahead of them, toward the driveway where her car had just pulled in. "Yeah, okay." John trotted off towards the driveway, turning once to wave at Charlie. He was grinning like something wonderful had happened, although Charlie was not quite sure what it was. "Oh my," Charlie said now, covering her face, sure it was bright red. When she looked up again, John was grinning that same satisfied 6-year-old grin. "You know, my nose still hurts when it rains," he said, touching a finger to it. "It does not." She leaned back against the tree. "I can't believe you tried to kiss me. We were 6. Charlie stared at him accusingly. "Even the littlest heart still wants what it wants," John said in a mock-romantic voice, but there was an edge of something real in it, something not well enough hidden. Charlie realized suddenly that he was standing very close to her. "Let's go see your dad's workshop," John said abruptly, too loud, and Charlie nodded. "Okay." She regretted it as she said it. She did not want to open the workshop door. She closed her eyes, still leaning against the tree. She could still see it. It was all she could see when she thought of that place. The twitching, malformed metal skeleton in its dark corner with its wrenching shutters. with its wrenching shutters and its blistering silver eyes. The image welled up. Yeah, silver eyes. Roll credits. The image welled up in her head until it was all there was. The memory radiated a cutting anguish, but she did not know who it belonged to the thing, to her father, or to herself. Charlie felt a hand on her shoulder and opened her eyes. It was John, frowning at her like he was worried. Charlie, are you okay? No. Yes, she said. Come on, let's go see what's in the workshop. It was not locked, and there was no real reason it should be, Charlie thought. Her eyes went first to the dark corner. The figure was not there. There was a weathered apron hanging in its place, the one her father had worn for soldering, and his goggles next to it, but there was no sign of that uncanny presence. Charlie should have felt relief, but she didn't, only a vague unease. She looked around. There seemed to be almost nothing left of the workshop. The benches were there where her father had assembled and tweaked his inventions, but the materials, the blueprints, and the half-finished robots that were once crammed onto every surface had disappeared. Where are they? Had her aunt carted them away to a junkyard to rust and crumble among other discarded useless things, or had her father done it himself so no one else would have to? The concrete floor was littered here and there with scraps. Whoever had done the cleanup had not been thorough. Charlie knelt and picked up an oddly shaped scrap of wood, then a small circuit board. She turned it over. Whose brain were you? She wondered, but it did not matter, not really. It was battered and worn, the etched copper too badly scratched to repair even if someone wanted to. Charlie, John said from across the workshop. He was in the dark corner, as if the skeleton had been there, it could have reached out to touch him. But it's not there. What? Come see what I found. Charlie went. John was standing beside her father's toolbox, and he stepped away as she came over, giving her space. Charlie knelt down before it. It looked as if it had just been polished. It was made of dark, stained wood, glossy with some kind of lacquer. She opened it gently. Charlie picked up an awl from the top tray and held it for a moment, the rounded wooden handle fitting into the palm of her hand as if it had been made for her to use. Not that she knew how. The last time she had picked it up, she could barely fit her fingers around its base. She picked up the tools one after another, lifting them from their places. The toolbox had wooden spaces carved out to fit the precise shape of each item. All the tools were polished and clean, their wooden handles smooth and their metal unrusted. They looked as though they had been used just that morning. Wiped down and put away meticulously, like someone still cared for them. She looked at them with a fierce, unexpected joy, as if something she had fought for was returned to her. But her joy felt wrong, misplaced. Looking at her father's things set her off balance. Something in the world was not as it should be. Seized suddenly with an unfounded fear, she thrust the awl back into its place in the box, dropping it like something burning. She closed the lid, but she did not stand. Memory overtook her, and she closed her eyes, not fighting against it. Her feet were wedged in the dirt, and two large and callous hands covered her eyes. Suddenly there was a bright light, and Charlie squinted, squirming impatiently to see what was before her. 3 complete and gleaming figures towered over her, motionless, the sun reflecting off every edge and contour. They were blinding to behold. What do you think? She heard the question, but could not answer it. Her eyes hadn't adjusted. The 3 masses of standing metal all looked similar in structure, but Charlie had grown accustomed to seeing more than what was there, imagining the final result. For a long time now, there had been 3 empty suits, hanging like carcasses from a rafter, in the attic. Charlie knew that they had a special purpose, and now she understood what it was. 2 long beams protruded from the top of the head of one of the hulking masses. The head itself was solid and skull-like. The beams looked as if they had been violently thrust there. Where am I? That's the rabbit, Charlie squealed, proud of herself. You aren't scared of him? The voice asked. Of course not. He looks like Theodore. Theodore. That's right. The figure in the middle was more clearly rendered. Its face was chiseled, its features distinct. It was clearly a bear, and a single metal beam stuck out from the top of its head as well. Charlie was puzzled for a moment, then smiled. For the top hat, she said with confidence. The last form was perhaps the most frightening. A long metal clamp protruded from its empty face in the place where a mouth might go. It was holding something on a platter, a metal structure that looked like a jaw, wires running like strewn spaghetti up and down the frame, in and out of sockets. That one's scary. she admitted hesitantly. Well, this part will look like a cupcake. Her father pressed down on the top, and the jaw snapped shut, making Charlie jump, then giggle. Suddenly, her laughter stopped. She had been so distracted she'd forgotten. I'm not supposed to stand here. I don't stand here. Her hands were trembling. How could she have forgotten? The corner. She looked at the ground, unable to lift her eyes, unable to move. One of her shoes was untied. There was a screw next to her foot and an old piece of tape, opaque with dirt. There was something beside her. Charlie? It was John. Charlie! She looked up at him. Sorry, just lost. This place. She stood and took a step forward, positioning herself in the place she remembered. She glanced behind her as if the memory might manifest. The corner was empty, there was nothing. She knelt again and put her hand on the ground, fishing around until she found a small screw in the bare dirt. She palmed it and then looked closer. There were small holes in the ground, exposed when she moved the loose dirt. Charlie ran her fingers over them, thoughtful. Charlie, I have to tell you something. There was something urgent in John's voice. Charlie looked around the workshop and stood up. Can we go outside? She said. I can't breathe in here. Yeah, of course, he said. He followed her out into the yard and back to the hide-and-seek tree. She was tired, a wrung-out exhaustion deep inside. She would be fine in a minute, but she wanted a place that held only silly childhood memories. She sat down in the grass, leaned against the trunk, and waited for John to talk. He settled himself cross-legged in front of her, a little stiffly, smoothing his pants, and she laughed. Are you worried about getting dirty? Times change, he said with a wry smile. What do you have to tell me? She asked, and his face grew serious. I should have said something a long time ago, he said. When something happens like that, you don't trust your memory. Don't trust your own mind. What are you talking about? Charlie asked. Sorry. He took a deep breath. I saw someone that night. The night Michael disappeared. What do you mean? Remember when we were sitting at the table by the stage and the animals started going crazy? I remember, Charlie said. It had been bizarre, their movements upsetting. They were moving too fast, bending and spinning, cycling through their limited programmed moves over and over. They seemed frantic, panicked. Charlie was mesmerized. She should have been afraid of them, but she was not. She saw, in their juddering motion, a kind of desperation. She was reminded for a moment of dreams of running, dreams when the world depended on her going just 10 steps forward, but her body could only move in slow motion. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. Chaotically, violently, the animatronic animals on stage thrashed robotic limbs in all directions, their eyes rolling in their sockets. What did you see? Charlie said to John now, shaking her head as though she could rid it of the image. There was another mascot, a bear. Freddy. Charlie interrupted without thinking. No, not Freddy. John took her hands as if trying to calm them both, but he let go before he spoke again. It was standing right near us, next to our table, but it wasn't looking at the stage like everyone else was. That technician came over, remember, and even he was just watching the animatronics. I guess he was trying to figure out what was happening. I looked over at the mascot and it looked back at me. He stopped. We got a super chat.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yep. So thank you for the 220 from Bryn Hannah. It says the man behind the man. That takes us to.
We were at 43.
43, so $41 to the next shot. Thank you again so much for the support.
Appreciate you. John, what? Charlie said impatiently. Then the animatronics on stage stopped moving, and I looked over at them, and when we all turned around, Michael was gone, and so was the mascot. Charlie stared at him in disbelief. You saw the kidnapper, she said. I didn't know what I saw. It was all chaos. I didn't even think about it. I didn't make the connection. It was just another animal at Freddy's. I didn't think about who might have been inside it. I was a kid, you know? You figure that the grown-ups already know everything you know. Yeah, Charlie said. I know. Do you remember anything? What the person looked like? John was staring up at the sky as if he was seeing something Charlie could not. Yes, he said. His voice was deliberate, steady. The eyes, they were all I could see, but I still see them sometimes. Like they're right there in front of me. They were dead. What? They were dead, just dull and flat. Like they still moved and blinked and saw, but whatever was behind them had died a long time ago. He fell silent. It was growing dark. There was a bright, almost unnatural streak of pink across the western sky, and Charlie shivered. we should go get the car. It's almost time to meet everyone. Yeah, John said, but he didn't move right away, still staring into the distance. John, we have to go, Charlie said. He seemed to come back to himself slowly. Yeah, he said. We should go. He got up and brushed off his pants, then grinned at Charlie. Race you? He said, then took off running. Charlie chased after him, her feet pounding the asphalt and her arms swinging free. Chapter 4.
Oh, Jesus
boy.
Christ, we're only a quarter of the way there.
Yep.
Oh my god.
It's a lot of reading. This is a long
It's
book.
a fucking lot.
But we're still making decent time, I think.
Oh
So-
my god. Okay, cool. I am gonna make a decision, which is that for the next 10 minutes, donations will count as double what they are.
Okay.
So if it's $1, it's $2. If it's $10, it's $20.
If it's
If
50,
it's $20,
it's 100.
If it's 50, it's 100. And that'll be until 7:45. So roughly 10 minutes.
All right.
So I figure give a little bit of a delay for when they are seeing it. Time to get back in my persona.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Putting the fursuit back on. All right, chat.
Ugh.
How we doing? Still rolling.
All right, Ben. Keep an eye on those crazy kids.
Those
Also,
crazy
okay, so
kids.
we're 44. Wait, we're what? 44 away from a shot?
No, we were 43, and then we got $2, so 41.
We're 41, which is now $20.50 away from a shot for the next
Indeed.
10 minutes. Chapter 4.
Yay.
Charlie and John were the last ones to the mall. When they pulled up, the others were gathering tight in a circle in front of Marla's car, as if sharing a conspiracy. Come on, Marla said before they had walked all the way to the group. She was bouncing on the balls of her feet as if she were ready to run for the door of the abandoned building. Everyone but Charlie and John had changed their clothing, wearing jeans and t-shirts, things more suited for exploration, and she had a brief moment of feeling out of place. At least I didn't wear a dress, Charlie thought.
We
Let's
got
go,
a
she said.
Super chat already. Thank you, Rewin. Said y'all should stream Phasmophobia at some point. We did that actually.
Yeah, things
If
got
you
nuts.
go a ways back into our video, there should be an edited video of that stream that should be a good watch. But
Yeah,
after
we
this
get drunk
stream,
and play Phasmophobia and things got nuts or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's the title.
We played Phasmophobia and things got nuts.
but yeah, so that's
All right.
$4, so that puts us at 37 towards the next shot, and that's divided in half. I'll do the math.
All right, dope. Okay, let's go.
Oh,
She
wait,
said.
hold on.
Marla's impatient.
Hold on. Just as you were about to restart, we got another one. Thank you, Bryn. The animatronics do get a bit quirky at night. That's true. They do. Thank you again. That's $5.50, so $11. So that puts us at 37 minus 11, 26. And then another 4 from Rewin. Oh, it's updated a lot since then. It's wild. Okay, so now that's 27. Did I say 27 minus 4? So 23.
$23 to the next shot, which is really
Indeed.
only $11.50.
$11.50.
All right,
Now we can.
let's
read.
go. She said. Let's go, she said. Marla's impatience seemed to be contagious, or maybe it just gave Charlie an excuse to let her real feelings come to the surface. She wanted to show Freddy off to the others. Hold up, John said. He looked at Jessica. Did you explain everything? I told them about the night guard, she said. What else is there? He looked thoughtfully for a moment. I guess nothing, he said. I brought more lights, Carlton said, and held up 3 flashlights of varying sizes. Tossed one to Jason, a small one with an elastic headband attached. Jason turned it on, fixed it around his head, and began moving enthusiastically in waves and circles, making the light bob and dance. Shh, Charlie said, even though he was not making any sound. Jason, Marla whispered, turn it off. We can't attract attention, remember? Jason gleefully ignored them, spinning off in the parking lot like a top. Into the parking lot like a top. I told him if he's not good, he has to wait in the car, Marla told Charlie quietly, but now that we're here, I'm not sure which place is creepier. She eyed the bare branches overhead, raging into the wind, threatening to reach down and grab them. Or we can feed him to Foxy, Charlie winked. She went to her trunk and hefted out the police flashlight, but she did not turn it on. Instead, Carlton switched on 2 of his smaller lights and handed one to Jessica. They headed into the mall. Knowing where they were going and what was waiting for them, Charlie, John, Jessica, and Carlton moved through the empty spaces with a sense of purpose, but the others kept stopping to look around. Come on, Jessica said impatiently as Lamar gazed up at the atrium dome. You can see the moon, he said and pointed. Next to him, Marla nodded, mimicking his posture. It's beautiful, she said, although she could not see it. From a distance, they heard footsteps echo in the emptiness. Hey, over here, John hissed. And they hurried as quietly as they could. They could not run for fear of making noise, and so they walked, fast but careful, hugging the walls. They entered the black void of the department store, creeping along the shadows until they reached the break in the wall. John held back the hanging plastic obscuring the opening as the others maneuvered around the scaffolding. Jason was slow, and Charlie put a hand on his shoulder to hurry him up. As she steered him to the opening, a strong beam of light swept into the room, scanning up and down the walls. They had ducked through the plastic and ran down the alley to where the others were crouched down against the wall. He saw us, Jason whispered, alarmed, running straight to his sister.
Hold on.
Marla said.
We got another one. 7 Canadian dollars from Jack's Ash. We appreciate ya. Exotic Butters. That's a reference we didn't get to in Sister Location. Let's see. So 7, 14. We were, what were we at? 23?
21, I thought.
21? We'll do that. So 7 left.
I could be wrong.
We'll go
7
with
left,
that,
which
'cause
is
I
really
lost
$3.40 if you do it in the next 6 minutes.
Yep.
They waited. Charlie was next to John this time, and after that moment by the tree, whatever it was, she was very... Wait, what? They waited. Charlie next to John this time, and after the moment by the tree, whatever it was, she was very, almost uncomfortably aware of him. They were not quite touching, but she seemed to know exactly where he was. An awkward sixth sense. She glanced at him, but his eyes were fixed on the opening to the hallway. They could hear the guard's footsteps now, clear in the empty space, each one distinct. He was moving slowly, deliberately. Charlie closed her eyes, listening. She could tell where he was from the sound, she thought, getting closer, then farther, crisscrossing the open room like he was hunting for something. The steps came right up to the entrance of the alley and stopped. They all held their breaths. He knows, Charlie thought. But the steps started again, and she opened her eyes and saw the light receding. He was going away. They waited, still motionless, until they could no longer hear the tapping of his hard-soled shoes. She and John both stumbled a little as they stood, and she realized they had been leaning against each other without realizing it. She didn't look at him. Instead, she set to work taking the heaviest things off the wooden shelf. Will I be needing this, Lamar asked, as Charlie handed him a bucket with a saw sticking out of it. We have to move the shelf, Jessica said. Come on. Jessica still sucks, by the way.
Yeah.
Just feel like we're not.
We haven't mentioned that in a while. Real quick, 340 from Bryn Hannah, so it's shot time. Drink up Freddy Fazballs.
Technically, we're 20 cents away.
Yeah, but you said 340 last time. So it's your fault that we're drinking early.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
I just don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I just didn't say anything, because, you know. Oh, I hate it.
Okay, and for the next 4 minutes, things are still
taking
double.
But that is 0 towards the next shot, so she did it nice and even for us.
Yeah.
Alright, where were we?
I don't even remember.
I think you kind of got cut off in the middle because of Jessica sucking.
Yeah.
Oh,
It was probably when Jessica said something. Oh, it was at the top.
yeah.
Jessica, Charlie, Carlton, and John got back into place and moved to the shelf. Lamar tried to find his place, but there was no room. Marla just waited. I'm better suited to supervising, she said when Charlie mock glared at her. This time the screaming of the metal door was not as loud. As if no longer protesting as if it no longer protested their entrance quite so strongly. Still, Marla and Jason covered their ears. You think that's not going to bring the guard? Marla hissed. Charlie shrugged. Didn't last time, she said. I know he saw us, Jason said again. The others ignored him. His flashlight went right over me, he insisted.
Another one. S5 with $2. Question for you both. Who is your favorite animatronic? So that puts us $4 towards the next one. 46 away. Alan's is probably Freddy, considering.
It's Freddy.
Yeah.
Probably.
I don't know
I
if
also like Bonnie, but Freddy's probably my favorite. I think I said that in the last stream, too.
I'm not sure. Bonnie or Foxy, probably. I don't have, like, strong feelings
Foxy's pretty
towards
cool.
any of them, but I think Foxy's cool, especially in the first one.
This
Thank
is,
you
by
for
the
that.
way, just based off of look, because I don't give a shit about whatever lore is for any of these characters.
Yeah.
Based solely on look.
Yeah.
It's really okay, Jason. Jessica sucks. We thought he saw us last night too, but it was fine. Jason looked dubious, and Lamar bent over to his eye level. Hey, Jason, he said. What do you think the guard would do if he saw us? Shoot us? Jason whimpered, eyeing Lamar warily. Worse, Lamar said gravely. Community service. Jason wasn't sure what that meant, but he held his eyes open wide as though it was something terrible. Will you leave him alone? Marla whispered, amused. He didn't see us, Jason reassured himself, though clearly unconvinced. Charlie turned on the big light and shone it down the hallway. Oh my, Marla gasped at as the first light streaked across the interior of the pizzeria. Suddenly, it became real, and her face flushed with awe and fear. They went in one by one. The temperature seemed to drop as soon as they walked into the hall, and Charlie shivered. But she did not feel ill at ease. She knew where they were now, and she knew what they would find. When they got to the dining room, Carlton spread his arms wide and twirled. Welcome to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, he said in a booming announcer's voice. Jessica giggled, but still sucks. But the melodrama did not actually seem out of place. Marla and Lamar gaped at the room, awestruck. Charlie set the large flashlight on the ground, the beam facing up, and it lit up in the main room in a dim and ghostly illumination. Cool, Jason said. His eyes fell on the merry-go-round, and he raced for it and jumped onto the back of a pony before anyone could stop him. He was too big for it. His sneakers dangled all the way to the ground. Charlie smirked. How do I make it go? He shouted. Sorry, buddy, John said. Jason climbed off, disappointed. The arcade is over this way, Carlton said, motioning to anyone who might follow. Marla went with him while Jason fiddled hopefully with the carousel's control box. Lamar had walked to the stage and was standing transfixed, staring at the animals. Charlie went over to him. I can't believe they're still here, he said as she walked up. Yeah, she said. I'd forgotten this place was real, Lamar smiled, for the first time resembling the little boy Charlie had once known. Charlie smiled back. There was something surreal about this place. She had certainly never told any of her school friends about it. She would not have known where to begin. Worse, she would have not known where to stop. Jessica poked her head out from the retracted curtain at the side of the main stage, and they both startled. What are you doing? Lamar asked. Exploring, she said. There's nothing back here but a bunch of wires, though. She disappeared into the folds of the cloth again. After a moment, they heard a thud as she jumped to the ground. She came strolling over. Do they work? Lamar asked, pointing at the animals. I don't know, Charlie said. Truthfully, she had no idea how they worked. They'd always just been set to intermittent life by whatever alchemy her father performed in his workshop. Doesn't look like anything's missing. They should work, she reluctantly added, though in her head she questioned the idea of trying to turn them on. Hey, Jessica exclaimed. She was kneeling by the stairs to the stage. Everybody come here now. It's 46. We've passed our window. Sorry.
Okay.
Everyone come here now. Charlie went over and Lamar followed. What is it? Charlie asked. Look, Jessica said, shining her little light. Though well hidden along the grain of wood, there was a door inset into the wall of the stage. How did we not see that? Charlie wondered. We weren't looking, John said, staring intently at the small door. The whole group had gathered, and now Jessica looked around at them with a grin. Put her hand on the little doorknob and pulled. Magically, it opened. The door revealed a small, sunken room. Jessica shone the light around it. It was full of equipment. One wall was covered in TV screens. Must be CCTV, Lamar said. Come on, Jessica handed her flashlight to Charlie and swung her legs through the door. There was one deep step leading down into the room, which was no bigger than a large refrigerator turned on its side. It's a little too cramped for me. I'll keep looking around here, John saluted, then turned around as though to stand guard. This is like a clown car, Marla remarked as she jostled around against Charlie. The space was too cramped for all of them, but they crowded together. Jason sat on the step, feeling more comfortable by the exit. There were 8 of the television screens across the wall, each with its own little panel of buttons and knobs, and sticking out beneath them was a panel, almost a table, covered in buttons. They were large and black, unlabeled and spaced in an irregular series. The other wall was blank except for a single large switch by the door. "What's this do?" Jason said and put his hand on the switch. He hesitated just long enough for someone to stop him, then pulled it. The lights came on. "What?" Carlton looked to the others frantically. They all stared at one another in confused silence. Jason climbed up and poked his head out into the main room. "They're on out here too. Some of them at least," he said too loudly. "Why is there power?" Jessica whispered, reaching over to Jason to pull the door closed again. "How is that possible?" Charlie said. "This place hasn't been open in 10 years. "Cool." Marla leaned forward, studying the monitors as though expecting some sort of answer to be revealed. "Turn on the TVs," Jason said suddenly. "I can't reach." Jessica flipped on the first TV and static crackled across the screen. "Nothing," Charlie asked impatiently. "Just a sec." She twisted the dial, wriggling it back and forth until an image emerged. It was the sage, centered on Bonnie. The other animals weren't visible. Jessica turned on the rest of the TVs, adjusting them until the pictures became clear, although most were still poorly lit. "They still work," Charlie said, almost under her breath. "Maybe," Jessica said. "Hey, someone go out there, see if the camera's live." "Okay," Marla said after a brief hesitation, wriggling her way to the exit and awkwardly climbing over Jason. A moment later, she appeared on the camera on stage beside Bonnie. Marla waved. She appeared multicolored as the stage lights bathed her in purple, green, and yellow from different sides. "Can you see me?" she asked. "Yeah," Carlton shouted. Lamar was staring at the buttons. "What do these do?" he said with a wicked grin, pressing one. Marla screamed. "Marla, are you okay?" Charlie shouted. "What happened?" Marla was standing still on the stage, but she had backed away from Bonnie and was staring at him as if he might bite. "He moved!" Marla yelled. "Bonnie moved! What did you do?" "Marla," Jessica yelled, laughing. "It's okay. We pushed a button." Lamar pressed the button again and they all watched the screen this time. Sure enough, Bonnie turned stiffly to one side. He pressed it again and the rabbit swiveled back to face the absent audience again. "Try another one," Carlton said. "Go ahead," Lamar said and climbed out of the little room to join Marla on stage. He crouched down to inspect Bonnie's feet. "They're attached to a swiveling panel," he called. "Yeah?" Jessica called back, not really listening. Carlton started pressing buttons as the rest of them watched the cameras. After a moment, Charlie left the room as well. "It's too stuffy in here," she explained. Jessica's perfume and Carlton's hair gel, both of which smelled nice enough out in the open, were starting to form a sickly miasma? Do you know that one? I don't know that word. Whatever. She stepped out into the open to watch them experiment with the animals on stage. Most of the dining room was still dark. There were still 3 colored spotlights suspended from the ceiling, aiming beams of purple, yellow, and green on stage. The animals were cast now in unnatural colors, and dust and the beams of light shone like tiny stars, so many that it was difficult to see through them. The floor beneath the long tables was dusted with glitter and had fallen from the party hats. As she looked through, she noticed again the drawings that lined the walls of the place, all at the height of the children's eyes. They had always been there, and Charlie wondered now where her father had gotten the first ones when the restaurant opened. He'd used her own childish scribblings, or had he used her own childish scribblings, or had he made them himself and stuck them up? Forgeries to encourage actual children to display their art. The thought of her father hunched over his workbench, gripping an unsteady crayon with hands accustomed to manipulating microchips, made her want to giggle. She noticed the flashlight still on in the center of the room and went to switch it off. "Don't waste the battery," she said in her head in a chorus with Aunt Jen's voice. She turned her attention to the stage. It looked like the others had gotten Chica and Bonnie to go through a series of small, specific movements. They could each swivel their entire bodies back and forth, and their hands, feet, and heads could be moved in various directions, but each movement was separate. Charlie went back to the control room and stuck her head in. "Can you make them do the dance?" she asked. "I don't know how," Carlton said, leaning back away from the monitors. All this must have been used to program the dances. I don't think someone was in here manually controlling everything during the shows. He shook his head with certainty. That would have been impossible. Huh? Charlie said. Everyone quiet, Marla called out, and they all fell silent. For a long moment, there was no sound. Then Lamar said, What? Marla frowned, tilting her head to the side, listening for something. Thought I heard something, she said finally. It was like pings of a music box. Her mouth barely moved as she spoke. It's gone. Why isn't Freddy moving? Charlie asked. I don't know, Carlton said. Can't find the controls for him. Jessica said, tapping the monitors. These cameras don't show the whole place. Charlie peered at them, but they were mixed up in no logical order. She couldn't piece together a picture of the whole restaurant. There's 3 cameras on the stage, 1 on each animal, but there should be on the whole kitchen thing. Jessica was saying, there's the entrance to the kitchen, but not the kitchen itself. And you can't see the hallway in the room with the light stage, a little stage we were at last night. Maybe the cameras are just in the main room, Carlton suggested. Nope, said Jessica. There are cameras everywhere out there. So, Carlton said. So there's gotta be another control room, Jessica sucked triumphantly. Maybe down the hall by by the other stage. Charlie went back out into the main room again. She was feeling restless, yet less excited by discoveries than the others, though she was not sure why. She watched the stage. Carlton was still playing with the buttons, Bonnie and Chica jerking small, disjointed motions as Freddy Fazbear remained motionless, his eyes half closed and his mouth slack, slightly open. Hey, Lamar said suddenly. Marla, the music, I hear it now. Everyone was silent again. Then Marla shook her head. Creepy, she said. More excited this time, rubbing her hands together as though they were sharing campfire stories. Lamar looked thoughtfully at Freddy. Let's go find the other control room, Jessica said, emerging with a determined look on her face. Okay, Marla jumped from the stage to join them, and they started scanning the rest of the stage, looking for the second door. I'm staying in here, Jason called from the first room. This is so cool. Chica swiveled back and forth rapidly on the stage as he pushed her button rapidly. Lamar went to join Jason. Okay, my turn, he said, leaning on the door. He went in, not waiting for Jason's response. Charlie stayed where she was, still staring at Freddy, frozen in the middle of his act. John came up next to her, and she felt a flash of irritation. She did not want to be cajoled? I don't know. I've heard the word cajoled? Okay. Into joining in the search. She stood there for a moment, looking at Freddy, then leaned in close to her and whispered, I'm counting to 100. You better hide. Surprised out of her thoughts, she looked at him for a moment. Wait, what? She leaned into Freddy and said that? Whatever.
No,
Surprised out of her thoughts, she...
Looking
Okay.
at Freddy.
Got you. Surprised out of her thoughts, she looked at him for a moment. Her irritation broken. He winked at her, then covered her eyes. It was absurd. It was childish. And in the moment, it was the only thing she wanted to do. Slightly giddy, Charlie took off, looking for a place to hide. Jason pushed the series of buttons again with increasing frustration. I'm bored now, he announced. How can you be bored? Lamar said widely. They aren't working anymore, Jason continued to press buttons, no longer watching the monitors. Lamar studied the monitors. Bonnie's head was up and turned to the side. His eyes appeared to watch the camera. Well, go find your sister then, he told Jason. I don't need her permission to be bored. Impatiently, Jason climbed up and out of the control room. Everyone is so sensitive, Lamar muttered, suddenly realizing he was alone in the control room. He climbed out, but Jason was already gone. Jessica was leading the exploration party, heading toward the little stage that they had discovered the night before. Marla looked back and saw Jason skipping to catch up just before they disappeared into the long hall. Hey, be careful, she called over her shoulder as Jason branched off in his own direction. Lamar caught up to the group and followed them on their way into the hall. The main dining room was empty now, though Jason could hear Charlie's and John's playful shouts echoing from the party rooms that extended off the main building. Left alone, Jason headed straight for the arcade. It was more dimly lit than the rest of the place, and without power, the arcade machines appeared as towering black monoliths in a forgotten graveyard. The air was stale and thin. Jason went to the nearest console and pressed a few buttons. Some stuck with age, but nothing happened. Plug it in, duh. Oh, it's your turn? Already?
Yep, I can
Let's
take
go.
over. Yeah, this chapter is a little bit shorter.
Woo!
Woo! Alright. So... Plug it in. Duh. He ducked behind the games to check, but even though the mounds of wires seemed impossibly tangled, it looked like they were plugged in. Maybe there's a switch for the whole room? He started checking the walls. There was no obvious switch, but as Jason scanned the walls, he became distracted by the children's drawings taped in clusters. Jason was too young to have any memories of his own from being at Freddy's. Even Hurricane itself was no more than a hazy set of impressions. But something about the pictures brought up a sense of nostalgia. They were all the same, really, the kinds of drawings he and every other kid had done. Figures with circles for bodies and sticks for arms in a multitude of colors. Only a few details showed which figures were the animals. Chica with her beak, Bonnie with his ears. It seemed like there had been a bit more attention paid to the drawings of Freddy Fazbear. They were a little better. The children had been a little more careful to make the details right. Jason found himself looking at one drawing in particular. It was the same as the others, maybe a little better. Bonnie the bunny hugging a child. There was no name at the bottom. Jason took the picture off the wall, uncertain why this one in particular interested him so much.
All right, Benny, I'm just going to hit these super chats real quick. One from Suka Samimi that says, what character do you guys want to die first / most? Ben, you know my answer.
Jessica.
Jessica, she sucks.
She sucks.
And then 25 from Foxy Sama saying, call me the purple guy because I would put a child in those animatronics. I don't care about the lore, so...
He's not talking about the lore. He wants to fuck the animatronics.
Oh. No.
No. So that puts us 27 closer.
27
46?
minus... What?
Were we at 46? Where were we at?
I thought we were at the straight 50 still, were we? Or was there one? I thought we were still at the 50 from when...
I think you're right. I think we are at the straight 50.
So that's 27 minus from it. So that's 23. $23 towards the next shot. Thank you, by the way, so much for the support.
Both of you. Appreciate you.
Everybody who's here, it's been great. This is still gonna go for a while more because we're not even a third of the way through. Okay.
Where was
Strap in. Uncertain why this one particularly interested him so much.
John burst into the room with a wide grin and a deep breath, but then, seeing that it was only Jason inside, he quickly returned to a stoic demeanor. What's up? He nodded his head, playing it cool, then casually stepped away before silently returning to a sprint. Playing hide and seek like babies, Jason thought. I hope I never fall in love. He looked back down at the drawing and squinted as though not seeing correctly. The child was now facing away from Bonnie. Jason stared for a long moment. Wasn't he hugging Bonnie before? He looked out at the main room, but Marla was out of sight, looking for the control room. Jason folded the drawing carefully and put it in his pocket. It was suddenly apparent how quiet it had become outside. Jason stepped out timidly and peeked into the dining room. Dining room. Guys? He whispered, looking back once, then ventured out to find the group. Jessica, Lamar, Carlton, and Marla were still creeping slowly through the other half of the building. The spotlights from the dining room didn't reach this far, only accenting edges and corners or specks of glitter. Jessica scanned the wall with her flashlight, looking for breaks in the plaster, and motioned for Marla to do the same. We have to check for a hidden door, she said. The last one wasn't really hidden, Carlton pointed out. Yeah, Jessica conceded, but she kept her light on the wall, clearly not ready to give up the hunt. They passed 2 bathrooms they had not noticed the night before. Do you think the plumbing still works? Carlton said. I really need to pee. What are you, 5 years old? I don't want to hear that. Jessica rolled her eyes and walked faster. When they got to the room...
Jessica sucks.
Yeah, Jessica sucks. I have to pee. When they got to the room with the little stage, everyone stopped. Marla and Lamar went close. Marla and Lamar. Their names are just backwards.
Lamar.
Drawing together slightly as if unaware they were doing it. Even though Carlton and Jessica had been here the night before, it was as though they were seeing it anew through Marla and Lamar's eyes. They had not seen what was behind the curtain. Carlton realized suddenly, I remember these posters, Lamar said. I remember this, too, Marla said, pointing to the sign that read, Out of Order, strung across the stage. My whole life I've felt uneasy when I've seen that phrase, even if it's just at a vending machine. She laughed insincerely. I know what you mean, Lamar said softly, but before he could go on, Carlton interrupted. Found it. Maybe, Jessica amended. There was a door, close set into the wall like the one below the stage, but not quite hidden, but not meant to be noticed. It was painted black like the walls of the room. Jessica turned the knob and pulled, but it was stuck tight. Locked, Lamar said. I don't think so. Let me try, Marla said. She grabbed the knob and yanked, and it came open, sending her stumbling back. Impressive, Lamar said. Yeah, well, taking care of Jason makes me tough. Marla grinned as she knelt down to squeeze through the small door. It was almost the same as the first room, a set of 8 TV screens and a large panel of unmarked black buttons. Carlton fumbled to find the master switch, then reaching his hand into a dark corner. Then with a click, the power came on and a soft buzzing filled the room. Rich, bizarre reds and blues began streaming in under the door from the stage lights outside. Jessica and Carlton began switching the televisions on. They fiddled with the knobs until they were showing pictures, though most were very dark. From here, they could see a long shot of the main stage, just as in the other room, but the rest of the cameras were showing other places and angles. While the first control room only had shots of the main dining room, here they could see into the other areas of the restaurant. The private party rooms, which were set up with glittery decorations for events that would never happen. Hallways, an office, and even what looked like a storage closet. The room behind them was visible as well, the camera trained on the out of order sign, now lit with otherworldly shades in the curtain behind it. On one screen they could see Jason ducking back into the arcade. Maybe I should go get him, Marla said, but no one responded. Carlton started pressing buttons. Spotlights appeared and vanished on the stage in the main dining room as he did, illuminating first one animal and then another, lighting up empty spaces where someone might have once stood. He flipped a switch, and it seemed for a moment that nothing happened. Then Lamar started laughing, pointing at one of the screens. The pizza decorations lining the walls were spinning wildly as though they might leap off and go rolling away. I forgot they used to do that, Lamar said, as Carlton brought them slowly to a halt. There was a large black dial to one side of the buttons, and Carlton spun it, but it seemed to do nothing. Let me try, Lamar said. He elbowed Carlton to the side and pressed another button. There was a high-pitched whine. They all jumped, and it quickly faded down to a static hum. Lamar pressed the button again, and the sound was gone. I guess we know what turns the speakers on, Carlton said. I bet we could figure out how to play the music, Jessica said. She reached forward and pressed something else, and the stage lights popped up while the main lights dimmed. The figures on the stage suddenly stood out a little, commanding attention. She pushed it again and the lights faded back to normal. I love that, Carlton said. What? Asked Marla. Stage lights, he said. One switch and it's like a whole nother world up there. Another button flickered the stage lights on and off in the room behind them, while another started and stopped the little merry-go-round, its tinkling music grinding too slowly, like the ride itself was trying to remember how the song went. They managed to get the speakers on again without the feedback whine, but there was still only static. I have an idea, Jessica said, pushing to the front of the group. She switched on the static again, then started turning the knob back and forth. The hum grew louder and grew lower in pitch, then higher, responding to her adjustments. Progress, Carlton said. It's still just static, Marla said, unimpressed. Jessica turned it lower again, then snatched her hand from the dial like she had been bitten and punched the button, shutting the speakers off. What? Marla asked. Jessica remained motionless, her hands still suspended in the air. What happened? Did it shock you? It sounded like a voice, Jessica answered. What did it say? Marla asked, apparently interested again. I don't know. Let me try again. She turned the speaker on again, calling forth the static, and lowered the hum as they all listened, intent on the sound. As it sank to a lower register, just below the range of a human voice, they all heard it. Grinding and broken words, almost too slow and distorted to be considered speech. They looked at one another. What on earth? Marla said. No, it's just random static, Lamar said. He reached for the controls and dialed the pitch back up slowly. For another fleeting moment, there was a purposeful sound. That sounded like singing, Carlton said. No, Lamar said, sounding more unsure this time. Do it again, Marla said, and Lamar did, but this time the static was empty. Is that Charlie? Marla suddenly became focused on a blurry figure moving down the hall toward them, sliding along the wall as though to remain unnoticed. Charlie was hurrying, almost skipping, and trying to find another place to hide. She glanced behind her, vaguely suspecting that John might be cheating. She moved through the darkness and toward the colorful glow of the small stage curtain, which was throwing eerie reds and blues onto the tables and party hats. Going down this passage had always felt like a long and perilous journey, one not to be made alone. She kept her gaze fixed behind her, letting the wall beside her guide her step. She knew John was close, but probably creeping up on her in the dark. Suddenly, she backed into something, stopping short. She had been moving faster than she thought, or more likely the hall was not as long as she remembered. She saw his shadow at the end of the hall. If he turned his head, he would see her. Without thinking, Charlie climbed up onto the platform that she had bumped into and ducked behind the curtain, tucking herself between the wall and a large, bulky prop, trying not to breathe. "Charlie?" he called, still far away. "Charlie!" Charlie felt her heartbeat quicken. There had been boys she liked now and then, but this was something different. She wanted him to find her, but not quite yet. As she waited, her eyes adjusted to the darkness, and she was able to make out the shape of the curtain in the edge of the stage. She looked up at the object in front of her. No, her body shuddered, then froze. It was standing over her. It was the thing from her father's workshop, the misshapen thing that hung in the corner, shaken by random convulsions as its eyes burned silver. Does it hurt? Now it was still, and its eyes were blank and dull. It was staring straight ahead, insensate, and its arm with its hook hung useless at its side. She recognized his eyes, but he was somehow worse now, encased in hollow body parts and matted with red fur, with a stench of oil and glue. He had a name now. They called him Foxy, but she knew better. Charlie shrank away, pressing against the wall. Her heart was racing, and her breath was shallow, too fast. Her arm had been touching its leg, and now she felt a sudden itchiness from it, like she had been contaminated. She wiped her hand violently against her shirt as she began to panic. Run. She sprang away from it, pushing off the wall to get away, to move before it saw her, but the edge of the stage caught her foot. She stumbled forward, momentarily becoming entangled in the curtain. She struggled to get free when suddenly the thing's arm jerked up, and the hook slashed at her arm. She ducked away too late, and it cut her. The pain was shocking, like freezing water. She tripped backward and felt herself falling for long seconds, and then she was caught. "Charlie, are you okay?" It was John. He had caught her. She tried to nod, but she was shaking. She looked at her arm. There was a cut above the elbow, almost 4 inches long. It was bleeding freely, and she covered it with her hand, the gaps between her fingers welling over as her own blood leaked through. "What happened?" Marla asked.
That is the first time that we've seen anything that could be in any way supernatural, right?
But I think, yes. Or no.
I mean, the music box stuff.
The music box and the drawing that supposedly changed.
Yes.
This,
That
I think,
Jason
was
saw
not.
change.
I think they're about to explain that this was not.
Somebody touched a button or something.
Yeah. Marla says, "What happened?" Marla asked, rushing up behind her. "Charlie, I'm so sorry. I must have hit a button that caused it to move. Are you okay?" Charlie nodded, a little less shaky. "I'm fine," she said. "It's not that bad." She moved her arm around experimentally. "See? No nerve damage," she said. "I'll be fine." Carlton, Jessica, and Lamar came hurrying out of the control room. "We should take her to the ER," Carlton said. "I'm fine," Charlie insisted. She stood up, refusing John's help, and braced herself on the stage for a moment. She heard her Aunt Jen's voice in her head. "How much blood have you lost? You don't need to go to a hospital." She could move her arm just fine, and she would not bleed to death from this. She felt dizzy, though. "Charlie, you look like a ghost," John said. "We need to get you out of here." "Okay," she said. Her thoughts were scattered, and the injury hurt less than it should have. She took deep breaths as they headed for the exit, grounding herself. John handed her a piece of cloth, and she put it to the cut to slow the bleeding. "Thanks," she said, looking at him. Something was missing. "Was that your tie?" she asked. He shrugged. "Do I look like a tie person?" She grinned. "I thought it looked good on you." Jason, Marla yelled as they passed the arcade. "Move it, or I'm leaving you behind." Jason ran to catch up. "Is Charlie okay?" he said anxiously. Marla caught her breath and put her arm around him. "She's fine," she reassured him. They walked briskly down the same corridor that they entered through. Jason looked back as he was being guided out, studying the pictures on the wall once more before losing sight of them. The colored lights from the stage were fading, and the flashlight was throwing shapes and shadows on everything, making the drawings difficult to see. But Jason could swear he saw the figures moving in the pictures. They all hurried back through the empty building and out to the parking lot, not keeping watch for the guard. When they made it out to the car, Lamar, who had grabbed the big flashlight, flipped it on and shone it at Charlie's arm. She looked down at the cut. "Do you need stitches?" Marla asked. "I'm so sorry, Charlie." We were all being careless.
Me.
Sorry, Charlie. It's just a thing. We were all being careless. It's not your fault, Charlie said. She knew she sounded annoyed, but she didn't mean to. Her voice was tight and clipped with pain. The shock had worn off, but that meant the wound had begun to hurt. It's fine, Charlie said, and after a long moment, the others gave in somewhat reluctantly. We should at least get you some stuff to clean that up and bandage it, Marla said, wanting to do something to atone, however small. There's a 24-hour drugstore just off the main road, Carlton offered. Charlie, why don't you go with Marla and I'll drive your car back to the motel? I'm fine, Charlie protested half-heartedly, but she handed Jessica the keys. You're a good driver, right? Jessica rolled her eyes. People from New York know how to drive, Charlie. John lingered a moment as Charlie was getting into Marla's car.
Jessica
She smiled
sucks.
at him. Jessica sucks, dude. I'm fine, she said. I'll see you tomorrow. He looked at her like there was something more he wanted to say, but he just nodded and left. Let's see. Okay, Marla said. To the drugstore. Charlie twisted in her seat to look at Jason. Did you have fun? She asked. The games don't work, he said, obviously preoccupied. The drugstore was only a few minutes away. You stay in the car, Marla commanded to Jason as they pulled to a stop. Don't leave me out here, Jason pleaded. I told you to stay, she repeated, a little confused by the fear in his voice. He didn't answer, and she and Charlie headed inside. As soon as they were gone, Jason pulled the drawing out of his pocket. He held it up under the faint lights of the parking lot to examine. It had not changed back. Bonnie the Bunny was reaching toward a child who was facing away from him. Curious, Jason scraped at the crayon lines with his fingernail. The wax came off easily, leaving its trace on the paper. As soon as Marla passed into the fluorescent-lit, air-controlled drugstore, she sighed and put her hands to her temples. Oh, he's such a little brat, she said. I like him, Charlie said honestly. She was still using John's tie to stanch the bleeding, and now, in brighter light, she peeled it back to see the cut. The bleeding had almost stopped. It was not as bad as it had first appeared, though the tie was irreparably ruined. Hey, she said, how come you brought Jason anyway? Marla didn't answer right away, setting her sights on the first aid aisle and heading for it. Here we are. What do you think, gauze? Sure, but don't call me gauze. I don't know what that means. Charlie leaned into Marla but was ignored. Antiseptic, Marla
Oh,
continued.
like, what do you think, Gauze?
What do you think, gauze? Okay. Antiseptic,
I get
Marla continued. I get it. So Jason's dad, or the thing is, she said, so Jason's dad and our mom have been married since before he was born. I mean, obviously. And they're probably getting divorced. I don't know about it, but I know about it, but Jason doesn't. Oh no, Charlie said. They're fighting all the time, Marla went on, and it scares him, you know? I mean, my dad left when I was still a little kid, so I grew up with that. I was used to it. Plus, I got to have a great stepdad, but for him, it's gonna feel like the end of the world. And they're sure not doing anything to make it easier. They're fighting right in front of us, so I didn't want to leave him alone with that for a week. I'm so sorry, Marla, Charlie said. Yeah, it's okay. I'm leaving in a year anyway. I'm just worried about the brat out there. He's not really a brat, Charlie said, and Marla grinned. I know. He's pretty great, right? I kinda like having him around. They paid for the supplies. The clerk, a teenage boy, didn't bat an eye at Charlie's moderately blood-spattered appearance. Outside, they sat on the hood of the car. Marla started to open the bottle of antiseptic, but Charlie held out a hand for it. I can do it myself, she said. Marla looked like she was about to argue, but she swallowed whatever she was about to say and handed Charlie the bottle and a piece of gauze. As Charlie awkwardly cleaned her arm, Marla smiled impishly. Speaking of people we like having around, are you having fun with John? Ow, that stings. And I don't know what you mean, Charlie said primly, suddenly putting all her attention on her task. You do too. He's following you around like a little puppy, and you are loving it. Charlie bit back a smile. How about you and Lamar? She retorted. Me and who now?
Marla and Lamar are a thing.
That makes it worse. Let's see. Me and who now?
Me and who
Marla
now?
said. Here. She held out a hand for the bloody gauze, and Charlie handed it to her, reaching for a clean strip. You're gonna have to let me tape it, Marla said. Charlie nodded and held the gauze in place while Marla reached for the tape. Come on, Charlie went on. I see the way you look at him. Nope. Marla smoothed down the last piece of tape and put everything back in the bag. Seriously? Charlie said as they got back into the car. You're adorable together, and your names are anagrams of each other. Marla and Lamar. It's meant to be. Both laughing, they headed back to the hotel. I hate that they did it on purpose.
Hotel.
That makes it worse.
It makes it worse.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I need to take my dog out real quick.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to hang with chat or if you want to go to BRB, whatever is best for you.
Yeah, I'll hold it down. When you get back, I'll go pee.
All right. You can go pee first. Go pee first. I gotta take my dog out. He can hold it for a second.
Okay.
I'll hold it down for now.
All right, I'll be right back.
All right, chat. How we doing? I'll just take some questions and stuff. Super chats obviously first, but anything else? Just how are we doing? I'm doing okay. We're 33% of the way through this book, which is pretty nice. It's gotten a little bit. It's you know, that we're finally starting to actually see some Freddy things, some actual spooky stuff. How much more do you care about the FNAF lore now? I don't give a shit about any of this. But I'm also not 100% convinced this is a ton of FNAF lore. I guess that we know. I say we now know that this person, the daughter of the person who created this, but like I also don't know if that's like already something we knew or if that's canon. So thanks, Ryan, for the question. Who you got tonight, Denver or Miami? Both Ben and I are Heat fans, so my heart says Miami, my brain says Denver. I do just want to see Jessica die. I have a feeling no one's gonna die. I just kind of think it's probably gonna end up being relatively light. Books are only semi-canon. Hey, I got here late. Can you guys restart, please? No. We're 33% of the way through this. There's no way. But we're on chapter 5. We're on the 5th chapter of Freddy's. So, you know, we're chugging along.
All right. I'm back. All right.
All right, hold on. All right, I'm gonna let my dog out real quick and then probably make a popcorn. So I'll be back in like
popcorn.
3 minutes. Yeah, just one.
All right. All right, chat. I'm taking over. Let's see. Who's got any questions for me? You guys gonna read the other 2 books in the trilogy after this one? We don't have any plans to. If we see people having, like, if people are interested in this, or if we like decide to punish ourselves again during a future FNAF stream, I wouldn't rule it out. But no plans to currently. This was originally kind of a one-off. Are we gonna finish the book on this stream? That's the hope. We're kind of right in the middle of things. We're about 4 hours, a little less than 4 hours in. Yeah, we're making good time, I think. How does it feel to be dripped out like this? The vest is very, very tight, but other than that, it's kind of cool. I like the hat. The hat's got an energy to it. It's too small though. I honestly couldn't wear it without the headphones. Don't worry, guys. The climax hasn't hit yet. Yeah, I can tell Dave isn't here yet. Don't tell Alan who Dave is. Keep it a secret. Let's see. Yeah, I know a lot of people wanted the morph suit for me. I think this is honestly funnier. The morph suit is more ridiculous, but I think this is the Tumblr sexy man fit. I think is funnier. Thank you, S5. The morph suit would have been funny. It could go either way. But yeah. Ugh, man, it's a long book. How are we liking the book? It's been really slow so far, personally. It's not bad. I'm enjoying it for the most part. It's just starting to get kind of interesting now. So yeah. What video game is most nostalgic for you? Weirdly, even though it's not a super old game, I mean it's like 13 years old now, I guess. But Minecraft is probably holds the most nostalgia for me. Music takes me right back to middle school. What's my favorite costume I've worn on a stream? Maybe the combination of Prince Charming and Puss in Boots. I thought that was fun. Also the Hagrid one. The Hagrid one's nice because I can just like wear it to like Halloween stuff too. I wore it to a Halloween event last year, which was fun. What am I gonna be for Halloween? Probably Hagrid. The red eyes in the FNAF movie, I don't care. I really like... I'm a big FNAF fan, and I just don't give a shit about the color of the eyes. I genuinely don't care. But I understand people who do, I guess. But, yeah. Minecraft is so valid, for real. How old am I? I am 23. I hate that I had to think about that. Time is a flat circle. Favorite horror franchise? Trying to think of anything that would beat FNAF. I think it's probably FNAF, weirdly. Let's see. This one is better than the rest of the FNAF books. I haven't honestly heard much good things about like any of this first three. This first trilogy I've heard pretty much nothing, but it's kind of generic and not great. But I don't know, this book is fine. Let's see. Favorite commentary I've done, it might still be Pixels. I really like the 50 Shades commentaries. I think they're so funny. So it might be one of those. Do I think we'll play FNAF World? Probably not. It's like long and doesn't like fit the content feel that the other FNAFs do. So probably not. I think if we're starved for content later on, maybe. I wouldn't say there's a 0% chance, but probably not. Let's see. What should you make for dinner? Popcorn, shrimp, or corn dogs? Corn dogs. I really love the Suicide Squad and Spider-Man commentaries. These both go hard. Suicide Squad is great. This new one that's coming out, I'm not in it, but it's fucking awesome. So if you guys join our membership, you hit the join button next to the subscribe. You'll be able to watch that kind of right away. And that shit is peak. Different energy than usual, but really good. When Freddy coming back? Right now. Don't have Hot Pockets. Unfortunate. Did I watch Across the Spider-Verse? I did. It was very good. Latest commentary was awesome. Thanks, Jordy.
Hi, Benny there?
Yep, I'm here. Do you hear me now?
Yep.
Cool. Alrighty. Alright, Alan, how are you doing?
I'm good. I got myself some popcorn.
Alrighty.
I guess it's time to
keep it rolling.
My dog's here.
Hi, dog. I heard it whining through your door a little bit earlier. That was probably it needing to go outside.
Yeah, he's not happy.
Which one was it?
This is Riff Raff.
Riff Raff.
Riff Raff, where are you? There you are. Here.
Oh,
Hi,
good
buddy.
boy. Everyone in chat say hi, Riff Raff.
Arr. Arr.
Very cute. Alrighty.
Okay.
We had just reached the start of chapter 5. So we are. So it's your turn.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Any
Chapter
idea where we
5.
are on shots? Real quick.
Still at $23 to the next shot because we had the 22, 25, and the 2.
Alrighty, don't forget a membership counts towards $5, and you get to watch our new video right after this.
Which is
stream.
what?
So, Transformers. I forgot we announced the name of it.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's out
shit
now.
goes hard. Yeah,
Well,
it's available for
on
early access right now.
and-
So
members and
after
patrons.
this stream, you guys can give that a watch for our members and patrons.
All right, chapter 5. When they got to the motel, Jessica was already there, and so was John. He stood up and when Charlie walked in. I was worried about you. I thought maybe I could sleep on the floor. He waited nervously for her reaction, as though he had realized only upon seeing her that he might have overstepped her boundaries. I just realized that, sorry, unrelated, but I just realized that this is definitely going to be 5 full nights that they go to Freddy Fazbear's.
Yeah,
So, they've gone 2 nights so far.
yeah. Good point.
On another day, in another place, Charlie might have been annoyed by his excessive concern, but here, in Hurricane, she was glad to have it. We should all be together, she thought. It's safer. She wasn't really afraid, but unease still clung to her like cobwebs, and John's presence had been a calming one ever since they arrived. He was still looking at her, waiting for a response, and she smiled at him. As long as you don't mind sharing the floor with Jason, she said. He grinned. Just let me have a pillow and I'll be fine. Marla tossed him one and he stretched elaborately, set it on the ground, and laid down. They all went to bed almost immediately. Charlie was exhausted. Now that her injury had been cleaned and bound, the adrenaline of the night left her body all at once, leaving her drained and a little shaky. She didn't even bother changing into pajamas. She just collapsed on the bed next to Jessica and was asleep in seconds. Charlie woke just after dawn, when the sky was still pale and a little pink. She looked around at the room. The others wouldn't be up for hours. She suspected, but wouldn't be up for hours, she suspected, but she was too alert to try to fade back into sleep. She grabbed her shoes and stepped over Jason and John's sleeping bodies, went outside. The motel was set a little way back off the road, trees spread thickly around and behind it. Charlie sat down on the curb to put her shoes on, wondering if she could go for a walk in the woods without getting lost. The air was crisp and she felt renewed and energized by the brief night's sleep. Her arm hurt, a dull and pulsing pain that kept drawing her attention, but it had not bled through the bandages. Charlie usually found it easy to ignore pain when she knew she was not in danger from it. The woods were inviting, and she decided to risk getting lost. As she was about to stand, John sat down next to her. "Morning," he said. His clothes were rumpled from the night on the motel floor, and his hair was a mess. Charlie held back a laugh. "What?" he said. She shook her head. "You look a little like your old self today," she said. He looked down at himself and shrugged. "Clothes don't make the man. What are you doing up so early?" "I don't know. Couldn't sleep. What about you?" "Somebody stepped on me," Charlie winced. "Sorry," she said, and he laughed. "I'm just kidding. I was awake." "I was gonna go for a walk," she said, pointing at the tree line. "Out there, somewhere. You wanna come?" "Yeah, definitely." They headed into the woods, and John hung back for a moment and surreptitiously
There you go.
retucked his shirt, trying to smooth out the wrinkles. Charlie pretended not to notice. "Don't patronize me, Ben."
I was waiting.
There was no path, and so they made their way through the trees at random, glancing back now and then to make sure that they still make out the motel parking lot. John stumbled over a fallen branch, and Charlie reached over with her good arm to catch him before he fell. "Thanks," he said. "Strong arm, too." "Well, you caught me yesterday, so it's only fair if I catch you back. Now we're even," she said. She looked around. The motel was scarcely in sight, and she felt concealed. made safe by the woods. She could say anything here, and it would be all right. She leaned back against a tree, picking idly at the bark behind her. You know, Freddy wasn't the first restaurant, she said. I'm sorry. She said it abruptly, surprising herself, and John looked at her quizzically, like he had not quite heard her. She didn't want to say it again, but she forced herself to. Freddy's. It wasn't my dad's first restaurant. There was a diner, a little one. It was before my mom left. I had no idea, John said slowly. Where was it? I don't know. It's one of those memories from when you're a little kid, you know? You only remember the things that are right around you. I remember the linoleum on the kitchen floor. It was this black and white diamond pattern. But I don't remember where the restaurant was, or what it was called. Yeah, John said. We took a vacation to a theme park when I was, like, 3, and all I remember is the back seat of the car. So were they there, or were they there? His voice dropped a little quieter when he said it, almost reflexively. Charlie nodded. Yeah, there was a bear and a rabbit, I think. Sometimes the details get mixed up in my head. They're not like normal memories, she said, needing him to understand the story's defects before she told him the rest. It's like when you have a realistic dream, and in the morning you're not sure if it really happened or not. It's just impressions. Little snatches of time. She trailed off. She wasn't explaining it right. She was choosing all the wrong words. She was reaching back too far in her memory to a time when she did not yet speak. It's a time she did not have the words to name the things she saw, and so now, when she tried to recall them, the words could never be right. She looked at John. He was watching her patiently, waiting for her to go on. She wanted to tell him the story from her life that she had never told. It was not even a story, not really. Just something that nagged at the edge of her mind, something flashing by randomly in the corner of her eye. She was not entirely certain it was real, and so she told no one. She wanted to tell John because she wanted to speak it to another person, because he looked at her with trusting eyes and she knew he would listen to and believe her, because he had cared for her a long time ago, because he had caught her when she fell, and he had come here to sleep and keep watch all night. He had come here to sleep and keep watch, and thought a pragmatic, slightly cruel part of her, and thought a pragmatic, slightly cruel part of her because he was not part of her real life. She could tell him this, tell him anything, and when she returned home, it would be as though it never happened. She wanted suddenly to touch him, have confirmation that he was really there. But this was not another dream. She reached out her hand to him, and surprised but glad he took it. He stayed where he was, as if afraid that moving in closer would scare her. They stayed that way for a moment, and then she let go, and she told him the story the way that she spoke it in her head, the memories of a small child mixing with the things that she had come to understand as she grew older. There was another restaurant, rustic and small, with red checkered cloths on the tables, and a kitchen you could see from the dining area. And they all were there together, her father and mother and us. When Charlie was very, very young, she was never alone. There was Charlie, there was a little boy so close to Charlie that remembering him was like remembering a part of herself. They were always together. She learned to say we before she learned to say I. They played together on the floor of the kitchen, sometimes drawing pictures when hiding under the hardwood table. She remembered the shuffling of feet and the shadows of customers walking by. Light was broken by a slowly turning fan and thrown across the floor in ribbons. She remembered the smell of an ashtray and the hearty laughter of adults lost in a good story while their children played. Very often she would hear her father's laugh echoing from the distant corner as he talked with the customers. When Charlie pictured him laughing like that now, it was with a little ache, a sucking feeling in the center of her chest, because his eyes were bright and his smile was easy because he wanted them all to be part of the restaurant, to share his work freely. Because he was not afraid to let his children roam and explore, he was yet untouched by I'm mixing up period and everything. So he was yet untouched by grief, and so while he looked a little like his father, the father she truly remembered, he was not the same man at all. Charlie was looking down at the ground. What?
Thank you, Jordy Minority, for the gifted membership. You gave S5 the ability to watch our new video. Appreciate it. And that puts us, where were we? 27?
We were at 23.
23. So that puts us $5 closer. Oh, there it is. All right. So 23, and then what was it? So 18, and now 25. So that puts us 7 towards the next one, and we do a shot. Thank you, Manuel Macias. Enjoy the shot, guys. Summer of Allen and Ben Wagon. Those are good hashtags.
Both of those were great freaking hashtags.
Yeah.
Neither of them came to any wins, but
Yeah, I never win.
hashtag
I'm
Summer of
bad at
Allen.
Mario Party.
It's starting.
Hashtag Ben
That's because
Wagon.
it's not Summer of Allen yet for another
Oh,
12
true.
days.
All right, cheers, chat. Ugh.
Get some fucking water.
Ooh.
Fuck.
Back into my mask. Alright. Okay, where was I at?
I think it was not the same man at all, and now we're on to. Charlie
Yes.
was looking down.
Charlie was looking down at the ground as she talked, at the dirt and stones and cracked remains of leaves, and her hand was at her back, stripping bark from the tree. Does that hurt the tree, she thought, and forced her hands away, nodding them in front of her. The restaurant was open until late at night, and so when they began to falter, Charlie and the little boy would crawl into the pantry with blankets and soft toys to sleep until it was time to close. She remembered using sacks of flour as pillows, big bags almost as long as they were tall. They would snuggle down together and whisper words of nonsense that meant deep things only to the two of them, and Charlie would drift into sleep, half listening to the warm sounds of the restaurant, the clank of the dishes and the murmur of grown-up talk, the sound of the bear and the rabbit as they danced to their chiming tunes. They loved the animals, the yellowish-brown bear and the matching rabbit, who wandered the restaurant dancing and singing for the customers. And sometimes, just for Charlie and the little boy. They sometimes moved stiffly and mechanically, and sometimes with fluid, human movements. And while the boy liked the animals best when they acted like people, Charlie liked them the other way. Their stilted movements, their lifeless eyes, and their occasional glitches fascinated her. They acted alive, but were not. The narrow yet bottomless chasm between those things, alive and not alive, enthralled her, though she would never have been able to explain why. I think they were costumes, Charlie said now, still looking down at the ground. The animals weren't always robots. The bear and the bunny were costumes, and sometimes people wore them. And sometimes my father put it onto one of his robots, and you could always tell which it was by the way they danced. Charlie stopped. There was more, but she could not bring herself to speak. There was something else that made her lock down her mind and force the memory away. The part that made her unwilling to ask Aunt Jen for answers because she was afraid of what the answers might be. Charlie had not dared to look at John the whole time while she was talking, staring only at the ground, at her hands, at her sneakers. Now she did look at him, and he was rapt, seeming almost to be holding his breath. He waited, not wanting to speak until he was sure she was finished. That's all I remember, she said at last, even though it was a lie. Wait, who was the little boy? John said. Charlie shook her head, frustrated that he had not understood. He was mine, she said. I mean, he was my brother. We were the same. She was speaking childishly, as if the memory had taken hold of her. Forcing her to regress, she cleared her throat. Sorry, she said, speaking more slowly, trying to choose her words with care. I think he was my twin brother. She saw John open his mouth, about to ask the question, what happened to him? But there must have been something in her face, something warning, because he held it back and said, "Do you think that place was around here? I mean, I guess it could have been around anywhere, another state even." I don't know, Charlie said slowly, looking over her shoulders, then up at the trees. This all feels the same. It feels like I could walk around any corner and it could be there. Her voice began to break. I want to find it, she added, suddenly, and as soon as she said it, it was what she wanted to do. What do you remember about it? John said, enthusiastically, almost lunging forward like an eager dog on a lead. He must have been dying to go look for the monument she mentioned in the place. Charlie smiled but shook her head. I really don't remember much, she said. I don't know how much help I can actually be. Like I said, the things I remember are just little scraps. They're not information. It's like a picture book. She closed her eyes, trying to see the place in her mind's eye. The floor would shake. She lifted her head as the thought became clear. A train? She asked, as though John would know. I remember this thunderous sound every day. It was the biggest sound I'd ever heard. I don't mean loud. I mean you could feel it in your whole body, like it was rumbling right through your chest. Must have been close to some tracks then, right? John said. Yeah, Charlie said with a spark of hope. There was a tree out in front, she went on. It looked like an old, angry monster, hunched forward and wizened with two giant gnarled branches reaching out like arms. Whenever we left for the night, I hid my face in my father's shirt so I wouldn't have to see it as we walked by. What else? John said. Were there stores or any other restaurants? No, I mean, I don't think so. I'm sorry. She scratched her head. It's gone. Not enough, John said, a little frustrated. Could be anywhere. A train and a tree. There must be something else you can remember. Anything? No, Charlie said. The more she pushed herself to remember, the harder it got. She was grasping blindly, and it was like trying to get hold of living creatures, as if the memories saw her coming and slipped away. She tossed out fragments as she managed to catch them. The tablecloths, red and white checkered, maybe and made of real cloth, not plastic. She remembered grabbing at one, unsteady on her feet, and the whole table setting falling down on top of her. Plates and glasses shattered around her as she covered her head. Charlotte, are you okay? Her father's voice seemed clearer than ever. There was a squeaky floorboard in the corner in the diner that Charlie liked to push on, making it sing as if it made music. There was a picnic table out back where they used to sit in the sun, one leg of it sinking in the soft ground. There was a song her parents used to sing in the car whenever they came home from a trip. They would burst into it when they were a little way away from home, and they'd start laughing as if they'd done something clever. It's not helpful, Charlie said. Just kid stuff. She felt a little lightheaded. She had spent most of the years avoiding these memories. Her mind shied away as if from snakes. Having done it, she felt strange and a little guilty, like she had done something wrong. But she also felt something that might have been joy in the things she'd never allowed herself to think of. The memories of the time were unsafe. There were traps and snares wrought into their very substance. But there were precious things among them. Sorry, she said. I can't remember more. No, that's really impressive. I can't believe you remember that far back at all, he said. I didn't mean to push you, he said a little sheepishly, then looked thoughtful. What was the song? I think it was the same one they danced to at Freddy's, Charlie said. No, the one your parents sang in the car. Oh, she said. I don't know if I remember it. It wasn't really a song, you know. It was just a little line. She closed her eyes, picturing the car, trying to envision the back of her parents' heads as though she were still in the back seat. She waited, trusting her mind to give it up, and after a moment, it did. She hummed it, just 6 notes. We're back in harmony, she sang. I don't know if you know the song, Ben, to tell me the rhythm to it. Okay. She sang, and they, harmonize. She added, embarrassed by her parents even now. John's expression was blank for a moment as the words at first seemed meaningless, but then his eyes lit with promise. Charlie, there's a town north of here called New Harmony. Huh? Was all that she said for a moment. She listened to the words in her head, wanting them to set off an inspiration, trip of memory, but they did not. I feel like that should ring a bell, but it doesn't, she said. Sorry, I mean, it doesn't sound wrong, but it doesn't sound right either. She was disappointed, but John still had that thoughtful look on his face. Come on, he said, extending his hand. Charlie wiped her cheek and took a shaky breath and then looked at him. She nodded with an exhausted smile and got to her feet. Should we wait for everyone to wake up? John said as they emerged into the parking lot after a brisk walk back. No, Charlie said with an unexpected vehemence. I don't want everyone there for this, she added in softer tones, just for the thought of the whole group going along made her anxious. It was too risky, too private. She had no idea what they might find out or what it might do to her, and she couldn't abide by the thought of making those discoveries with an audience. Okay, John said. Just us then. Just us. Charlie went inside and grabbed her car keys, moving slowly so as not to disturb the others. As she was heading back to the door, Jason stirred and opened his eyes, looking up at her like he wasn't quite sure who she was. She put a finger to her lips. He nodded sleepily and closed his eyes again, and she hurried out the door. She tossed the keys to John and got in the passenger side. There's a map in here, she said, jostling open the glove box door. The map fell out amid a pile of hand warmers and emergency food rations. Your aunt strikes again, John smiled. Charlie held the map just a few inches from her face. New Harmony was close, only about half an hour away. Think you can navigate, he asked. Aye, Captain, Charlie said. Turn left out of the lot. Thanks, he said wryly. They drove back through the town. We haven't had any super chats or anything, right?
Nope.
What are we, 43 to a shot?
I believe so.
Alright, cool. They drove back through the town and out the other side. The houses farther and farther between as they went. Each one stood solitary, connected only by sagging power lines. Charlie watched the telephone poles and the dipping wires repeating hypnotically as if they would go on forever, then blinked, breaking the spell. Ahead of them, the mountains rose up ancient and dark against the clear blue sky. They looked more solid than anything else around them, more real, and maybe they were. They had been here, watching long before the houses, long before the roads, and they would be here long after they were all gone. Nice day, John said, and she looked at him, tearing his gaze up from the view. Yes, Charlie said, I kind of forgot how beautiful it is out here. What? Oh, I went the wrong way.
There you go.
Yeah, he said. He was quiet for a moment, and then looked at her sideways, and Charlie couldn't tell if he was being shy or just keeping his eyes out for on the road. It's weird, he said. At last, when I was a kid, the mountains kind of scared me, especially when we were driving in the dark. They were like some monstrous beasts looming over us. He laughed a little, but Charlie did not. I know what you mean, she said, then grinned at him. I think they're pretty much just mountains, though. Hey, she said suddenly, you never told me what your story was about. My story? He flicked his eyes at her again, a little nervous. Yeah, you said you got your story published. What was it about? I mean, it was just a little magazine, just local, he said. Still reluctant, Charlie waited, and finally he continued. It's called The Little Yellow House. It's about a boy, he said. He's 10 years old, his parents are fighting all the time, and he's afraid they're going to get divorced. They fight, and he overhears them saying awful things to each other. And he hides in his room with his door shut, but he can still hear them. So he starts looking out the window and the house across the street. They sort of keep their curtains open just enough that he can glimpse inside. He watches them go in and out of the house, this family, and he starts making up stories about them, imagining who they are and what they do. And after a while, they start feeling more real to him than his own family. He glanced at Charlie again, as if trying to gauge her reaction. Charlie smiled. He went on. So summer comes and his family goes away for a week, and it's miserable. When they get back, the family in the house across the street has moved away. There's nothing left. Just a for sale sign hanging in the front. Charlie nodded, waiting for him to continue, but he looked at her a little sheepishly. That's the end, he said. Oh, she said. That's really sad. He shrugged. I guess. I'm working on something happy now, though. What's that? He grinned at her. It's a secret. Charlie smiled back. It felt good to be out here. Good to just be driving out into the horizon. She cranked the window down and put her arm out into the air, enjoying the feel of the rushing wind. It's not rushing, it's us, she thought. What about you? John said. What about me? Charlie said, still happily playing against the wind. Come on, what's the life of Charlie like these days? Charlie smiled at him and pulled her arm back into the car. I don't know, she said. Pretty boring. There was a part of her that did not want to tell him for the same reason she wanted him with her now. She did not want her life to mix with her new life to mix with the old. But John had told her something real, something personal, and she felt like she owed him the same in return.
I can
It's all
take
right,
over
she said
here
at last.
if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
I need some popcorn.
Hell yeah. All right. Let's see here. It's all right, she said at last. My aunt is cool, even if she does sometimes look at me like she's not sure where I came from. School's fine, I have friends and all that, but it feels so temporary. I have another year, but I feel like I'm already gone. Gone where? John asked, and Charlie shrugged. I wish I knew. College, I guess. I'm not sure what comes next. Nobody ever knows what comes next, I guess, he said. Do you... He stopped himself, but she prodded him. Do I what? She said teasingly. Do I ever think of you? He flushed, and she instantly regretted the words. I was going to say, do you ever see your mom? He said quietly. Oh, she said. No, I don't. It exhausted Charlie to think of her mother, and she thought her mother felt the same. Too much hung between them, not quite blame, because neither of them were to blame for what had happened, but something close to it. Their pain, individual, radiated off them both like auras, pushing at each other like magnets with the poles reversed, forcing them apart. Charlie? John was saying her name and she looked over at him. Sorry, she said. I drifted for a second. You got any music in this car? He asked, and she nodded eagerly, seizing on the diversion. She bent over, picked up cassettes scattered on the floor, and started reading labels. He made fun of her tapes. She argued back, and after some playful bickering, she shoved a tape into the player and settled back again to stare out the window. I think this is where the map's usefulness ends. John gestured to the road ahead. The whole area is pretty much blank. I think what we're looking for isn't going to be on this map. He folded the map and tucked it neatly to the side of the seat, craning his neck out the window to see what they were passing. Yeah, she said. It looked like they had returned to civilization. Single houses littered the fields, and dirt roads branched off in all directions. The landscape was mostly bushes and short trees. The whole area nestled between rows of low-lying mountains. John looked at Charlie, hoping she would notice something that would point them in the right direction. Nothing, he said, though her blank stare had already given him the answer. No, she said plainly. She didn't want to elaborate. The houses became fewer and more scattered, and the fields of dry bush seemed to stretch wider, giving the whole area a feeling of desertion. John found himself glancing over at Charlie at short intervals, waiting for a signal, half expecting her to tell him to stop and turn around. But Charlie stared into the distance, her eyes fixed on nothing, resting her cheek in her hand. Let's go back, she said finally, sounding resigned. We could have missed something, John said. He slowed the car, looking for a spot to make a U-turn. We missed a lot back there. Maybe it's down one of those dirt roads. Charlie laughed. Really? You think we missed a lot? She grew thoughtful. No, none of this feels right. Nothing rings a bell. She felt a tear spill onto her cheek, and she swiped it away before John could notice. Okay, no worries, Charlie said abruptly, pulling herself back from reverie. Let's grab a bite, just you and me. John smiled, checking his mirrors for a place to turn. Charlie shivered. Then something caught her eye. She almost jumped in her seat, sitting straight up. Stop! She shouted. John slammed on the brakes and the car skidded, dust billowing up all around the car. When they stopped, Charlie sat silently as John checked the rearview mirror again. Are you okay? He said, but Charlie was already out of the car. Hey, he called after her, scrambling out of his seatbelt and rushing to lock the car behind him. Charlie was running back toward the town, but her eyes were on the field beside the road. He caught up quickly, trotting along beside her without asking questions. After a few minutes, Charlie slowed and began shuffling her feet on the ground, peering down as though she had lost something small and valuable in the dirt. Charlie? John said. Until this moment, he had not thought about what it was they were doing. It was an adventure, a chance to be alone with Charlie, to run off after a clue, but now she was starting to worry him. He brushed his hair back from his face. Charlie, he said again, his voice touched with concern, but Charlie did not look at him. She was intent on whatever she had found. Right here, she said. She made a sharp turn toward the edge of the road where something protruded and snaked across the ground. John knelt carefully, brushing some of the loose dirt away with his hand and exposing a flat metal beam. He kept going, uncovering a track that stretched across the road and went off into the field in both directions. It took a moment to speak. It was as though the earth itself had tried to conceal it from them. Be careful, he thought with a minor pang of alarm, but he brushed aside the feeling. I think we found your tracks, he said, looking up at Charlie, but she was nowhere in sight. Charlie? He took a quick look up and down the road, but there were no cars. Charlie! He called again, waving the dust away from his face and racing to catch up. When he reached her, he hung back a little, afraid to disturb her intense focus. There was a cluster of trees up ahead, gathered together as though around a campfire, all tall and short or thick and scraggly. Charlie dragged her foot along the track as she walked, as if it might vanish if she ceased to touch it. What is that, an old station? John asked, squinting and blocking the sun with his hand. There was a long building nestled in the trees, its color blending in with the small grove, making it difficult to spot. The tracks veered away, heading off toward the mountains, and Charlie stopped dragging her foot along them, letting them go. John finally caught up, and they walked through the dry grass together toward the grove of trees, not far away now. There has to be a road. Charlie strayed, almost randomly, heading away from the building. John hesitated, but he gestured toward the building, then followed her, looking back to make sure he knew the way back to the car. Before long, the ground leveled out beneath their feet. Old pavement, broken with weeds and mounds of crumbling rock, stretched across the field in a narrow, almost hidden path, leading once again toward the small building. This is it, Charlie said, softly. John approached her carefully, then stood at her side. They walked the road together, dodging around the pillars of grass that shot up from the breaks and holes. The tree was there, the one with reaching arms and ghastly face, but it was no longer frightening, no longer as Charlie remembered. It must have already been dead when she was a child, she realized. Its limbs had fallen off, leaving jagged holes where they had been, and they lay where they fell, rotting into the ground. The tree seemed a frail and weak shade of its former self, only recognizable by the stumps and bulges on its side that had made its face. Now even the face looked tired. The building itself was long and dilapidated. It was a single story with a dark roof and weather-beaten walls. The place had once been painted red, but time and sun and rain had won out over the paint. It was peeled and curling, whole long strips of it gone, and the wood beneath showing, dark with what might be rot. Its foundation was overgrown with tall grass, and Charlie thought it looked as if it were sinking, as though the whole structure was slowly being swallowed by the earth. Charlie grabbed John's arm as they neared it, then let go and straightened her back. She felt as though she were preparing for a fight, as if the building itself might attack if it sensed weakness. Charlie went warily up the few steps to the door, sticking to the edges and testing the wood before she let down her full weight. The stairs held, but there were soft, splintered patches in the middle she didn't want to try. John didn't follow her right away, sidetracked by something nearly hidden in the grass. Charlie. He held it up, a battered metal sign with the painted words, Fredbear's Family Diner, in red script. Charlie gave a gentle smile. Of course this is it. I'm home. John came up the stairs behind her and set the sign down carefully by the door, and they went inside. The door swung open easily. Light streamed in through the windows on all sides, revealing emptiness and decay. Unlike Freddy's, this place had been cleaned out. The wooden floors seemed intact, but they were warped from weather. Sunlight was streaming in unobstructed and went where it wanted without furniture or people to block its path. Charlie looked up at the ceiling fan. It was still there, but one of its blades was missing. There were double doors to their right with circular windows. Unlike the dining area, which was breached with sunlight and the sounds of outside, the room behind the double doors was still pitch black. John was more interested in this than Charlie, and he carefully peered into one of the windows, obviously tempted to nudge it open and see what was inside. Charlie left him to his curiosity and walked farther into the dining room, which she only knew as the dining room through memory. Now it was a vacant and lonely room, stretching long and narrow, at least 50 feet. Growing darker as it went, there was a slightly elevated stage at the end of the room, and Charlie realized as she looked around that the place had probably once been a dance hall, and the long desk by the entrance that her parents had used for a cash register had probably been a bar. She went over to it and saw that she was right. There were even grooves and scratches in the wood floor where bar stools had once dug their feet. She tried to picture it, a dark bar with a country western band playing on the stage, but she could not. When Charlie looked at the stage, she could still see two animatronic animals moving in shadow, moving in unnatural twists and turns. She could hear echoes of carnival music and distant laughter. She could still smell the cigarette smoke in the air. She hesitated before going farther, as though the ghost she remembered might linger on the stage. She tried to catch a glimpse of where John was. He had finally had the door to the kitchen half open and was sticking his head inside. Charlie turned her attention back to the stage and walked toward it across the creaking floor. Even the smallest sound was deafening, accompanied by the faint whistles as the wind slipped through cracks in the windows and walls. Strips of wallpaper had peeled down and hung flat against the wall, inert until a breeze lifted them up, and they wagged like thin fingers, pointing at Charlie as she walked. Charlie stood at the base of the stage, studying the floor carefully for traces of what might have been stood there before. All that remained were holes where bolts had once been. The corners looked blackened, with the shapes of coils and wires etched into the dirt and wood. Everything is gone. Her head jerked toward the corner to her right. There was another door. Of course there's another door. That's why you are here. She stood still, looking at the door, but not ready to touch it. She was grasped with a strange and illogical fear, as though spiders and boogeymen might come rushing out. The door was ajar. The door was not ajar, it was a door. Charlie looked back toward John again, hesitant to go on without him. As though he heard her calling to him, he leaned out of the kitchen door with a wide-eyed expression. This is really creepy. He was obviously enjoying himself, like a kid in a haunted house. Can you come with me? Charlie's plea came as a surprise to John, who seemed pleased but irritated at the same time, having been enjoying his own adventure on the other side of the building. 2 seconds, he promised, then disappeared again. She rolled her eyes, disappointed but not surprised that his childish curiosity would take priority. She rested the back of her hand against the aged wooden door and gently guided it open, bracing herself against whatever might be inside. Whatever she had been expecting, this wasn't it. It was a closet, the inside extending off to her left about 8 or 9 feet into darkness. There were horizontal poles mounted along the walls where hangers had once been. Square shapes imprinted in the dust filled her mind with images of boxes, maybe speakers. She stepped inside, pushed the door open all the way, trying to let in as much light as possible. She walked farther in, and she let her hand drag along the wall. Although nothing was there now, she could feel heavy cloth coats and sweaters hanging. No, these were costumes. Costumes had hung here in the dark, hiding their color, but allowing themselves to be felt by every cheek and small hand that passed by. Rubber-padded palms and fingers swayed this way and that. Reflections on false eyes passed overhead. Charlie reached the end and turned to look back. She crouched down, looking up at the empty space. It didn't feel empty. She could still feel the costumes. They were hanging all around her. There was someone else in the closet with her. Kneeling down at her own height, it was her friend, the little boy, my little brother. They were both playing and hiding together, as they always did. This time was different. The little boy looked up toward the door, suddenly, as though they had been caught doing something they shouldn't have been doing. Charlie looked up as well. There was a figure in the door. It looked like one of the costumes was standing on its own, but it was motionless, so still that Charlie wasn't sure what she was seeing. It was the rabbit, the yellowish-brown rabbit they loved, but it did not dance or sing. Just stood there and stared at them, unblinking. They began to squirm under its gaze, and the little boy screwed up his face to wail. Charlie pinched his arm, seized with an instinctual sense that they must not cry. The rabbit looked back and forth from one to the other with those all-too-human eyes, ponderous, as though weighing and measuring them in some way that Charlie could not understand, like it was making a momentous decision. Charlie could see its eyes, its human eyes, and she was cold with terror. She felt the fear in her brother as well, felt it echoing between them, reverberating and growing because it was shared. They could not move, they could not scream, and finally the creature inside that patchwork, ragged yellow rabbit suit reached forward for the boy. There was a moment, one single moment, when the children still clung together, gripping hands, but the rabbit snatched the boy to his breast, yanking them apart, and fled. From that moment, the entire memory shattered with piercing and unrelenting screams, not her brother's, but her own. People rushed to help. Her father picked her up and held her, but nothing could console her. She screamed and screamed, louder and louder. Charlie snapped back from her dream, the sound still high and painful in her ears. She was crouched down in silence. John stood at the door, not daring to interrupt. She did not remember much of what happened next. Everything was dark. It was all a blur of images and facts she had pieced together later, things she might remember and others she might have imagined. She was never in the restaurant again. She knew her parents shuttered the doors immediately. Then they moved to the new house, and Charlie's mother left a little while after that. Charlie did not remember saying goodbye, although she knew her mother must have. Her mother would not have left without a goodbye, but it was just lost in the mist of time and grief, like so much else. She remembered the first time she stood in the doorway of her father's workshop, the day they were alone and everything. It was the day he began to build her a mechanical toy. A little dog who tilted its head from side to side. She smiled when she saw it finished, and her father looked at her the way he would look at her for the rest of his life, as though he loved her more than life itself, and as though this love made him unbearably sad. She knew even then. Yep, that something vital inside him had broken, something that could never be repaired. Sometimes sometimes he seemed to look right through her, as if he couldn't even see her when she was standing right in front of him. Her father never again spoke her brother's name, and so Charlie learned not to speak it either, as though to speak it would send them back to that time and unravel them both. She woke in the mornings and looked for the little boy, having forgotten in her dreams that he was gone. When she turned to where he would be and saw only her stuffed toys, she would cry, but she would not say his name. She was afraid to even think it, and she trained her mind to shrink away from it until she truly forgot. but deep inside she knew it. Sammy. A rumbling sound rose, loud and low like a train passing, and Charlie, startled. A train? She looked around her, eyes wide. She was disoriented, not sure if she was in the past or present. It's okay. I don't think it's anywhere near here. Might just be a big truck. John took Charlie's arm and pulled her to her feet. Did you remember something? He whispered. He was trying to catch her gaze, but she was focused elsewhere. A lot. Charlie put her hand to her mouth, still staring into the darkness as if she could see the scene. John's hand on her arm was an anchor, and she clung fast to it. This is real. This is now, she thought, and she turned to him, seized by a fierce gratitude that he was there with her. She buried her face in his chest as if his body could shield her from what she had seen, and she let herself cry. John hugged her tight, one hand on her head, and cautiously stroking her hair. They stayed that way for long moments, and at last she calmed, her breathing deep and even again. John loosened his grip on her, and as soon as he did, Charlie stepped back, suddenly aware of how close they had been. John's hands were still suspended in midair from where Charlie had been. After a moment of shock, he lowered one and used the other to scratch his head. So, he hoped for an answer to fill the silence. A rabbit, Charlie said, calmly, looking towards the doorway. A yellow rabbit. Her voice became graver as the image was still fresh in her mind. The one I saw the night Michael disappeared. The bear. I'm pretty sure he was yellow too. I thought you said it was like the others. I thought it was. When everybody said Freddy was brown that first night, I thought I was just remembering it wrong. I mean, I really don't have a great memory for back then, you know? I didn't even remember what color my old house was, but then you said he was yellow too. Yeah, they were yellow. She nodded. It was the answer he was expecting. I think it's connected, the animals from here and the one I saw at Freddy's, and the one that took my brother, Charlie thought. She took a final look around the place. Let's go back, she said. I want to get out of here. Okay, John said. As they headed to the door, a small object caught Charlie's eye, and she snatched it up. It was a twisted piece of metal. And as John watched close by, she stretched it out and then let it snap back together with a loud crack, like a whip. John jumped. What is that? He said, composing himself. I'm not sure, she said, but she slipped it into her pocket. John was watching her like there was something he wanted to say. Let's go, Charlie said. They began the trek back to the car. Sammy, then years later, Michael, and the other kids. Of course it's connected, Charlie thought. Lightning might strike twice, but not murder. Can you drive again? She said, she asked after a long period of silence. The only sounds so far had been their shoes crunching through the dry grass. Yeah, of course, he said. John managed to get the car turned around in the constricted space, and Charlie settled against the window, her eyes half closed already. She watched the trees fly by outside her window and felt herself beginning to doze. The metal object in her pocket was digging into her leg, keeping her awake. She repositioned it, thinking dreamily of the first time she saw one of the things. She was sitting with Sammy in the restaurant before it opened for the day. They were under a window, in a dusty beam of light, playing with some invented game she could no longer remember, and their father came over grinning. He had something to show them. He held up the piece of twisted metal and showed them how it opened, then let it snap back in his hand. They both cried out in surprise, then started giggling and clapping their hands. Their father did it again. I could snap off your nose, he said. And again they laughed, but quickly his face turned serious. I mean it, he said. This is a spring lock, and I want you to know how it works because it's very dangerous. I don't ever want you touching these. It's why we never put our hands in the animal costumes. It's very easy to trigger these if you don't know what you're doing, and you could get hurt. It's like touching the stove. Do we ever touch the stove? They shook their heads with a solemnity? I know what the word means, I just don't know
It's
how
like
you
about
pronounce it.
solemn, yeah. But solemnity?
With a solemnity beyond their years. Good. Because I want you both to grow up with all your noses, he cried. And he swept them up, one in each arm, swinging them around as they laughed. Suddenly there was a loud snap. Charlie jolted out of sleep. What was that? What was what? John said. The car was off. Charlie looked around. They were back at the motel. Charlie took a moment to reorient herself, then gave a reluctant smile. Thanks for driving. What were you dreaming about? John said. You looked happy. Charlie shook her head. I don't remember. Chapter 6.
Chapter 6.
All right, so chapter 5 was important.
That felt
was-
pretty important.
Yeah, it was a lot. But we're getting to halfway through the book. We're at 42%
Nearly.
according to Kindle, and that looks about right here. So very cool. So
What do you say, Ben? Next 10 minutes?
next
Double
10 minutes
monies.
for double monies? Sure.
What time is it? 9:12? We'll call it 9:30.
9:12 to 9:30, 18 minutes. Wow.
Oh,
So-
yeah, I said 10 before. Yeah, we'll make it 18 minutes, whatever.
All right. So till 9:30, any donations will count as double towards the $50 shot goal, as well as any memberships will count towards 10 instead of 4. What a good deal.
I think we're at 43 to a shot right now.
I believe so. I'm gonna get up and stretch.
All right, do you want me to start?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Okay. Ugh. The Silver Eyes and oh, why am I reading the title again? The other car was gone from the lot, and when they went into the room, there was a note on Charlie's pillow, written in Marla's big, loopy handwriting. We're meeting for dinner at 6:30, and then going to you-know-where, she had written. See you too soon. Don't forget about the rest of us. XOXO, Marla. She had drawn a smiley face and a heart below her name. Charlie smiled to herself, folding the note and slipping it into her pocket without showing it to John. What does it say? He asked. We have to meet them at the dinner. We have to meet them at the diner inn. She checked her watch. An hour. John nodded. He was still standing in the doorway, waiting for something. What? Charlie said. Oh. There we go. I need to go change, he said, gesturing at the rumpled clothing he was wearing. Can I take your car? He held up the keys and jangled them. Oh, yeah, of course. Just come back for me, Charlie said with a grin. He smiled. Of course, he added with a wink. When the door closed behind him, Charlie let out a sigh, alone at last. She was unaccustomed to so much company. She and Aunt Jen moved in their own orbits, meeting gladly from time to time throughout the day, but with the assumption that Charlie would take care of her own needs or would speak up if she could not. Charlie never spoke up. She could feed herself, get to school and back, and maintain her high grades and casual friendships. What could Aunt Jen do about nightmares? About questions she did not really want the answers to. What could Aunt Jen tell her that was not even more horrific than what she already knew? So she was not used to the sustained presence of other people, and it was a little tiring. She showered quickly and put on new clothes, jeans and a black t-shirt, then lay back on the bed, staring up at the ceiling. She had a vague sense that her mind might be racing with excitement or horror at their discoveries, going over and over the memories she had awakened, searching for something new. Instead, she just felt blank. She wanted to be alone, to push the memories to the back of her mind where they belonged. After what seemed like only a few short minutes, there was a knock on the door, and Charlie sat up, checking her watch. More time had passed than she realized. It was time to leave. She let John in. I have to put on my shoes, she said. She looked up at him and she nodded the laces. He had changed, this time into jeans and a t-shirt, a contrast with the former clothes she had gotten used to. His hair was still wet, and there was something fresh and bright about him. He smiled a little. What? He said when he noticed. Nothing, she said. You still look dirty. She joked as she pushed past him. They got in the car. This time she drove. And when they reached the diner, Charlie turned off the engine and hesitated, not moving to leave the car. John, she said, I don't want to tell anybody about Fredbear's. But, he stopped himself. Yeah, he said. I think we forget this is your life and not just some adventure. It's fine. I can keep a secret. It's all our lives, she said. We were all there. We can tell them later. I just want to sort some of it out for myself right now. You got it, he said, and he looked a little pleased. Charlie knew why. It was a secret between them, something she entrusted only to him. When they went inside, everyone was already halfway through dinner. Charlie realized that with a sharp pang that she had not eaten all day, and she found herself suddenly starving. The waitress spotted them as they sat down and came over immediately. They talked intermittently. Lamar, Jason, and Marla had gone to a movie, and Carlton and Jessica had played video games at the house. But their conversation was cursory, just filling the time as they ate. Charlie barely listened, and she had the feeling that even those who were talking were paying little attention to their own words. There was an agitated energy among the group. They were all just waiting, their minds already focused on Freddy's. What about you two? Jessica asked, looking at Charlie and John. Yeah, what about you two? Marlo echoed with a twinkle in her eye. We just went for a drive, John said quickly. Got lost for a while. Sorry. I bet you did, Carlton muttered into his burger, grinning slyly even though his mouth was full. After dinner, the group hurried through the mall and toward the restaurant, hushed and cautious. As they passed through the atrium, their shoes made only soft sounds on the tiled floor, and no one spoke. Charlie had left the big flashlight in the car. They knew their way well enough by now, and the guard had almost seen them the night before. There was no reason to risk drawing extra attention. They came to the end of the hall, and Lamar, at the front of the group, stopped short. Charlie bumped into Marla before she realized what was happening, and she murmured an apology, then froze. The night guard was blocking the alley behind Freddy's, his arms folded across his chest. He had no flashlight, and so he had been invisible, hidden in the darkness until they were almost upon him. Sorry, these mittens would make it really hard to do this. I had a feeling you wouldn't leave it alone, he said with an odd, uneven smile. Marlo whispered something unpleasant under her breath. I could have you arrested for trespassing, he said. Saw you here last night, but I couldn't see where you got to. I guess now I know, he added with a smirk. There was something almost immediately off-putting about the man. He was tall and slightly too thin for his uniform, which bagged at the shoulders and waist, as if it had once been a more robust man but had lost his form somehow to illness or tragedy. His name tag, reading Dave, hung askew on his chest. His skin was sallow and his eyes were undercut by heavy lines, adding to the impression of long-standing ill health. What were you all doing back here anyway, he demanded. You kids partying? Drugs? I could have you arrested right now, you know. Charlie and John glanced at each other. We're sorry, Lamar said quietly. We'll go. We don't have any drugs. Says who? Says you? The guard wore an odd expression, and his words were harsh and fast. He seemed not to be responding to what they were saying. He looked angry, but his mouth kept quirking up at the corners, like he was trying not to smile. What do we do? Jessica whispered. Probably the most action he's ever had out here, Carlton said with a hint of disdain. And Charlie remembered suddenly that Carlton's father was a cop. She remembered him in his uniform, tilting down his dark sunglasses at them with a mock glare, then smiling, revealing the joke. The guard, however, looked like he meant it. We'll go, Lamar said again. Sorry. Charlie looked at the man, considering him. The ill-fitting uniform, his peaky, almost exhausted-looking features. He really could kick them off the property, or even have them arrested for trespassing, but still, she could not really fear him. His inadequacy shone through him like a kind of negative charisma. He would always be shoved to the back of a crowd, always shouted down in an argument, always picked last, forgotten, ignored in favor of those who were simply more vital, more vigorously attached to life. Charlie frowned at herself. It was an unusual train of thought for her. She did not usually assume she could read the lives of strangers through the lines on their faces, but it gave her an idea. Why don't you come with us, she said. We just want to explore a little bit more, and then we'll leave. You know your way around better than any of us, she added, hoping that some of the flattery would stick. And then we'll never come back again, Carlton said. The guard did not immediately dismiss the idea, and the others quickly chimed in with their own assurances. The guard peered at them one by one, fixing his gaze on each in turn. When he looked at Charlie, she looked away, not wanting to meet his eyes, as if she would be giving something away if she let him look too deeply. Once he had inspected them to his satisfaction, he nodded. Sure, he said, only because I've always wanted to take a walk in there myself. He jerked a thumb behind him, and catching the surprise that must have shown on their faces, he said, I'm not an idiot. I've been working here for years. Walk this building inside and out every night. You think I don't know what's back there? Charlie felt herself flush. She had somehow assumed their discovery was unique. The guard looked down at the name tag suddenly and then pointed to it. Name's Dave, he said. I'm Jason, Jason said, and a little warily, the others recited their own names in turn. They stood there, looking at one another awkwardly for a moment, no one wanting to be the first to move. Then Jessica shrugged. Come on, she said. She walked quickly to the scaffolding that hid the alley to Freddy's and pulled back the plastic, revealing the break in the wall. And they all filed through, squeezing past the piled boxes. Dave hung back politely, letting them all go first. He motioned to Charlie to go ahead. I don't want you behind me, Charlie thought. She looked at Jessica, who wasn't moving either. Please, go ahead, Charlie said with an edge in her voice. And Dave ducked his head shyly and went. Charlie followed him, and Jessica tucked the plastic carefully back where it was. concealing their passage even though there was no one left to catch them. And they made their way down the dank alley. Charlie touched her fingers to the brick wall, dragging her hand along it as if to guide her. The flashlight seemed a little dimmer now, though she knew it could only be her imagination. We haven't had any,
Nothing.
things, and I said till 9:30, so only 8 more minutes on that.
Yep.
They led the guard to the heavy wooden shelf that hid the entrance, and Lamar, John, and Jessica dragged it out of the way, revealing the door. Charlie expected their new companion to be oppressed, but he just nodded, as if he was suspecting this all along. One by one, they entered the hall of the restaurant, and again, Charlie lagged back from the group. She caught Carlton by the arm as he passed her. "Carlton," she whispered. "Have you ever seen this guy?" Carlton shook his head. "It's not that small a town. I don't know everybody." Charlie nodded absently, her eyes still on the newcomer as they made their way down the long hallway into Freddy's main dining room. She had invited the guard because it seemed like the only way to get back in, but now she was beginning to regret it. Letting a stranger into Freddy's was like letting him into her home, like giving something up. "What happened to the restaurant?" Lamar said, his tone carefully, even, forcing a friendliness he could not have felt. "Why is it all boarded up? And why is the mall abandoned anyway?" His voice sounded thin in the narrow hallway, a little muted. "You don't know?" Dave said. This town needs money, jobs, revenue, things like that. And one thing we've got a lot of is space. So they decided to build a big mall, try and attract business, maybe even tourists. They built up around where Freddy Fazbear's was, but when it came to it, no one would lease the restaurant, because of what happened. So someone had the bright idea of sealing the whole place up, intact. Someone who had a sentimental attachment to it, perhaps. I don't think they even tried to clear it out. But it wasn't enough. Something about this place spilled over into the rest of the building, maybe right down into the soil. No one wanted to bring their business here. Sometimes business owners, franchisers from outside town would come and look at the place, but they never signed the papers. Said it just didn't feel right. I think it's got an aura. A mystical energy, maybe. If you believe in that sort of thing. Dave wiggled his fingers in the air as though casting a spell. "I don't believe in that sort of thing," Lamar said shortly, but the guard did not seem to notice his tone. "To each his own," he said. "All I know is no one ever wanted their stores here, and they abandoned the construction before the building was even finished. Now nobody comes up here except kids wanting to screw around. And me," he added, with what sounds like pride. He must have felt possessive. Charlie thought the only one who ever came here for years and years. Must have felt like it belonged to him, this strange, half-finished building. To him, they must be the invaders. They came to the end of the hallway and the space opened up before them. Jessica ran ahead to the control room beneath the stage, her flashlight bobbing merrily ahead of her. She disappeared for a moment, then hit the light switch, and all at once the room was warm and bright. Charlie stopped, blinking in the sudden light. Dave brushed past her, and something caught her eye. There was a scar on his neck, curved and ugly, almost a perfect half moon. The tissue was knotted and white. The cut that made it must have been a deep one, only a few feet away. Dave turned in a circle, taking in the restaurant, odd as he did, Charlie saw that the scar had a twin, the same half moon, in the same place on the other side of his neck. She shivered a little. The marks were too clean, too perfectly placed. They almost looked deliberate. The group fanned out. Carlton, for some reason, headed toward the kitchen, and Jason wandered away toward the arcade again. "Be careful," Marfa called out to him, but she was already following Lamar to the control room to join Jessica. Charlie hung back, and John stayed with her. There was something different in the air, Charlie thought. It felt thinner, like she had to breathe deeper to get enough oxygen. It's just a guy, she told herself, but that was the problem. They had brought an outsider in with him, and now the restaurant felt less secure, no longer hidden away. Freddy's had been breached. Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica had begun to jerk in their stiff, single movements. Charlie looked at Dave, but he did not appear surprised. He's been here before, she thought. Then, of course he's been here before. The whole town used to come here back then. John motioned her on, and reluctantly she went with him to the control room, Dave tagging along behind them like a stray. In the booth, Jessica was hunched over, pressing buttons, and Lamar was studying the control board, trying to make sense of it. Dave peered intently over their shoulders, watching. He was nodding slightly to himself, wrapped up in some private calculation. And when Jessica stepped back and stretched, he cleared his throat. He said, "Could I try?" He drew himself up a little, extending his arm graciously. Jessica and Lamar exchanged glances, then shrugged. Why not? Jessica said. They shuffled around so that they could reach the board, and then he stared down at it for a long moment without moving. Then he touched a short series of buttons. A hum rose from the speakers, a long, low tone that did not waver. Whoa, Jessica said and pointed to the monitors. Charlie saw movement on the screen and backed out of the control room to look for herself. On stage, the animals were dancing. Crudely, awkwardly, without the grace or complexity Charlie remembered, but they were moving in sequences, not just one motion at a time. Charlie went back to the control room, but did not go beyond the door. How did you do that? She snapped, not caring if it was rude. Dave raised his hands in the air. Beginner's luck, he said. I just pressed some buttons. Right, Charlie said. She rubbed her temples. Can someone please turn off the speakers? Lamar darted forward and flipped a switch, and the sound died. Despite the silence, Charlie felt as if she could still hear it, whining away inside her head. She closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them, Jessica and Lamar had gone back to working the controls. But there was a caution to their movements as they glanced at each other every few seconds as if seeking reassurance. Charlie looked at John. His arms were folded across his chest, and his eyes were trained on the back of Dave's head. In the arcade, Carlton pressed some random buttons on a game console, knowing nothing would happen, then turned around, finding himself the subject of an 11-year-old's resentful stare. What? He said. I'm not a baby, Jason said. You don't have to watch me. What? Jason, I'm not watching you. I'm just hanging out with you. I'm not Marla. Go stick your tongue in an electrical socket for all I care. He waggled his eyebrows comically, and Jason laughed. Okay then, maybe I will, he said. He scanned the baseboards for a socket, briefly considering calling Carlton's bluff. But when he glanced around, Carlton had already wandered off. Jason bit his lip and rocked on his heels, feeling foolish. After a moment, he went back to the drawings on the wall. There were too many drawings to peruse each one in turn, but Jason suspected that he would not need to. As they had the night before, the drawings would come to him. They wanted to be found. All Jason had to do was look. The drawings in the arcade gave up.
Hold on. Jordy
What?
Minority gifted 5 Razzle Membies just at the end
literally
of
at the last minute.
thing, so that is a shot.
That is evil.
That is evil, but also really nice. Thank you, Jordy.
Thank you so
people will
much.
be able
And
to
that's
watch.
awesome. All those people, yeah.
Yeah.
They'll all get to see our Transformers video
Exactly.
early.
Okay. Shot time. Ah.
Fuck.
All right. Thanks again. You were still reading. We're close to
I was.
the spot where you swap over.
What's up?
We're close to the spot where we swap.
Alright. Just get my hands on. Each one of them. I think I will both. Drawings would come to him. They wanted to be found. All Jason had to do was look. The drawings in the arcade gave up nothing. They were just children's grubby art, faded with age. He went back out to the dining room, still hugging the walls and scanning them, hunting for something that was more than crayon. What are you up to, Jason? Lamar was suddenly behind him. Jason turned around and studied him for a moment, considering. He liked Lamar, even if his friendliness could be traced easily to his interest in Marla. Lamar had bent down so his head was almost level with Jason's, and Jason leaned toward him and whispered, "The drawings are moving." Lamar drew back, and for a moment a look of real alarm crossed his face, but it was fleeting. Jason bit his lip, waiting. Lamar grinned at him, then reached out to pat him on the head. "Okay, Jason, we'll get you the help you need," he said heartily, and Jason laughed and slapped Lamar's hand away. "Shut up! Seriously," Jason said with a hint of sheepishness, and Lamar patted his head again and headed off. As soon as Lamar was a few feet away, Jason rolled his eyes. "What do you think I am, your pet?" He gave his hair a violent tussle as if he could shake loose whatever Lamar had done to him, then went back to the wall concentrating. The problem is, I think that, by the way, that Jason's not booping the nose when he's doing
Yeah,
the
I think
pictures.
that-
That's
yep.
what you gotta do.
Yeah, that's what's wrong.
Anyway. He made his way all along one wall and turned the corner when it happened. A flicker just out of the corner of his eye. Almost a shimmering. He stopped. Which one was it? He scanned the drawings again, going up and down the wall carefully. Around the place he thought he had seen movement, but there was nothing. He started over, stopping to look at each crayon scribble, and then it happened again. He seized on it this time, his eye finding the drawing just as the shimmer of movement stopped. And just as he did, he saw another. So brief he would have ignored it. Just a trick of light, had he not been watching for it. It was about the first and maybe two. It was above the first and maybe 2 feet to the left. His eyes started back and forth, trying to see both at once. Suddenly, there was a third movement and a drawing between the two. This one was more noticeable. This time, he almost saw the drawing shift before it was still again. Sitting back on his heels, Jason looked at 3 drawings, each in turn. The crayon was black, and they all looked like they had been drawn by the same kid. All with 2 figures in the foreground, a child and a rabbit. Jason glanced around the room. His sister and the others still seemed to be engaged by the stage. Lamar had gone back to join them. Jason pulled the drawing he had found the night before from his pocket. He smoothed it out, pressing it to the surface of the floor. Then slowly he peeled its linty tape out flat and stuck the paper to the wall just at his eye level. He stared at the wall, waiting. Nothing happened. Jason frowned. He'd been so certain that they would tell him something. But they were just drawings. The child and the bunny stood in the middle of the paper, in one close together and one far apart. But there was nothing there that could be called a story. Oh well, he said. He started to look over at the others again, and the highest one began to move.
I can take
This time
over
he saw
now.
the shift. Sure.
Oof. Oof. As the costume, I'm surprised you're still doing it.
I'm still doing it.
Yeah.
It's tough. Honestly, you get a little used to it though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. So, 46% of the way through. Still not quite half. It's crazy. Okay. This time he saw the shift. The crayon lines twisted and slid on the page, moving of their own accord, too fast to follow. When the first stopped moving, another started. They continued one after another until the last, the one he had just put back, was finished. Jason watched, eyes wide, his heart pounding, but by the time he realized what was happening, it was over. The figures were fixed in place, and now they did tell a story. In the first, a child was sitting alone. In the second, Bonnie appeared behind the child. In the next, Bonnie had snatched the child, lifting it off the ground. In the last, the child was screaming. His eyes wide and his heart racing, Jason stepped back. He was transfixed. His body felt suddenly leaden, too heavy to run. A sound arose, like wind rustling the pages on the wall, though they hung motionless before him. The sound rushed and grew louder and louder until wind gave way to screaming. Jason clapped his hands over his ears as pages began to drop from the walls, landing with loud crashes, as if they were made of something heavier than paper. As he watched, the fallen pages turned dark red, soaking through with color as they touched the floor. Jason turned to run, but his path was blocked as pages tumbled from the ceiling in a torrent. One landed on his shoulder, another on his back, and then another, and they clung to him, wrapping around him as if they would suffocate him. Jason felt his legs buckle under the weight, dropping at last to one knee. As he braced himself under the storm of paper, the room began to shake violently. Jason gritted his teeth, trapped, and suddenly it was over. The red-soaked papers were gone, and there was nothing on his back, and Marla had him by the shoulder and was staring at him wide-eyed. "Jason, what on earth is wrong with you?" Jason scrambled to his feet, brushing himself off as if he were covered with invisible insects. "The pictures were falling on me," he said urgently, still panicked, but he looked back at the wall. At the wall, he realized that the room was silent and still. A single picture had fallen from its place. Marla looked down at it, then back to her brother, and shook her head. She leaned close and hissed into his ear, "You embarrass me." She let loose her grip after a moment, her face almost blank, and walked
Jeez.
away. Jason
Wait,
stumbled.
hold on. Does Marla suck?
Marla might suck.
Marla kind of sucks.
Yeah, it seemed like she was, because she was being a,
I thought she was cool.
yeah, she was being a shitty sister, and then she like had the
But
conversation.
I thought it was like
with-
a silly.
yeah, and she had
Like
she had
teasing.
the conversation in the drugstore, which made me be like, oh yeah, so she definitely not an asshole, likes her brother.
Yeah.
No, that's just yeah, she
Sorry. Just
Yeah.
thrown off.
yeah, not not the way to respond to that, definitely. Let's see.
Sorry,
was
I
I?
think we were in the middle of a paragraph.
Yeah.
Go right after you embarrass me. In quotations.
I've lost it. Did I might have
Oh,
turned
no.
the page. I think I was right at the turn. Yeah, I was right at the turn of the page. So
Oh, sorry.
she let loose her grip after a moment, and her face almost blank, and walked away. Jason stumbled as he got to his feet, but followed as quickly as he could, keeping his eyes trained on the walls as they went. In the control room, Dave had his hands on the buttons, his fingers wandering lightly over them without pressing anything. The movement looked careless, instinctual, like a habit. Charlie leaned close to John. "He's been here before," she whispered. "Look at the way he touches the controls." "Maybe he's just good with computers," John offered, not sounding convinced. "Can you make them dance again?" Jessica asked. Dave barely seemed to acknowledge the question. His mouth hung slightly open, and he seemed to be staring at something none of them could see. In the bright lights, they could all see that his uniform was grubby and torn in places, his face poorly shaven, and his eyes a little unfocused. He looked less like a guard than a vagrant. And he looked at them all as if he had wandered in ages ago and they were the newcomers. It took him a moment to register the question. "Sure, let's see what we can do," he said.
Ooh, I like
He smiled
his voice.
at her, his mouth askew. His eyes were a little too intent on her face, holding her gaze a little too long. Jessica swallowed, seized with an instinctive revulsion. But she smiled back. "All right," said Dave. "I've been here a few times before. I think I can work some magic." Charlie and John exchanged glances. "You've been here before?" John said in a careful, even tone. But Dave ignored him, or did not hear. There was a keypad to the far left of the control board that no one had touched yet, as it did not appear to be connected to anything. Now Dave reached for it and began to press the buttons quickly, as if he had done it 100 times before. He gave Jessa a conspiratorial glance. "For special occasions, you can request a dance." He smiled at her again with that crooked intensity. "Great," Jessica said, breathing a sigh of relief. Anything to get out of such a forced proximity to this man. She looked over at Lamar. "I'm gonna go look. Will you take over?" "Yeah, sure," he said, scooting forward to fill the vacancy as Jessica and Dave made their way out to the show area. On stage, the lights were flashing in patterns, accompanying music that no longer played. And Bonnie's mouth was moving as though in song. His eyelids closed for long blinks from side to side. One large blue hand rose and fell, strumming exaggeratedly on the red guitar whose strings had long since gone missing. "Lamar, how much of this are you doing?" Carlton said, suitably impressed. "Not much," Lamar called back. "Most of it seems pre-programmed." Bonnie turned to them, and Jessica startled as he seemed to look right at her, but he turned away just as quickly to face the rows of empty seats, lifting his head to sing. "It's strange seeing them like this," Jessica said, taking a step back to get a better view. Bonnie's foot tapped along in rhythm, and his mouth opened and closed in song. There was no voice, there was no music. There was only a strange humming coming from the speakers and an orchestra of mechanical snaps and squeaks. Bonnie sped up, strumming and tapping faster. His eyes suddenly seemed out of sync, looking left while the head went right, then rolling back into his head. Dave approached the stage with deliberate steps. "Nervous, little fellow, aren't you?" He smiled, seemingly unbothered as the rabbit moved faster and faster. "Hey Lamar, can you take it down a notch?" Jessica called. Bonnie's arms began convulsing violently, his mouth open but stuttering, his eyes throwing their gaze in seemingly random directions. "Lamar, something's wrong," Jessica cried. Bonnie's foot jerked upward with a sound like a gunshot, yanking free the bolt that anchored him to the stage. "Lamar!" Carlton climbed onto the stage and hurried to Bonnie, trying to search the rabbit for an off button as he ducked its erratic swings. "Carlton, get down, you idiot!" Jessica ran to the stage. Bonnie was moving too fast, out of control, as if his program had hit a glitch. He was no longer following the dance sequence they remembered so well. He began to convulse and thrash. Carlton scrambled back, trying to get away, but Bonnie's arm broke away from the guitar, swinging out and hitting Carlton across the chest, knocking him off the stage. He landed on his back and stayed down, gasping for breath. "Lamar!" Jessica shouted. "Lamar, turn it off!" "I don't know how," he yelled back. Jessica knelt down beside Carlton, looking helplessly at him. She tapped his shoulder insistently. Carlton, are you okay? Carlton, look at me. Carlton gave a small laugh that sounded more like a cough, then grabbed her hand and pulled himself up to sit. It's okay, he said. Just got the wind knocked out of me. Jessica looked worried. I just need a minute, he assured her, the words coming in little wheezes.
Jessica seems like she sucks less.
Yeah, I'm not...
Like, Marla's the new person who sucks.
Yeah, I think Marla might suck more than Jessica.
I kind of feel like Marla sucks more than Jessica.
Yeah.
All right, sorry.
All good.
In the control room.
In the control room, Lamar pressed button after button frantically, but on the screens, he could still see Bonnie moving wildly and at random, not responding to anything he did. Charlie rushed in, pushing him out of the way, but it took her only seconds to realize that the buttons were powerless. She locked eyes with Lamar for a moment. We aren't in control, she thought. As one, they rushed from the control room to help the others. Jessica screamed, a short, high-pitched sound, and Marla and John ran to her, Charlie and Lamar arriving seconds later. All the animals were moving now in that same fitful way, cycling through their pre-programmed movements at random with a desperate, panicked air. The lights began to pulse, flickering rapidly on and off. The stage lights did the same, the colors appearing and disappearing so that the whole space was washed first in bright gold, then a sickly green, then a bruised and vicious purple. They blinked like strobes, and the effect was nauseating. The speakers blared brief bursts of static, cutting in and out like the lights, and beneath the static was the same sound they heard the night before, the growling of a voice too low to be human, too indistinct to be speaking words. The group came together cautiously, not quite trusting their own senses. The lights throbbed savagely, and as Charlie walked towards her friends, she could not be sure how far away they were or what was right in front of her. They huddled in the middle of the floor, staring at the animals as they rattled and rocked as if with their own agenda. Carlton got to his feet. Jessica watched him with concern, but he waved her off. I told you, I'm fine, he said, shouting to be heard over the intermittent noise. Charlie stood fixed in place, unable to take her eyes off the animals. They're trying to get away, she thought. It was a child's thought, and she tried to dismiss it, but it clung as she watched them, scarcely noticing the fierce, fitful flickering of the lights and sound. The animatronic creatures didn't look like they were glitching. Their movement seemed not mechanical but hysterical, like there was something they needed desperately to do but horribly could not. Where's Dave? John said suddenly. Charlie met his eyes with a rising dread. Oh no, they all looked around, but the guard was nowhere in sight. We have to find him, Charlie said. He probably left already. Who cares? Her voice high and frightened. Or Marla said, her voice high and frightened. I'm not worried about him, she said grimly. She turned to John. Come on, she said, setting off toward the hallway to the right of the stage. He glanced at the rest of the group over his shoulder, then at Charlie, then followed Charlie at a brisk pace. We should find the other control room and see if we can stop all this from there, Jessica said crisply, taking charge. You and Jason go look for Dave, she told Marla. I'll go with them, Lamar said quickly. Control room? Carlton said, looking at Jessica. Control room, she confirmed. They all set off, moving slowly. The strobing lights distorted the space in front of them, seeming to throw up obstacles that were not there, obscuring the ones that were. The effect was disorienting, a constantly shifting maze of light and noise. Ow! Marla shouted, and everyone stopped short. Are you okay? Carlton yelled. Yeah, I just bumped into this stupid merry-go-round, but she called back. The speakers were momentarily noiseless, but they shouted across the small distance as if there were a canyon between them. In another hallway, Dave was moving toward a goal. Without the others there to watch, he moved fast, scuttling almost sideways and darting his eyes back over his hunched shoulders from time to time to see he was not followed. There was a large key ring at the belt of his uniform, but only a few keys hung from it. He selected one, opened a door, and let himself into the restaurant's office. He closed the door quickly behind him, cushioning it against noise, even though the group would never hear it this far away, or note it between their own shouts and the blaring of the speakers. He turned on the overhead light. It was steady, illuminating the room without a flicker. On the far wall, there was a tall closet, flat against the wall. He used another key on his ring to open it. Dave stood still in the open door for a long moment, breathing heavily. As he did, his back straightened and his hollow chest seemed to expand, drawing an uncharacteristic confidence from what he saw. An odd, thin smile on his lips. Dave reached out with his fingertips, savoring the moment, and brushed yellow fur.
Ugh.
Jessica and Carlton hurried away down the hall toward the second control room, but Marla and the two boys moved more slowly, sticking their heads into the party rooms than the arcade. The rooms appeared empty, but in the constantly changing light, Jason thought as they moved on it would be easy to miss just about anything. Having checked the area, Marla and Lamar headed back into the main room. "Where are Jessica and Carlton?" Lamar shouted over another burst of garbled sound. Jason stopped and looked back, and in a fleeting instant he saw it, a rabbit outlined in the hall for a split second as the lights flashed on him, then vanishing and appearing again in his place in the party room they had just left. "Marla!" Jason shouted. "Marla!" His voice was shrill, agitated. She whirled around. What? Are you okay?" "I saw Bonnie. He was there." "What?" Marla's eyes went automatically to the stage. Bonnie was still there, moving back and forth in the same odd, spastic movements. "Jason, look, he's there. He can't move off the stage." Jason looked. Bonnie was there. "I saw him," he thought, looking back down the hallway, but it was empty. Jessica came running up, out of breath. "Is everyone okay?" "I heard screaming. We're fine," Lamar said. Jason thought he saw something. "Where's Carlton?" Marla said. She rubbed her temples. "Ugh, this light is giving me such a headache." "He's still fighting with the controls," Jessica said. "We should find Charlie and John. I think we need to get out of here." "I think they went that way," Lamar said, pointing to the hall at the far end of the room, just past the stage. "Come on," Jessica said. Jason followed as the group crossed the main dining room again. Maneuvering cautiously around tables and chairs, he looked back as they reached the hall. Suddenly, Bonnie appeared again, darting out from the arcade and ducking into the hall that led to the Pirate's Cove. Jason watched his sister and the others file through the doorway, then slipped away before they could see him go. He ran across the room, intent on following the rabbit, then slowed his pace when he reached the dark hallway. The lights in the little hall were completely out, and though he could see nothing, it was a minor relief from the pulsing strobes. Jason hugged the wall as he moved, trying to scan ahead of him for signs of movement, but it was too dark. His eyes had not adjusted. After what seemed like ages, he came out of the hall and into Pirate's Cove. From a distant voice, he could hear his sister's voice calling his name. "Guess they noticed I'm gone," he thought wryly. He ignored it. Crossing the room, he peered down the other hallway, the one that led to more party rooms, but it was so dark that he could scarcely see more than a few feet ahead. Turning back, he approached the little stage, the out-of-order sign still strung across it, as if anything in this place is in order. Suddenly, the curtain moved and Jason froze. The curtain began pulling back. Jason couldn't bring himself to run. All went dark, and the lights came on suddenly to reveal Carlton standing in front of him, having emerged from behind the curtain. "What are you doing back here by yourself? Come on, let's go." Carlton greeted him with a warm smile. Awash with relief, Jason took a step forward, opening his mouth to speak, and stiffened, struck still with fear. Bonnie suddenly broke through the darkness, appearing beneath the stage lights before them. But it was not Bonnie. This rabbit's yellow fur was almost blinding in the light. He rushed at them, and before Jason could cry out, the giant rabbit had a hold of Carlton from behind, smothering his face with a giant matted paw and wrapping his other great arm around Carlton's chest, gripping tightly. Carlton struggled silently, hitting and kicking, but the creature barely seemed to notice. He screamed into the rabbit's paw, but the sound was swallowed whole. As he fought, the rabbit slunk back the way he came, dragging Carlton with him like a prize from the hunt. Jason watched them go.
I think we.
What?
Sorry, I was just saying. I think we might have been wrong on our Carlton predictions, or that was all for show.
Yeah, I think we're probably wrong on our Carlton predictions. Jason watched them go, agape. His heart raced and his breath was shallow. The stifling air around him made him lightheaded. A noise came from behind him, the great grinding screech of rusted metal beginning to move, and he leaped forward and turned, moving just in time to avoid a hook as it plunged swiftly downward. Foxy's eyes flashed in synchrony with the lights above, and for a dizzy moment it seemed to Jason that those eyes were the controlling force behind it all, that if Foxy closed his eyes, every light might go out. The animal did not move like the other. It slowly, purposely rose between the gap in the curtains, its gleaming eyes reaching a staggering height. Jason! It was Charlie's voice, he knew. But he kept staring back and forth, first at Foxy, and then at the place where Carlton had been stolen away. Jason! She called again, and then she and John were beside him, touching him, shaking him out of his ghastly reverie. John grabbed his hand and pulled him into a run. In the main room, the others were already halfway down a hallway to the outside door. All but Marla, who was waiting anxiously at the entrance, her face flooding with relief when she saw Jason. Marla, Bonnie, he took Carlton! Jason yelled, but she just put a hand on his back and pushed him through the door and into the hall. Go, Jason! But I saw Bonnie take Carlton, he cried, but he ran, afraid to stop. They ran down the hall to the outside floor, all bouncing with a frightened impatience as they filed through to the alley one by one. There was no way to go faster. When they were all through, Charlie looked down the hallway for a long moment, but there was no one coming. She shoved the door closed and stepped out of the way as Lamar and John wrestled the shelf back in place, blocking it off. No one saw Dave, Charlie said. It was not a question. They all shook their heads. He must have taken off when the lights started going haywire. Lamar offered, but he did not sound convinced. Carlton! Carlton! Jason cried out again. Carlton is still in there. Bonnie took him. They all glanced around. Carlton was not with them. Oh no, Jessica said. He's still inside. Bonnie took him, Jason said, choking out the words one by one, his voice shaking. I saw it. Bonnie was there. He was in Pirate's Cove. He grabbed Carlton and carried him away. I couldn't stop him. He scrubbed a sleeve across his eyes, wiping tears. Oh, sweetheart. Marla took him, and he clung to her, hiding his face in her shirt. No, it was a trick of the light. Bonnie couldn't do that. He's just a robot. He was on stage when we left. Jason closed his eyes. He had only glanced for a second at the main stage as they were leaving, but it was true. Bonnie had been there, moving in strange and clumsy twists and bends. Stuck in place. He pulled away from his sister's arms. I saw it, he insisted more weakly. Bonnie took him. But the others exchanged glances above his head. Charlie looked at Marla, who shrugged. We have to go in, Charlie said. We have to get him. Jessica was nodding, but John cleared his throat. I think we need help. It's not safe in there. Let's get Carlton's dad, Marla said. I'm not taking Jason back in there. Charlie wanted to protest, but she bit her tongue. They were right, of course. Of course they were right. Of course they were right. Whatever had just happened was beyond them. They needed help. And that's the end of that chapter.
Woo!
Woo!
We are halfway
Yeah.
through the book.
Yeah, it looks like we're past the
thank
halfway
you.
mark of the physical book.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some stuff at the end of the Kindle that are like,
Yeah.
images or something. Thank you, Sukasi Mimi, for the $2. Fight, marry, kill, Carla, Jessica, Carlton. Fight, marry, kill. I think I'd kill all of them.
Yeah, I think I'd kill all of them.
I don't know. Carlton might not be bad.
Yeah, no, I think Carlton's okay.
And the other two
I don't
probably
think
aren't
he's okay
bad.
anymore. Yeah.
But I hate them.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
All right.
Thank you so much for the $2. That was awesome. Super appreciated. 1 second. I'm gonna go pee quick.
All right.
I'll be right back.
I'll hold down the fort. Okay. All right, chat. How we doing? Whew. How much till the next shot? I think I'll need Alan to confirm it. I can't remember if we had anything since the previous shot. So I'm thinking we're at 48, but I could be completely wrong. Chat's doing well. Aren't they like children? Yeah. Let's see. Ugh. Let's see. Yeah, so the book's finally getting interesting. It's it's cool that it's interesting now, but I still wish it hadn't been so slow to get here. I think they could have cut a lot out of the earlier parts. Favorite FNAF game so far? Probably 2. I 2 and 4 were both really good. Least favorite is Sister Location so far. What page are we on of the physical book? We are on page 197. And then... yeah, Alan's back. Do you... your phone's working and everything?
Yeah.
Cool. Alright. Last time
Think
you
so.
came back, they weren't connected.
Oh, earphones. I thought you said my phone. I was
No,
like, yeah,
no.
why wouldn't it be?
Was-
All right, Ben, I think we probably, because I think it's going to get too late. We're only halfway through. I think we
Yeah.
should run this back with a night 2.
okay, yeah. 2 nights at Freddy's.
2 nights at Freddy's.
Yeah.
I think we could finish it in one more night. I don't know when you're available.
Yeah, we'll
I'm-
figure it out. I'm kind of available whenever. So
I'm kind of available whenever at night, so we will get back to you. But this will be retitled to We Read It Night 1. This will give people, I think this is a better thing because it'll give people the chance
Yeah.
to, like people who didn't have a chance to watch all of it, to watch it over the next, whatever. I don't know if we're doing this tomorrow or if we're doing it, in a few days or something. But it'll give people
Yeah.
a little bit of a chance. People maybe they're on a different time zone or something
Yeah.
like that. And then
Also just
we
means
pick it
people-
back up.
don't have to sit here
Finish
with
it
us
in
for
2
10
videos.
hours straight.
That was my thought process. I just
certainly
figure
helps.
that there's I think it's probably better to do it with the intermission. So I'm cool with taking questions for a little bit, but then
Yeah. same.
that's pretty much the thing. So if anybody wants to we could do a quick Q&A.
Yeah.
But I do have to get an oil change tomorrow morning, so I'm
Chad, I didn't get to.
So
I didn't
anybody,
get
if you've got
to-
any questions, throw them in there.
Yeah. I didn't get to look. Did you guys like my Dave voice? Yeah, they kind of revealed who Dave was right away. Did you kind of get that, Alan?
Yeah, I kind of figured that out.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, that's why I gave him a special voice, because I'm dressed as him.
yeah.
So Dave's voice was good. Yes, loved your Dave voice. Big preach.
We'll still take. In fact, during this Q&A, we'll double money towards shots. So just because, and we'll read things for goals. We'll include this one from Bryn here as well. So Bryn with the 220 in Canadian. Damn Night, Purple Man, and Fred balls.
True. They're saying good night to
So
us.
what did we have? We had 40. We had 40. Oh, night, like good night. Got you.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 220. So we'll call it 5. 5 towards the 48. So $43 towards the next shot, and then we've already done favorite animatronic because I've seen somebody say that. Mine's Freddy. I see from Jordy, member Alan. What was your favorite costume you've worn on stream? The Gamora one, probably. I think.
That
I
one's
honestly
good.
think that one was really cool.
I did also I think of the I was asked that question earlier, and I
Sure.
didn't bring up Drax, mostly because Drax was an extremely uncomfortable costume to wear. I think in terms of the way it looked, Drax was by far the best of my costumes so far. I was very happy with how it turned out. But yeah, let's see. Do you like or hate the lore more? Like or hate the lore more after half this book, Alan?
I don't give a shit about the lore. I'm still waiting for the gameplay. And the gameplay on this one is rough. Like I don't know. Mostly a scrolling adventure.
Yeah, it's a little boring. Yeah, the for me, obviously I know the lore of this book. This book's lore is really interesting because it's the first time that they really like introduced the whole Afton and Henry type of situation. Obviously, they haven't revealed Henry yet, so you'll learn about that later, Alan.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah. And at first, people did not want this to be canon. People didn't want to call Purple Guy Afton. They didn't want to call anyone. So it's kind of interesting to actually read what was summed up to me in a MatPat video.
God damn it, Ben.
I'm not talking to
That
you.
was the most
Chat cares
boring
about the
thing
lore.
I've ever heard in my entire fucking
Then
life.
don't listen.
Thank you, Jax Ash, for the 279, which then gets bumped up to, I don't know, we'll call it 6. Farewell, Purple Balls, and Febby Rizbear. So that is what did I say? $6 on the was it? It was 48, then we took out 5, so that was 43 minus 6, 37. 37 to the next shot.
All right.
People are saying this is genuinely a good book. It seems like a fine enough.
It's fine. Yeah, it's a
so
fine
far.
young adult novel.
I don't
still
care about it at all.
I still don't
but-
like how slow the first half is. I mean, it's like kind of a nothing burger until right now, and now it's an everything burger.
Yeah, it seems like they've really put it all on fucking Jason, the like one kid, and been like,
Yeah.
you're gonna experience all this, which might be on purpose.
And also Carlton.
Um,
Carlton's going through it right now.
The thing here that says you still reading. We are calling the reading for the night. We're gonna pick it up either tomorrow or one of the nights afterward. I don't know. We have to look at schedules for night 2 and then finish it out. We're halfway through the book, so we decided that was a good resting place.
Yeah, we're basically exactly halfway through. So let's see.
But right now we're taking questions, Q&A, and we're still taking shots, and any donations towards any super chat donations will count as double towards the shot goal. Jesus.
Yeah, it's basically
Still a little
25
bit
shot
fucking
right
drunk.
now. Someone said FNAF Security Breach 2 leaked, not clickbait. I'm not going to talk about that. I don't know if it's been leaked or not. But I would assume not, because they're just releasing the DLC. I wanted to mention it because I'm really excited for when we eventually get to play Security Breach, because it's a hell
How
of a
many
thing.
more games are there?
So we just finished the 5th main series.
Well, finished is loose, but
Or yeah, we played the 5th one. So there's 6, Ultimate Custom Night, VR, and Security Breach. So we're more than halfway through the current set of games. Yeah,
let's go.
and VR is going to be a great
back to
content. What's up?
I'm sure. Did they go back to the formula that I think was much more interesting? Like the gameplay
Yeah.
in everyone but Sister Location is very similar, and I actually really enjoyed it. Sister Location was like, dude, I don't know what the fuck any of this
Yeah.
is.
What's it called? Yeah, FNAF 6 is kind of back to that format with a twist on it that I think you'll like.
Well, there's been twists on things a little
Yeah.
bit. Like it's just Sister Location was just
it's
like,
a-
what the fuck? It's a completely different.
It's more of a
fucking game.
twist than anything else before it. And then we might do Ultimate Custom Night. I really think we should probably skip it because we're not playing hardcore, and that's a game that's like built for the hardcore players.
We are hardcore players.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
But yeah, so we could consider playing UCN. We'll think about it when we get there. And then let's see. After that is just Help Wanted, which Help Wanted's fucking awesome. I've only played a little bit of it, but I've watched a lot of it, and that's I expect that to be my favorite game in the series. And then Security Breach is a shit show that's should be really good content. And it's definitely going to be a more than one stream thing because it has a straight up narrative that we'll want to play through. Not in the way that Sister Location does. But yeah. Are we gonna play the DLC? Maybe. Depending on. I'll probably, just to keep the energy of this series, I'll probably watch through the DLC to find out if it's worth playing, and also to, like I said, keep the energy.
Yeah,
of
I
the
feel like
series
you
where
gotta
I know
you gotta
everything.
keep. Yeah, you gotta keep the knowledge, so
Yeah.
that I can ignore everything you say.
Yeah.
Someone said, Alan, I heard you mention you guys are gonna pick this up tomorrow. Are you guys gonna finish the whole book? I don't know if it'll be tomorrow.
The
I'm
next
available
stream we will
tomorrow?
finish the book. I'm
Oh,
available.
we will finish the book.
I work at my other job until 3:30 tomorrow, so we might be able to. It depends on how I'm feeling, like tiredness wise. It should be good.
Yeah, you let me know.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I have a commentary I have
So,
to edit too.
Not
so.
guaranteed tomorrow, but not saying no. It'll be within the next few days for sure. And we will finish
Someone
the whole
said
book
you
in
excited
that
for
second
Help
stream.
Wanted 2. I don't know what that is. Is Help Wanted
Help Wanted is
a
VR.
Five Nights thing?
Yep.
Okay.
That's FNAF VR. Help Wanted is the subtitle for it.
Okay.
They just released a teaser trailer for it, and yes, I'm excited.
Is that the second one, but in VR?
Yes, the second. No, so
Okay, well,
it's
that's
the
cool.
second.
Okay.
It's the second VR game. FNAF VR is a much bigger game than just a remake of the first one. So
Okay. Because
I
I think
won't
my
tell you
favorite
too
is the
much.
first. My favorites are the first and second ones.
yeah,
think
for me it's
probably
the
2.
second and 4. I think 2 is my favorite, then 4, then 1.
What was 4?
4 was the one we played during
The bedroom one?
Yeah, bedroom one with the listening. I thought that was such a good game, genuinely. It's
I think
not,
I had trouble because I couldn't hear very well.
yeah,
I
it's
think
not
we're
as good
having-
for content, because we had to like listen while we were playing. But
Yeah.
genuinely, we really enjoyed that game. Are we gonna read
I think
all the
that was
books?
kind of fun.
Do you think we'll even consider reading the second and third in this trilogy? I'm not even sure we'll want to do that, but I wouldn't rule it out.
I don't. It's gonna be like I'll need to be pretty drunk,
Yeah,
and then someone will have to suggest it, and then I'll be like, oh yeah, I remember doing that.
Oh,
That was
yeah,
a
that
good
was-
time.
that
And
was
then
good.
and then
Yeah.
like some donation. I'll give like a stupid donation goal, and then somebody will be like,
And
I
you
can
guys will
afford
meet it.
that, and
Yeah.
So I wouldn't rule it out, but this was an ill-advised idea based on alcohol. So
yeah. I'm glad we're splitting it up because we're 5 hours in. So Ben, what's your favorite script read? We'll both answer that, I'm sure. Probably Harry Potter 1. I really like almost all of them. But I have a soft spot for Sorcerer's Stone, and that was a lot of fun.
I think I was gonna say Chamber of Secrets, but it's the
Yeah.
same
Deal.
sort of vibe. I
Yeah.
like Shrek 2 was also really
Shrek 2
good.
was great. They're all great. I mean,
yeah, they
like
all-
we're almost anti like the reverse of recency bias on Guardians. Guardians was fucking hard. It was so good. But,
yeah.
I just have a soft spot for Harry Potter.
No, I feel that. I think also we only make bangers. So
Yeah, exactly.
all of them
Everything
are
we
great.
do is great. This was great content. For our members who joined and gave us shots to drink, the content that you'll get to watch early that the people who don't have pickles won't until like 2 days from now, that goes hard. Everything we make goes hard.
Yes. Jordy said, when will you and Ryan resume It Takes Two? I don't know. If you want to see it, I don't know, maybe next week. I got free time. Or not, I don't know. It depends on if people actually want to see it. I don't think it did like great numbers or anything like that. Like I don't think a lot of people were there for it. But if people want to see it, I mean, it was fun. I think it's just more of a debate on whether people actually will show up for the stream. Because if people don't show up for the stream, then that kind of
Speaking of
kills the
streams,
purpose.
Speaking of streams people won't fucking show up to, god damn it, I want to play Final Fantasy VII.
Oh my god, I watched the trailer
God
for the
damn it.
fucking the remake,
Rebirth?
the sequel to the remake.
Oh
Yeah,
my
Rebirth.
god.
And I didn't understand half of that shit. But
And we're complaining to the wrong people, because the people who have been watching us read a book for 5 hours are gonna watch us play Final Fantasy VII. But We're complaining.
Tell your
There are
friends.
people to complain to. So
Um,
I again, that's another thing I wouldn't rule out. I think the last time we tried to do it, it didn't actually go that poorly. So we might
Final
try
Fantasy
again on
VII.
it. Yeah. So we
I think
we might
intended
try
on
it
still
again.
doing it. It's just we're busy,
Yeah. It's
and
a
there's
lot.
like a lot of things that like we have to do.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna keep putting out, and not have to sounds bad because like I enjoy doing all the things we do. I
Yeah.
even enjoy reading this book and spending time with Ben. And I know that
which
that
is
sounds
crazy.
fucking terrible.
Yeah. Exactly. Spending time with Ben.
But no,
ugh.
but like I enjoy doing these things. So like I enjoy doing all of it, but like there's a lot of things that it's like we need to do script reads or not script. Well, yes, we do need to do script reads. We need to do commentaries. Those things are like those are precedents because those are how we're gonna make our money. And then some things on the side that are like I mean we haven't even gotten all the things that we want to do. There's tons of things that we would love to do. And it's tough because we only have so much time. I don't know if that actually helped or answered the question, but
But yeah.
you want to tackle another one?
Let's see. Will we do all Harry Potter script reads? We've said probably eventually. We're taking our damn time on it because that would be very exhausting to do them all in a row or anything. They do get harder towards the end, so I wouldn't promise that we'll do them all. But I would be pretty confident in saying that the second one will not be the last one we do.
Yeah, I think it's tough because it's like I don't want to restrict ourselves to just doing one thing on script reads, and because there's so many of those, like we like to be able to jump around to certain things.
That's why
like,
we haven't done
and
Harry Potter 2 or Shrek 3 yet, because we just want to
and we
keep
still
it
have to do
mixed up.
Spider-Man 2.
Yep.
So like there's a lot that we want to do. It's just we want to make sure we're not just like, because like there's some things where it's like some people are just like, I'm not a fan of Spider-Man, and they don't want to see us do Spider-Man 2 as much. And if we just do Spider-Man 1, 2, 3 and then go, oh, let's keep it going and go Amazing Spider-Man or whatever, like if we just did that, then some people are going to be like, oh, I would rather, so it's better to kind of spread it out. Plus it gives us more freedom to do things. I get to play multiple different characters, so it's kind of more, it's more fun.
I love picking up extra characters in script reads. I think it's so fun. I just being able to kind of have different voices to do and memorize how to do those voices.
Yeah.
Like Guardians, I had like 5 voices and they were all unique and fun.
I had 3 characters and 2 of them had like 2 lines.
you gotta pick up a couple more next time.
I know, I screwed up.
But yeah, so we don't have. Even if we knew, we wouldn't answer the question of what's the next script read. But genuinely, we don't know what's next yet. So it's gonna be a little bit. And then
what is your? Oh, I'm sorry.
Pick one. You got it.
Oh, I was gonna say, what's your favorite type of game? And I was just gonna pose it to you.
I mean, my favorite type of game. It's weird because I don't have nearly the library of games played that a lot of people do. But the top 3 of my favorite games of all time list is now all open world games. So I guess probably open world games, but I also don't know that I would love some of the other like very popular open world games. Like I have very little interest in Skyrim or The Witcher. I'm sure I would love them, but I just haven't felt the need to go and play them. But yeah, my favorite game of all time is Tears of the Kingdom, which just came out obviously, and then Horizon Forbidden West, and then Breath of the Wild. So kind of stacked right up at the top with open world games, and then you get into all kinds of weird other stuff. Uncharted is a big franchise for me. What about you?
Love fighting games. Those are always big for me.
We're both pretty commonly seen on our Switches playing Smash.
We're like the only ones of our friend group that still play Smash.
Yeah.
And love beat 'em up games. My favorite game of all time is Bayonetta 2. which I feel like kind of has like a bit of both, because it's like, it is a a beat 'em up game, but then it's also like, you're focusing so heavily on some of the combos and stuff that you can do in the game, which kind of feels like it fills that so you can kind of improve it. I think that's what I like, the ability to like improve myself, to improve the thing, like not like just focused on like the game improves you, but like you get better at the game and then you are actively better. That's things that I think I enjoy.
Very cool is games like that, competitive games. When you get better at the game gets more fun. Is something that's very interesting. So it can be hard for a game like that to grab me. Like I've never really, I've tried several 2D fighters and I've not been into them. But the feeling of getting better at Smash or Overwatch is a really cool feeling to me. So I definitely feel you there.
Yeah. We were on that one for longer than I thought we would. Fast and Furious script read. The problem is you guys don't watch our Fast and Furious commentaries. Like, I actually think it would be fucking hilarious and really fun to do.
And I wouldn't rule it out, but it would be way down the line because we're already caught up in so many series. We added another one with Guardians, which we probably shouldn't have done.
I remember when we were discussing what we should do, we were like, we should pick one that doesn't have like a bunch of sequels so that people won't keep asking us about doing the sequels. And then we picked fucking Guardians. To do FNAF movie script read when it's out, please. I don't think there's going to be enough characters that are going to be interesting enough to do.
That would be my guess.
I think there's going to be one, like you'll have the purple guy.
Whatever. Shaggy.
You'll have him, and he'll probably be pretty important. And then it's going to be a bunch of kids that are going to be like not super
the main
interesting.
character is like Aiden Hutchinson, I think is the actor.
Okay.
He's playing Michael. So there's at least 2 main characters, and then there's like animatronics, but animatronics don't speak, so there's no reason for one of us to dress up
I
as
thought
them.
they did speak for some reason. I don't know why.
There are some games.
I guess I've never heard them speak.
In Sister Location, they spoke. One of the voices we were listening to was Baby. But I would be shocked if they speak in the movie. Even maybe like a line from Freddy. Like that would be the most I could see happening. So I don't see a script read for that happening. I think a commentary could happen for it down the line. It's not going to be right when it comes out, just because it's really difficult to do commentaries right when they come out. So no promises, but possibility.
I love all the suggestions for script reads. I mean, you can definitely let us know. Probably better to put them
in the Discord.
If you get a chance. Probably better to put them in our Discord, because those messages, like, I mean, these messages last too. But I'm not gonna go when I'm thinking about things. I'm not gonna go back to the the last part of our first night of our book read. To figure that out. So.
But yeah, we've got a suggestions channel in our Discord server. People already spam us with movies there to watch, so mix it up for us. Give us some script read movies, maybe some games to play. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
I see a lot of stuff about people asking us if we'll like do the Five Nights at Freddy's movie when it comes out, and I think what a lot of people don't think about is that the movie will be in theaters probably, or maybe it goes straight to a streaming service. But the thing is that it's still a fight with copyright things, because when a movie comes out, like when a movie first comes out, the studio is like very on high alert to be like, we don't want this movie, to be illegally downloaded by people. So
it's
the copyrights are very aggressively fought, and while what we do is completely fair use, we'd rather not have to fight if we don't have to. So would we do a reaction to Five Nights at Freddy's the movie, or whatever they're calling it? Maybe at some point. But if people are expecting like the movie to come into theaters and us to go ahead and hit you with a reaction the following week, it's just not feasible. I mean, even if we did have it, it wouldn't be feasible, just because it takes us 3 weeks to edit these things. So.
That's something that you will very likely never see on this channel, is a video on a movie that is currently in theaters.
Yeah.
We've like the most recent of a movie we've done was like Sonic at the time was really recent. And
I think we did Morbius just after it came into, but that was because it was on such a it was such a big meme at the time.
Yeah.
And people were sharing that video everywhere fucking anyway, so I think we actually make money on that one, which is insane.
Crazy.
What did I think I had something I was gonna say and I forget what it was. I don't fucking I don't know. But yeah, no, I mean we're excited. You know, I know I'm gonna see it. Like, I actually will see the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. I don't give a shit about the lore, but I'm hoping that it, you know, brings some elements of the games that make me excited about it.
Yeah.
And I feel like because I'm part of this, I feel obliged to go see it.
Yeah.
So the first time that I see it probably won't be when we do a commentary.
Like
It'll probably be the first time Ryan sees it for sure.
Yeah.
Because I don't think unless it's like, you know, like it's like really good.
Yeah,
and like I come out and I'm like, hey, it's actually really good, or something like that. Or if I'm like up there and I'm like, hey, I'm gonna go see this movie, do you want to go with me? I just doubt he's gonna go see it. I think probably same for Zach. I don't think Zach will.
I think if Zach sees it, Ryan will see it. That's the thing. They like to go to movies together.
They'll see it together or something. Yeah.
But yeah, that's another thing I like is that like I've through making you play these games, I've created this series is our little series, which is fun. It's the Ben and Alan thing. So that's fun.
I think this just started from Ryan and Zach had to edit a lot.
I think
so
it was spooky month. We were like, we got to make content. Ryan and Zach were working on stuff. I think FNAF 1 might not have actually been spooky month, but because we did FNAF 3 in Spooky Month this year, but last year.
Maybe it was that we edited the video down for Spooky Month. I don't remember.
Maybe. Yeah. Have you seen Spider-Verse
No
yet?
spoilers, by the way.
You haven't.
I have not, so no spoilers.
Okay.
I've heard it's really good.
I actually chat's here.
I was thinking about going tomorrow, but you know, we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, movie's great.
I have some editing to do.
Movie's super great. I've got like one big issue with it that keeps the first one ahead of it for me, but it's a spoiler to talk about it. So I like the first one just a little bit better, but the first one's my favorite movie of all time. So that someone said way back, and I forgot to answer it. Someone asked us just because they were like, we're about halfway through the year. How's the year been for you guys? And I was going to comment on the fact that it's been a great year for me with the media that I like. I've gotten sequels to my favorite game and movie of all time within a month of each other, which is crazy. Yeah. So it's been a good time from that perspective. It's been a stressful year life-wise, but that's how it goes. Why did the music stop?
Oh, no.
Just paused out of nowhere. So we're good now. Speaking of the music.
Yeah, I figure...
You go ahead.
Oh. No, I was going to say, I figure we're probably going to call it here in a second anyway, or maybe in the next 5 minutes, maybe call it at 10:30.
Yeah, works for me.
So any last questions, you can definitely hit us with them. Any super chats. I don't know what that was, $5, double it to $10.
Yeah. We might just take a shot to sign off. Just as a,
yeah, we'll take a sign off shot. Any more donations, we'll think about taking 2 shots.
Yeah.
Depending on like whatever happens.
Yeah.
So yeah, someone said about watching Step Up one day. Definitely throw it in Discord. We've already seen Channing Tatum dancing though.
We did. Yeah.
We did Magic Mike.
And there's a sequel to that we could do eventually.
They made 3 of them.
There's a 3rd one. Yeah, the 3rd one.
Yeah, remember we did Magic Mike when the 3rd one was in theaters.
Yeah, I was thinking it was the 2nd one. I was thinking it was like that one was.
There's
the
Magic Mike, Magic Mike XL, and Magic Mike: The Last Dance. And I've seen all of them. I saw them in a weird order though. I saw 2, then 1, then 3, I believe.
Yeah.
So
McSpooks,
I saw
welcome
2
back.
when we were reviewing stuff for Rezel.
If you were,
Oh,
if
you're
you've been
back,
gone,
but we're-
if you've been gone for a little bit, we are about to call it a stream. We are about halfway through the book. We decided to split it up into 2 streams just to save both you guys and us from staying up for 10 hours.
I think it would have gotten to be not super fun.
It would have been like
as we were-
2:30,
as we were
3 a.m. by the time we
exhausted.
finished. It would have been
Yeah,
too much.
as we're exhausted, just kind of stumbling through the book. So
Yeah.
Alright.
But yeah, so within the next couple of days, very possibly tomorrow, we'll be back online to finish up this book. So you won't have to wait too long.
all right, Delta Nugs with the so serious question: who of the gang is circumcised and who is not? You can ask your mom for that answer.
Yeah,
she's got all of us
she's-
figured out.
Yeah, she's seen us all.
I think- Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So she'll know. She'll know.
Sure. Give her a call.
Just call your mom. I
But
know we did.
genuinely, call your mom and don't ask her that question. Tell her you love her.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much covering it. Ben, do you want to get yourself a shot to call it a night?
Yeah, I've got a little bit left here. That's a big shot. Damn it. But what comes out doesn't go back in. All right. Cheers,
Ben,
chat. Thanks
to
for
one
coming.
more night at Freddy's.
One more night at Freddy's. Ugh. Wow. Oh boy.
Ugh.
All right.
Bye, all.
Alrighty. Well, thank you, chat. Thanks for coming out. We will see you